Chapter 101 Experimental Ability. Dark fiddled with the three-headed dog casually and put it on the ground. Tired of playing? The three-headed dog, whose limbs stepped on the ground again, was still a little confused at this time. It can be clearly seen that the three heads were affected by some astonish, and it didn't dare to approach Dark for a while. Darkrai, how is it? Dark looked up at the sky at this time, and Darkrai had been waiting there for a long time. Dark. Oh? Take me there. Dark raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Darkrai meant that he had just seen a very tall person, and it must be Gecko Maria. Darkrai grabbed Dark's hand and dragged him into the dark night sky. Dark's current psychic level is not high, it consumes a lot of energy when using confusion, otherwise Dark can rely on his psychic to give himself the ability to fly. As Darkrai moved forward, Dark could gradually see a huge black castle appear in his field of vision. In front of the huge castle, there were densely packed figures. No, dead figures. That was a group of zombies with their own consciousness created by Moonlight Moria. There were about 300 of them, which was still a long way from the 909 years. The fat Moonlight Moria stood in front of the group of zombies and ordered something. Go down. Dark had no intention of waiting, and floated down with Darkrai directly, and then landed in front of Moonlight Moria. Are you the boss of the magic breeding house? To Dark's surprise, Moonlight Moria recognized his identity. However, Moonlight Moria seemed a little uncertain, and there was some doubt in his tone. This made Dark a little confused. In such a cloudy place where newsbirds cannot fly, how did Moonlight Moria learn about the outside world? How did you recognize me? Dark asked his doubts. I will go outside to collect some shadows regularly, and occasionally read the news and buy some intelligence. Moonlight Moria's expression was a little serious, because he knew that the person in front of him was not an ordinary character. In fact, he did not recognize Dark, because there was very little information about Dark's facial features on the sea. Basically, no one had seen this magical breeding house manager who only existed in people's mouths. People knew more about the breeding house's representative in the outside world, FANFIC. But Moonlight Moria recognized Darkrai. Darkrai frequently took action when protecting FANFIC to deliver eggs a while ago, and was photographed by someone, so many people on the sea could recognize Darkrai. Is that so? I'm a little curious. What are you going to do now? It's okay if you don't tell me. I'm just asking casually. Dake thought about it and it seemed that there was something he could do with Moonlight Moria, so he asked casually. I plan to go to Nia Island in the West Sea. I heard there is a good corpse there. Moonlight Moria seemed to regard Doc as a scourge, and his eyes were full of caution. Although Doc said it easily, Moria really didn't dare not say it, and it was not something that could not be known by others. Just for a corpse? Dake frowned, and really couldn't understand Moonlight Moria. No matter how strong a corpse is, it is just a corpse. Its strength is completely incomparable to that of the living. What kind of strength this corpse can exert depends mainly on the shadow. The name of Nia Island is somewhat familiar. Doc remembers that he seems to have located the coordinates here. You are so handsome, that was the great swordsman who was second only to the flying dragon warrior Shimatsuki Ryoma. This guy is quite powerful. Magaku Moria didn't seem to want to tell Tobias. In his opinion, it was impossible for Dark to understand the power of his undead legion. Whatever you want. Dark's face twitched. He probably knew who Magaku Moria was talking about. Cyrano. A few hundred years ago, there was also a title of the world's second greatest swordsman. As a swordsman, he must have strength, and most likely he was not weak. But it's hard to say whether he is the second best in the world, because this title is basically cheated out. He directed and acted out all kinds of messy stories with others to deceive others, and then cheated out such a title. Dark didn't plan to stay any longer, and he also saw that Magaku Moria didn't seem to welcome him very much. He stretched out his hand and pushed the air in front of him. Under Dark's expectant gaze, a grey-white translucent door was pushed open, and on the other side of the door was the scene in the cultivation house. Success! Wow, ha ha ha! After leaving behind a Uchiha laugh, Dark took Darkrai back to the store and closed the door. On the other side, Moonlight Moria's forehead was already sweating. After all, Dark and Darkrai disappeared right under his nose, and he didn't know where they were. What if they were hiding in a corner of this island? It can only be said that Moria was overthinking. At present, the ability of Menman Berry is still a little simple, the level is too low, and it needs to be trained and developed. Dark glanced at his hands. Now Menman Berry's ability is very basic, that is, to open doors everywhere, open doors in the air, open doors on walls, and open doors on human bodies. If it is slightly developed, it should be able to open a door here and then jump out from a few meters away. This is the ability that Pinot once demonstrated on the sea train in the original book. If even Pinot can develop it to this extent, it must be not difficult to achieve space jump. After that, Dark can try to jump to a longer distance, and then maybe it should be called space teleportation. We have to find a way to open the door remotely. Dark pinched his chin and thought about it. Dark wanted to save the Preswing of pushing the door by hand. He thought it was completely possible. After all, he had psychic, can use confusion to push the door open. If Borsellino rushes towards him in the future, Doc can suddenly open a door in the air in front of him, let Borsellino rush into the breeding house and become an ordinary person, or connect the other side of the door to the sea. Of course, this is just an example. Doc has no reason to fight Snub Bull Salino. In short, Menman Berry is a very buggy berry. Whether it is attack, defense, escape, or other auxiliary functions, he can develop to a very terrifying degree, equivalent to the psychic among the demon berry. It's probably not easy to improve the ability level of Menman Berry. Either rely on Doc to train himself, or see if the Tendra can draw something. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've had a Tendra, let's go. Tendra. 10W Bailey x10. 1000 magic coins for 100 magic coins. Go away. Dake's face darkened. I was originally thinking of spending more money on the Tendra to see if I could raise my ability level in weapons, knowledge, and berries, but now I'll forget it. The best way is to save more money and develop the Pokemon Island. By the way, let's go to the West Sea Island. Dark is bored now, so he plans to go to the place where Gecko Moria is going. Who knows what unexpected gains there might be. Just now, when Dark landed in front of Gecko Moria, he noticed that, except for Absalom, the other two of the three monsters, Hogback and Perona, were not there. So it is very likely that Gecko Moria has not recruited these two people yet. Coincidentally, these two people are from the West Sea. Maybe Gecko Moria might meet these two people during this journey and recruit them into the Gecko Pirates. That Hogback was already a psychopath at this time, so Dark didn't have any idea. But Perona is different. Perona should still be a 14-year-old innocent girl whose values and outlook on life have not yet fully grown. If she is taught well, she should become a good child like Sucrose. P.S. Perona was originally supposed to be picked up by Moria at the age of 11, and this is a reset. There are two aspects of Perona that are at the level of bugs among pirates. First, Alina Berry. The expressiveness of this demon berry has been fully reflected in the original work. Like Sucrose's original berry, childlike berry, it is full of fairy tale colors and can be called a rule-level berry. But unfortunately, these two little Lolas were finally defeated by the majesty of Usopp, and both were scared to death. Second, Perona's level as a navigator. After 2 years of training, she was able to bring Zoro from Krakena Island to the Sabayati archipelago. Is this level awesome? You can ask Nami if she can do it. But it's meaningless to say so much. It still depends on whether you can meet her. When Dark stepped through the door of the store, he appeared in a village on Nia Island. Nia Island is a medium-sized island with a large town and 2 or 3 small villages on it. That town is the hometown of Cyrano. People who come to the West Sea basically only go to that town, so the 2 small villages in other parts of the island seem very deserted. Dark randomly found a passerby to ask the direction of the town and planned to move forward there. Since Moonlight Moria planned to dig Cyrano's tomb, he should go to that town. If he could meet Hogback or Perona, they should also be here. With Hogback's fame, if his hometown is in that town, I should have heard of it. Dark frowned and thought about it. Suddenly, he noticed that something seemed to be floating in the air beside him in the corner of his eyes. Dark subconsciously turned his head to look over. A pink-haired girl holding a broken umbrella was floating there, waiting blankly for a pair of big black eyes to stare at him. Well, Dark was right. Moonlight Moria brought Perona back during this journey. But, unfortunately, Dark decided to try to intercept. Chapter 102 The Joining of the Ghost Princess. This little girl, what are you looking at? Dark looked at Perona floating around her and asked with a little curiosity. He just thought Perona was looking at him when she was floating around him, but it didn't seem to be the case. The eyes of this pink-haired loli were always on Dark's shadow. Can she detect the existence of Dark Ray? Aren't you surprised to see Pepe can fly? Perona was asked by Dark, and then she came back to her senses and moved her eyes to Dark's face. The current Perona is very different from the beautiful girl in a princess dress who was a little princess-like in Dark's impression. There are many differences. The more obvious ones are, the one in her hand is not the delicate pink fluffy umbrella, not the gothic dress, but a cloth with holes on it, not the little bear Kumasi in her arms, and the beautiful pink hair looks a little rough. It seems that life is not very good. Why are you surprised? I can do it too. Dark curled his lips and used confusion to make himself float up. Perona opened her mouth in surprise, and a little highlight appeared in her dark pupils. Did you eat the strange fruit too? Everyone says Pepe has become a monster under the curse. What a mess, that is called the devil berry, which can give us strength. Dark frowned, feeling that Perona's script was a little familiar. Isn't this the script of Robin when she was a child? Because she ate the flower berry, she was bullied by the ignorant little ghosts in the same village as a monster. And it was also in the West Sea. Speaking of which, how did Perona's negative ghost come about? Does it have anything to do with her childhood experience? Perona is a female supporting role who doesn't have many scenes in the original work. She has gained great popularity because of her extremely good-looking appearance and unique personality, but there is almost no description of the past of this character in the original work. Devil Berry. Have we become demons? This name is meaningless. The key is how we use this power. If it is not good, then it doesn't matter if you call it Angel Berry. Pepe has never done bad things. Then you are a good child. You ate Angel Berry. Dark looked at Perona's innocent appearance and wanted to laugh a little. He opened his mouth to fool her. In the world of pirates, there are really not many girls who are still innocent at the age of 14. It is estimated that Perona has never left here since she was a child and has not seen much of the outside world. As for the name of Devil Berry, is this important? If Dark wants, he can change the name of this thing in the next era, Angel Berry, Pokemon Berry, whatever name. Anyway, the strongest and most dominant organization will be accepted by others. Just like the world government said that a 9-year-old girl is the son of a devil who has committed heinous crimes, then those ignorant people will regard her as the son of a devil. Just like the world government said that the 20 celestial dragons are the supreme world nobles, then many people in this world will treat them as fathers. In the final analysis, whoever is stronger has the right to speak, and this is the truth in any world. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Big brother. Perona's mood obviously improved, and she called Dark very affectionately. She has begun to circle around Dark, and her eyes also revealed an interested look. Hey! Your shadow is so strange, it just ate Pepe's wind spirit. Perona pointed to the shadow under Dark's feet. Ah! Dark understood now. It turns out that the reason why Perona has been staring at Dark's shadow is not because she discovered Darkrai, but because Darkrai ate the ghosts that approached. Perona's demon berry is Alan A berry, a kind of wind spirit that can release special effects. What kind of effect the wind spirit has depends on personal development. Perona's original negative ghost is already very abnormal. If she can develop some chaotic ghost, rebellious ghost, lazy ghost and the like, it may be even more terrifying. Darkrai couldn't help but stick his head out, making a wronged sound, and threw out 2 grey-white wind spirits at the same time. It was obvious that these 2 wind spirits ran into Dark's shadow by themselves, and he didn't do anything. After being thrown out, the 2 wind spirits still didn't give up, and didn't listen to Perona's words, and they all wanted to lean on Darkrai. What is this? Big brother, do you have a ghost too? Perona looked at Darkrai in surprise. She felt that Dark's big ghost was much scarier than her wind spirit, and they were not even on the same level. No, this is Darkrai, a Pokemon, my partner, not a ghost. Dark waved his hand and stopped Perona from having wild fantasies. At the same time, he looked at the 2 grey wind spirits that had been sticking to Darkrai, and began to think. Why do the 2 wind spirits like Darkrai so much? Does Darkrai have the aura they like? Is it the energy of evil, or the nightmare aura that is unique to Darkrai? Pokemon. Yes, very cute creatures, do you want to come to my house to see? I have a little guy called Eevee, very cute, and can do backflips. Can I? When Perona heard that she was going to visit someone else's house, she stretched out a hand and pulled her yellow clothes a little shyly. If you are willing to come, of course you are welcome. Dark grinned and stretched out a hand to Perona. Yeah. Perona nodded. She raised her head and placed her thin white hand on Dark's hand, like a princess who had taken the oath of knighthood. Dark didn't hesitate, turned around and pushed open a door in the air, and then floated in with Perona. As soon as he entered the door, Dark was tied up by a group of hands. Dark, abducting a girl is a crime. No, why should I be told such a thing by a bounty criminal? And, do you think I am a person who would abduct a girl? Dark was hugged by arms all over his body, and he collapsed on the ground and couldn't move. He could use brute force or psychic to break free, but he didn't want to hurt Robin, and he could feel Robin's joking mood from the feedback of psychic. But, Dark, didn't you do it? Robin pointed at Perona, who had fallen to the ground at this time, and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised. The pink-haired girl seemed to be wondering why her ability was out of control. She didn't understand why she suddenly couldn't fly. No. Pepe wanted to follow me, right? Dark would never admit such a thing. Perona is only 14 years old. If he dared to admit it, he would send the book. Well, Pepe wanted to come and see Pokemon. Fortunately, Perona is not the kind of girl who likes to joke, and she didn't make fun of Dark at this critical moment. Perona seemed to become restrained after coming to the clean and tidy breeding house. Her 2 bare feet seemed a little cramped when stepping on the grass. She lowered the broken umbrella in her hands and tried her best to cover her ugly clothes. You are the new partner of the breeding house, right? At this time, Sucrose seemed to hear the voice of a stranger and ran out of the house. Seeing Perona, who was about the same height as her, her eyes lit up immediately. Although her life in the breeding house is very good now, with brothers and sisters who dote on her, she also wants a friend of the same age. Breeding house. Perona tilted her head. She didn't know what the breeding house was. This is the breeding house, where Pokemon are bred. What do you think, Perona, do you want to stay here? Robin had already removed Barry's ability, and Dark stood up and looked at Perona beside him. Stay here. Perona was a little confused about what Dark meant. Stay here means. That is, this will be your home in the future, if you are willing to stay. Dark explained his meaning clearly. Everyone is a partner who came here from different places. Sugar seemed to want to keep this little sister. She jumped twice and threw the umbrella in Perona's hand onto the grass beside her, and then held her hand tightly. Woo! Perona seemed to have met such a familiar person for the first time. Looking at her umbrella thrown on the grass and Sugar holding her hand, she was a little at a loss. It was the first time she encountered such a situation. Perona remembered that the only boys who would interact with her before were those who always made her clothes dirty and pulled her pigtails, which was very annoying. Since she ate that strange fruit, the boys stopped looking for her when they saw that she could float. Let's go, I'll take you to see Evie who can do a backflip. Dark saw Perona's embarrassment and walked over to take the two girls to the Pokemon Island. When Perona appeared on the Pokemon Island, she looked at the huge grassland and the small animals running over, and her eyes burst into an unprecedented light. It's so beautiful. Perona looked at the world in front of her. She liked this kind of empty area with few people. She felt free from the bottom of her heart and didn't need to care about other people's opinions. Dark didn't notice Perona's current appearance. He was trying to persuade his brother Evie to perform a backflip. Afterwards, he was given a chicken leg so that he could hold the chicken leg in his mouth and go to his sister Evie to show his courtesy. When Evie heard this, he was no longer sleepy. He rushed to Perona and did 18 backflips in a row under Perona's suspicious eyes. He even vomited and his eyes were spinning. Pup, is Perona's laughter naturally so strange? Chapter 103 Inspection Practice. Perona has decided to stay. She likes the environment of Pokemon Island very much and plans to live there in the future. But now, Monet and Sucrose have taken Perona to buy clothes. Monet is a sister herself and is very knowledgeable about girls' clothes. She usually dresses Sucrose beautifully. However, Dark still specifically asked Monet to buy some gothic princess dresses and pink parasols for Perona. In short, they are all the clothes that Perona will wear 2 years later. After all, they are very beautiful. As for Dark's job today, it is lead the future captains and team leaders of the inspection team to practice the specific work of the inspection personnel. There are 4 main personnel, Bellamy, Gardino, Mishita, and Zanbei, who asked for a day off from Zifa. At this moment, the 4 of them have gathered in the Pokemon Island. After about 10 days of training, some changes can be seen in Bellamy. The muscles all over his body seemed to become stronger, and the lines were obvious. He was tanned, and it was obvious that he had worked hard. Will it be hard? Dake glanced at Bellamy, and the young man's face had begun to show a little more determination. Hee, it's okay, boss, don't worry, I'm fine. Bellamy raised one hand and scratched his head embarrassedly. He would not give up just because of this. As for Gardino and Mishita, there has been no obvious progress in recent days. After all, there is no place to fight for them. They themselves don't know how to train, and they still rely on Barry's ability to fight. Zanbei is working hard, but his age and talent are there. He has grown, but it is relatively slow. Now Zanbei is about the level of Johnny, the Sword Saint, and Joseph, the Sword God. Today I will take you around to see what the trainers who have hatched Pokemon are doing and how they get along with Pokemon. This is also the task of the inspectors. If Pokemon are treated unfairly, then we will start to perform our duties. Dake explained to the 4 people. The 4 people nodded and understood today's task. At the same time, they were also curious about the daily life of those who already have Pokemon. Then, let's go and see what Xiaofeng and Smoochum are doing. I haven't paid much attention to their daily life. Dake thought about it and decided to start from the inside of the breeding house. Inspectors are of course not qualified to inspect the core personnel of the breeding house, but Doc can. As soon as he finished speaking, Doc led the 4 people to the space door of Pokemon Island. The door here leads to the mirror in the branch warehouse, and it is also the place where the audience will appear after entering. The few people are not unfamiliar with this road. They emerged from the warehouse and walked towards the store hall with ease. Inspection work must be low-key, try not to let the trainers and Pokémon find out, and see the most real scene of their daily interactions. Dark turned his head and whispered, and gradually bent his waist, in the underground world, I have the title of King of Peeping, you must learn my peeping skills well. At this moment, he was like a class teacher who sneaked to the door window and stared, and this was also the job of an inspector. After all, if they were discovered, those people would most likely disguise themselves, just like pretending to be in class seriously or pretending not to rest, and it would be meaningless if they couldn't see the real scene. 5 people crouched forward like thieves. Of course, they didn't have to do this, but the 4 people behind saw Dark make this move and they subconsciously followed suit. The so-called generals will produce soldiers of the same kind, which is probably like this. At this time, Feng Lei was introducing the functions of the props in their cultivation room to the customers who came in to see the goods in the store hall. In fact, there are such customers every day, and there are quite a few of them. Most of them are relatively wealthy people who come to see what rare things are available. Some will buy them back for their pets at home. Some are worried that it will be too crowded to buy them when the Pokémon hatch, so they stock up in advance. As for Smoochum, she sat at the front desk by herself. The little guy was trying hard to help. Her current task is to help Feng Lei collect the bills from customers, count the number, and make change. Feng Lei's serious appearance caused Feng Lei to look at Smoochum frequently, and he thought Smoochum was very cute. He didn't even notice that 5 heads suddenly appeared on the door frame next to him and were peeking at everything. Well, it seems that Xiao Feng and Xiao Smoochum get along well. Only a trainer recognized by Pokémon can make a Pokémon want to help hard. Dark nodded. At the same time, he also explained to the 4 people around him how to judge whether a trainer is qualified. Let's go and see how Robin and the others are getting along. It just so happens that they went out shopping together this afternoon. Dark took a few people to look for a while and then planned to leave. After all, they were his own employees, and Dark knew how they usually got along with Pokémon. There was no need to look at them anymore. So, Dark took Bellamy and the others to the 7 Waters City. Feng Lei also noticed Dark and the others at this time. He frowned and looked at the 5 guys who were walking out like shrimps and tiptoeing against the wall. He didn't understand what they were doing. This is also the reason why my sister left. The guest next to him also expressed his incomprehension. He seemed to have cold sweat on his forehead when he saw the 5 people leaving. No, I don't know them. They might be strange guests. A commercial street in the city of 7 Waters. Robin was walking on the commercial street of the city of 7 Waters with her companions, smiling, looking at the shops on both sides and Snubbull in the river. This was a life she had never dared to imagine before. She was holding Perona with her left hand and Miltank with her right hand. Monet was holding Sugar with his left hand and Gardevoir with his right hand. On the other side of Sugar was Miss Drevis. Several people walking on the commercial street of the city of 7 Waters attracted frequent sidelong glances. This was not a matter of appearance. But the 3 Pokémon are too conspicuous. At present, no one's Pokémon has hatched, but these people have Pokémon. It is obvious that these are most likely internal staff or VIPs of the Magic Breeding House. During this period, some people recognized Robin's identity as a wanted criminal, but it was nothing. There were too many wanted criminals in 7 Waters City, but few dared to walk on the street like Robin. 7 Waters City is a place that does not care about the identity of the guests. Even if you are a pirate, you will still build a ship for you when you come to the door, and the navy can't stop you. Hey! Robin suddenly frowned, looking at the 5 heads that suddenly popped out in a certain alley, and popped up in her mind. But soon Robin remembered that Dark had mentioned to her before that he would take Bellamy and others to familiarize themselves with the inspection work in the next 2 days. So, Robin had to pretend not to see it, and said to the others who had already discovered Dark and his group and were about to go over to say hello, pretending that they didn't know they existed. Perona didn't quite understand, but she was a good and obedient child. She tugged at her beautiful black gothic skirt and tried not to look at Dark. Malu. At this time, Multank poked Robin's thigh with his hand, and then pointed to a store next to him. Do you want to eat that grass? Robin looked over and saw that it was a fruit and vegetable store. There seemed to be a kind of grass that attracted Multank. Malu. Multank nodded, and the little ears on his head shook, looking a little impatient. Robin had to stop the few people walking in front, and then everyone went to the front of the store together. Wow! There is shui shui meat there. Sister gave me some pocket money, and I want to take Miss Drevis to eat shui shui meat. Miss Drevis shook her head, not wanting much for food. Let's go. Sugar didn't care about that, hugged Miss Drevis affectionately, and took her to the barbecue restaurant next door. Miss Drevis showed a helpless expression on her face. She felt that she didn't have an extra trainer, but an extra sister. Please take care of Sucrose, Miss Drevis. Monet saw what Miss Drevis was thinking, and couldn't help but smile, and looked at Gardevoir at the same time. Gardevoir, do you want to eat water meat? Shauna. Gardevoir shook her head, she didn't like meat. Okay, wow, this green jade here is so beautiful, I'll buy you one. Monet was not very interested in food, but she was attracted by the things on the jewelry stall next to her, and pulled Gardevoir over. Shauna. Gardevoir thought this one was average, and then took a green jade ring, which she thought was beautiful. Gee! But I think this green one suits you better. Shauna. The two of them were discussing in front of the jewelry stall like best friends, and the stall owner was stunned. He looked at the blue egg in his arms, and began to imagine how he would talk to his Pokémon in the future, and then showed a silly smile. Dark, who was hiding in the dark and watching all this, nodded. It's me, even Robin has been unaware of my peeping. Dark felt that the inspection work here was almost done, so it was time to take a look at the lives of those customers. Boss, where is the next stop? Let's go to an old man first. His Pokémon is Oddish, a rather timid child. I wonder how he gets along with the old man. Dark recalled a guest from a long time ago. Speaking of which, the old man hadn't brought Oddish to the breeding house for quite some time. The only time he came was when Oddish was just born. Chapter 104 The Growth of Oddish. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Peeping King had brought 4 people to a patch of grass. This was a small village in an unknown corner of the East China Sea. There were probably 50 people living in the whole village. 5 people, each with a bunch of grass on their heads. Then he held a piece of wood in each hand and looked out through the gaps in the grass. In front of the grass was a field. At this time, the old man was holding a hoe and planting a crop similar to radish in the field. Oddish followed the old man. The little guy couldn't help much, but he would stare at the surroundings and try to protect the field to prevent some small animals such as field mice and rabbits from eating the plants planted by his grandfather. Oddish, if you are tired, take a rest. The old man raised his arm to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and looked at Oddish walking around in the field with his legs, and couldn't help but smile with relief. He remembered that when his son was still young, he followed him like this, catching those small animals in the field, and then the grandfather and grandfather would roast them together at night. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, the sound of the grass being squeezed open came from the woods next to him. The old man and Oddish turned their heads and saw a drooling grey wolf coming out of the bushes. Hey! Doc, who was watching from a distance, glared at Glare. He didn't expect that there would be such a creature as a wild wolf on such a small island. If it was a month ago, the old man and Oddish would probably be dead, but it has been more than a month since Oddish was born. Whether a skinny wild wolf can beat Oddish is another matter. Boss. It's okay. Let Oddish perform. Doc held back Bellamy, who was about to attack, and let him watch quietly. After hearing what Doc said, everyone looked outside again. Oddish, go back and call for help. The old man raised his hoe and waved his hand to let Oddish leave and call the villagers to come over. The fence around the village must have been bitten, otherwise the wild animals in the forest would not run into the village. At this time, the old man still thought that Oddish was the weak Oddish who was beaten to tears by the field mouse a month ago. Well, Oddish would not abandon his grandfather and run away. He bravely ran to the front of the old man, puffed up his cheeks at the scary grey wolf, intending to scare the grey wolf away in this way. But how could the hungry grey wolf be scared by such a small thing that didn't look very delicious? He walked cautiously towards the direction of the old man. Compared with Oddish, his eyes were mainly on the hoe in the old man's hand. Oddish, go to the field and bury yourself. The old man knew that Oddish could disguise himself as a weed, and then waved the hoe in his hand to scare the grey wolf. Puff! Oddish saw that the grey wolf dared to approach, and he spit out a mouthful of purple mucus in anger. The mucus got on the wolf's face, and it immediately made a sizzling sound. White smoke was produced from the wolf's cheek and floated upwards. This is Oddish's acid skill, a special attack with poison attribute. Roar! The wolf screamed, feeling the pain on his face, but he did not run away. Instead, the pain aroused his wildness, and his eyes became more ferocious. But this time he set his eyes on Oddish. Oddish's attack just now had angered him. Oddish, can you use that again? The old man also saw the difference in Oddish, who could actually spit out something like acid. The old man felt a little relieved, but he still held the hoe in his hand. As long as the wolf dared to approach, he would swing it out to give Oddish an opportunity to attack. Well, Oddish saw that the wolf was not retreating, and released another skill. Growth. Oddish's body became taller. His attack and special attack have been improved. Puff! Oddish spits out acid again. The grey wolf quickly dodged to the side, but was still hit by the acid on one ear, and the ear was burned directly, turning into a oneered wolf. The grey wolf did not dare to continue to spy, and hurriedly ran into the forest with its tail between its legs. Gardino, kill that wolf! Dark glanced at the direction the wolf ran away, which was right in their direction. Wolves are very vengeful. If they are allowed to run away alive, they are very likely to attack in the middle of the night, so it is best to kill him to eliminate future troubles. Although Oddish can defeat the grey wolf hidden, what should he do if the grey wolf attacks the old man in the middle of the night? At night, Oddish is usually buried underground and is not sensitive to things on the ground. Oddish may not even notice the grey wolf breaking in. Okay, boss. Gardino nodded, and his fingers turned into mixed white candle liquid. The wolf that rushed over was easily frozen into a candle sculpture. He was just injured by Oddish's first shot of acid, otherwise he would definitely smell the human scent in the bush, and maybe he wouldn't have walked this way. Oddish, you are so awesome! The old man has already picked up Oddish and started celebrating. Thanks to Oddish, otherwise this old bone might have to die here today. Let's go. For Dark, this is nothing. But for Bellamy and others, they saw for the first time what kind of power Pokemon has. It can even spit out that kind of corrosive acid. Don't think it's not powerful against wild wolves, but that's because wild wolves have a layer of fur. If the acid is spit on their human skin, it can be used as a helping hand to help humans shed a layer of skin. The four of them have more covets for Pokemon in their hearts. Equals 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 equals. Hedgehog Cat, Filu, Diane Niang and other online novel resources are updated daily, with 50+ updates per day and 1500+ updates per month. Say goodbye to book shortages. Copy the group number below to join the group chat. The previous group is gone. Please add a new group. Kyungsoon new free full file novel external group, 950180909. Kyungsoon New Novel Transfer Group, 8149037798. Kyungsoon New Free Full File Novel Group 2, 960126270. The resources come from the internet and are only used for learning and communication. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal learning and trial reading. If you like this resource, please purchase the genuine version. Thank you for your cooperation. If this resource infringes your rights by mistake, please notify us to delete it in time. Among them, Mishita has a different view on Pokemon Covet. She doesn't want her Pokemon to be so powerful, she just wants her Pokemon to help her make delicious chocolate. Next stop, let's go see Mihawk. Today, Mihawk still lives in the same Winter Island village with Saduk and his friends. Duck and others carefully approached the window of Mihawk's house and looked inside. Mihawk was sitting on a wooden chair, holding the latest issue of the newspaper in his hand, and a cup of hot coffee was placed on the small table next to him. From time to time, he would move the newspaper away and look at Saduk, who was standing stupidly in front of the stove, to check the status of the little duck. He always had a worry that Saduk would run into the stove by himself. As for Saduk, the little duck no longer held his head at this time. He held a pink egg in his arms and stood obediently by the stove to warm himself with execute. Quack! Suddenly, Saduk called out and looked at Mihawk with a dull look. Dark outside the window didn't understand. His psychic didn't feel any emotion from Saduk's heart. Dark guessed that Saduk might have just called out. However, Mihawk seemed to have realized something deeper. He grabbed the scarf on the table and walked over, wrapping it around Saduk and execute in his arms. Quack! Saduk retracted his gaze. Outside the window. Ah! Dark was stunned. He was very sure that his psychic didn't feel any emotion from Saduk just now. Could it be that the psychic failed? Or could Saduk always maintain the state when Luffy beat Enel? Dark didn't understand, but Mihawk did prove his qualification as a trainer. Let's go, next stop, Whitebeard Pirates. On the Moby Dick. Since Happiny was hatched, the Whitebeard Pirates were always awakened by Happany's crying. Now it has become a habit. As long as Happiny doesn't cry, no one gets up and stays in bed. It's not time yet. Dad! Happany's stone is gone again. Go to Blenheim and ask for another one. Newgate answered skillfully. He has said this sentence countless times, and now Blenheim has been ruined. Take it, who can stop that living dad? Oh, really, where did all those stones go? How could they disappear out of thin air? Marco, who was standing aside, also had a headache. And he was holding Happiny, who was crying and making a fuss in his arms. The water content in this little thing was simply abnormal. Every time Happiny cried, the weight of her tears exceeded her own weight. I heard that Doflamingo has a subordinate who ate Stoneberry. How about? A member next to him remembered something and made a suggestion. Forget it, because this kind of thing is unnecessary. Jaws shook his head. Although the Whitebeard Pirates are not afraid of the Donquixote family and are not usually reasonable people, it is still a bit too much to go to trouble them for such a small matter. On the icebreaker not far from the sea. That's it, Vulpix, use ice shaker again. Rd. Compared to Happany's happy life, Vulpix seems more like a normal trainer in Pokemon. Wadabei often takes Vulpix to practice their combo skills. Vulpix spits out an ice stone in front of Wadabei, and Wadabei swings his sword to break the ice stone into pieces and shoots them forward. Well done! Wadebe saw that this trick was quite effective, picked up Vulpix and gave him a kiss. Wow! Vulpix swung his tail conceitedly, with a very proud look on his face. On Newgate and Wadebe's side, Dark and others were hiding in the door space to watch everything. After all, Dark thought that even as the king of peeping, it was still difficult for him to remain undetected, so he could only use the ability of the door berry to assist. After that, Dark took everyone to see Krabby on the island not far away. This was nothing to see. Krabby lived a life of leisure, eating and sleeping, and sometimes he would hide at the bottom of the lake to sleep when he was annoyed by the children in the village. Next stop, the Navy headquarters. Chapter 105 Test of Marineford. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In such a place, Dark led everyone to stay inside the gate space and never went out. In the future, when everyone does inspection work, facing these powerful people, they basically cannot hide without special abilities, but most of them don't need to hide. People like Newgate, Mihawk, and Zephyr will not mind letting the people in the breeding house see how they get along with Pokemon. Instead, they will be very open to let the people in the breeding house see whether the Pokemon they take care of are healthy. As for people like Teach, Ski, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, it is impossible for Dark to let Pokemon follow him from the beginning. These people who can kill their subordinates and companions at any time, even if the Pokemon chooses them, Dark will not allow the Pokemon to follow them. In Dark's opinion, Pokemon cannot look down on these people, they must be blinded or bewitched. These characters will only treat the 2 or 3 people who followed them at the beginning as partners, and the others who came later are all minions who can be sacrificed at any time. As for those who are weak or have similar strength, they will not be aware of the existence of these people. What's more, if the Pokemon around them help in the future, maybe they can also enhance their potential. Ability. There are too many trainers on the Navy side. There are 402 in total. The 400 Navy Pokemon are still newborn babies. Dark has come to see them once before and has a good idea of what they are capable of. These people are basically the new generation of Navy from warrant officer to brigadier general, most of them are young people in their teens and 20s. There are 2 more, one is Jun and Buniri, the other is Zephyr and Growlithe. Coincidentally, a test seems to be held in the square of Marineford at this time. It seems that Sengoku wants to let everyone see what Pokemon can achieve in a month of training. The same level. At this time, it can be said that the high-level Navy has arrived, including Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane, the 3 admirals, and a group of veteran vice-admirals. All those who can be recalled have been recalled. Of course, the main reason for the early recall is not to watch this test, but for the upcoming training house exhibition match. Sengoku plans to bring all the high-level figures today to see the true strength and capital of the training house. He has an idea that was hidden in his heart before, which may be rekindled after this training house exhibition match. In the door space. Don't go and look at those guys on the stage, they may notice it. Dark specifically instructed everyone not to look at the group of Sengoku. Although it would not be a problem even if they were noticed, if Dark did not open the door, Sengoku and others would definitely not be able to come in. As for whether this group of people could guess them, it can only be said that there is a great possibility that they will guess. Because the existence of Darkrai is no longer a secret, at least among the senior Navy officials, they all know that if Darkrai does not appear actively, they will not be able to detect the existence of Darkrai, and at most they can only feel that someone is watching them. In the huge square, 400 rookie trainers and their Pokemon formed a circle, while the high-ranking officers of the Navy stood on a high platform and looked at the various Pokemon below. Some active Pokemon could not stand still and stand still with their trainers. For example, Smoker's coughing could not control the toxic gas emitted outwards, and other Navy officers did not dare to approach here. Smoker could only hold the little guy and use his smoke berry ability to surround the purple gas to prevent it from spreading. Gas. The little guy seemed to blame himself, feeling that Smoker was isolated because of himself. Don't think too much, you are still young. According to the people in the biology department, you can control these gases in 2 days. Smoker is a relatively gentle and sensitive man, who can sense Coughing's mood. He patted Coughing to comfort him. In his opinion, Coughing is a very suitable Pokemon for him. His smoke berry ability can be integrated with the gas released by Coughing, and there may be more room for development in the future. Hee, smoker, look at Hina's purloin, how elegant it is. Hina, who was standing not far away, was obviously a beauty party, holding her kitten and showing off everywhere. Purloin is also narcissistic, raising her little head high and looking at coughing with disdain. It's a kitten with a bad temper. Although Whitebee's Ice Vulpix is also narcissistic and beautiful, it is a gentle little fox. Hey, Hina, Mei Shawai is too proud, it's really good looking after Vice Admiral Jun's Buniri evolution. Yeah, I went to the research department to look at the photos. Lapunny is really pretty, but my Croagunk is also cool. Are you serious? Gardevoir is really pretty, after all. Oh, I really want a Gardevoir, woohoo. Don't cry, Petalil, you are also cute, not worse than Gardevoir. Don't show off, you are far inferior to my Glamour. You probably haven't seen Glamour's evolution type. The new trainers of the Navy have become a new group, and what they say is incomprehensible to other ordinary Navy officers. Comparing their Pokemon babies with each other has become their daily topic. Even when they rest at night, these people will talk about what their Pokemon did today and share these interesting things with each other. Dark, standing in the door space, saw that these Navy officers were so interested in and concerned about Pokemon, and nodded in approval. This is one of the basic prerequisites for becoming a trainer. If you have no interest in Pokemon, it is difficult to become a qualified trainer. If you don't have interest, you won't take the initiative to understand. What kind of trainer is it if you don't understand? Boss, are they going to let Buniri fight with that Marine? Bellamy, standing next to Dark, pointed to the center where the Navy was gathered. Buniri in a position were probably sergeants. What is the strength of a sergeant? There is an obvious representative figure in the original work, Hylamibor in the Seven Water City chapter, the stupid son of Axe King Monka. At that time, Hylamibor had been learning from Garp for several months and was a double-blade swordsman with Nepal as a weapon. It seems so. I plan to see how fast Pokemon grows. Dark nodded. This should be Sengoku's plan. Sengoku should have had a certain degree of understanding of Buniri's strength before, so he asked so many new trainers to come together to see the potential of Pokemon. It is unknown who came up with this plan. It may be Sengoku or Crane. In short, the purpose should be to encourage these new trainers to have enough patience with their Pokemon babies and cultivate them with heart. In Dark's opinion, it seems that there is no need to implement such a policy at present, because the patience and interest of these new people for Pokemon obviously far exceeded Sengoku's expectations. However, although it is not necessary, the implementation of this strategy is obviously beneficial and harmless. At least for Pokemon babies, they will definitely live more comfortably in the future. These Navy people attach great importance to Pokemon. Gardino stared at Zhangguo's eyes and expressed his opinion. He was too familiar with this kind of look. It was clearly the look that a boss would show when he admired a subordinate. It was the look that he, an office worker, had once received with great joy. Boss Dake, I want Pokemon too. Makita looked at the yellow umbrella in her hands and felt that it was not fragrant at all. She also wanted to hug a soft and furry kitten. Wait until after the exhibition game. Then you will have a chance to meet Pokemon. Dark raised his head and thought for a moment, then raised his lips. He will announce another thing at the exhibition match, that is, the Pokemon School is about to start recruiting students. When the Pokemon School opens, it will definitely need a group of Pokemon cubs and mature Pokemon to assist in teaching. At that time, Dark will exchange a group of Pokemon from the Magic Mall to come to the Pokemon School to survive. Perhaps Gardino and his friends can find their partners among them. Let's start. The others looked at the central duel venue. The surrounding new Navy trainers also stopped making noise, and focused on leading their Pokemon babies to look at the center of the arena. Buniri faced the opposite Navy sergeant alone. In this world, there is no concept of trainers commanding Pokemon to fight, so Buniri has to decide how to fight on his own. Mimiru. The two long ears on Buniri's head stretched and shrank, looking very excited. A little rabbit jumped in place, making many Marines smile. I'll attack first. The sergeant selected by the opposite side was not an ordinary person. His psychological quality was obviously stronger than most ordinary Marines. He did not relax his vigilance because of Buniri's cute appearance and actions. Shave. The sergeant took a step and came to Buniri in the blink of an eye. Mimi. Buniri seemed to see the sergeant's attack clearly, and covered her mouth with two brown hands and made a flying kiss. The next moment, a heart flew out and hit the sergeant's face directly. What is that? It's a bit like the ability of the Pirate Queen. Sakazuki and Borsellino didn't expect much from creatures like Pokemon. But when they saw Buniri use special powers, they obviously changed their mentality. The battle is not over yet. Just when everyone was curious about what kind of reaction the sergeant would give. Bang! The sergeant punched himself in the face. What's going on? Why did he hit himself? Look at his eyes. There were basically no weak characters on the scene, and they all noticed that the sergeant's eyes were looking around as if he was out of control. Chapter 106 Doflamingo arrives. That's sweet kiss. According to the explanation from the biology department, this skill is inherited by Buniri from her father or mother, and it seems to make the target fall into confusion. Standing on the high platform, Jun explained to the people around her, but she herself was actually unclear. People who are in confusion may attack themselves or their companions, and of course they may also attack the enemy. I asked Buniri to use this skill on me, but it didn't work for me. It may be related to a person's willpower. Tsuru guessed at the side. The sergeant immediately came back to his senses after punching himself, and his willpower was not bad. If a Pokemon is in a confused state during a Pokemon battle, it may remain in a confused state until it is defeated. Mimi. Buniri would not wait for the sergeant to fully react. When the sergeant just punched him, Buniri had already used quick attack to quickly jump out, and then jumped up with the excellent bounce. Swish! The powerful legs kicked out one after another. That was the fighting skill double kick. Bang! The sergeant just came to his senses and felt that his face was hit twice, and he fell backwards with a nosebleed. He was about to stand up and continue fighting. That's it. Standing on the high platform, Sengoku called a halt to the competition. Of course, a navy would not fall so easily, but this was not a real battlefield and a life-and-death battle after all. After being beaten like this by a Pokemon that was just over a month old, there was no need to continue the competition. This was enough to achieve the effect that Sengoku wanted. If the battle continued, if Buniri was defeated by the sergeant, the effect might be weakened, which was not what Sengoku wanted to see. Jun, Buniri trained well. Tsuru looked at the little rabbit waving excitedly at Jun and smiled with relief. It's mainly because of Buniri's own efforts. Jun held his hands in front of his chest, and his face seemed to have no expression, but it was difficult to suppress the corners of his mouth. This competition did not end here. Katie, you go next. Zeph looked at the furry big dog beside his legs and stretched out a hand to tap his head. Although Growlithe often made trouble for him, and occasionally searched the refrigerator for food in the middle of the night and made a mess at home, Zifa still doted on him. However, Zifa's training for Growlithe is definitely 2 or 3 times more than that of his students. Even Buniri's training intensity cannot be compared with Growlithe. After all, Growlithe is full of energy. Woo! Growlithe confidently howled like a wolf, and jumped to the square with a silly smile. Doc grinned in the door space. Others may not know, but how could Doc not notice the changes in Growlithe? This little rascal used the howl skill to increase his attack power. This dog. When Growlithe passed by Sakazuki, Sakazuki could keenly sense the hot energy in Growlithe's body. It was not as hot as his lava, but it was not a temperature that could be compared with ordinary flames. Growlithe's opponent had already been decided. He was a sergeant, 1 level higher than a sergeant, 6 you must master at least 2 of them to be qualified. It was a somewhat fat navy man whose most striking feature was his sausage mouth. His name was Stoker, a character who appeared in the original work. Duck in the door space looked at the naughty puppy and smiled with some relief. Growlithe is probably the strongest Pokemon in the Navy right now. Although Doc cannot see the level of Growlithe, following Zifa is definitely better than following Jun. This is not only the difference in strength between Jun and Zifa, but more importantly, the gap in teaching ability between the two. It's possible that Jun didn't teach Buniri much, but Zifa definitely gave Growlithe a lot of help. On the field, all navies are looking forward to Growlithe's performance. Although Growlithe looks silly, they can occasionally see Growlithe in training when they pass by the recruit camp. Woof! The moment he stepped onto the battlefield, Growlithe's eyes instantly became sharp. Stoka, standing opposite, felt a little strange. He couldn't explain it, but he always felt that his body had changed a little. Glare. Duck looked at it. It was immediately clear that Growlithe was secretly using buff skills again, but it seemed to have little effect on Stoka. Point gun. Stoka didn't have time to pay attention to the changes just now. He didn't want to let Growlithe take the first move, so he poked it with his finger first. The finger gun is one of the 2-6 styles mastered by Stoker. However, without the assistance of shaving, Stoka's speed is not very fast, and it is at the level where ordinary people's naked eyes can barely catch the figure. Hooray! Growlithe looked at Stoka coming straight towards him, accumulating fire energy in his mouth, and the next moment he spit out tiny bits of flames and sprayed them in front of him. Ember. The black fingers poked all the flames away in the air. Stoka also showed great strength, using his finger gun to destroy Growlithe's ember. However, when Stoker dispersed the flames in front of him, he found that Growlithe was missing. Behind. Someone from the watching navy spoke up to remind him. Stoka turned around and saw Growlithe jumping towards him at an extremely fast speed with its mouth wide open. Agility plus bite. When? Iron block. With no time to dodge, Stoka chose to use another move to resist. The body hardened at this moment, and Growlithe's teeth clicked like they were biting on a piece of wood, only biting Stoker blood. The wound is not deep, just 2 shallow holes. But this was enough to surprise everyone around. Stoka didn't hesitate. He caught Growlithe in midair before he landed, and swung it over with a sweeping kick. Phew! Just when everyone thought Growlithe was about to be kicked away, the furry body spun in midair, and a circle of flames appeared around the body. Flame wheel. Bang! Growlithe turned into a flame wheel and collided with Stoka's leg. Growlithe was indeed kicked out, but the pants and leg hair on Stoker's calves were burned off, and there were some burn marks on the surface of the skin. Snap! Growlithe was kicked a bit, but it didn't seem to be a big problem. He shook his head and was still full of energy. That's it. Seeing that it was almost over, Warring States once again called a halt to the fighting. After these 2 tests, everyone already knew the potential of Pokemon. Needless to say, the growth rate of Pokemon is as fast as that of an ordinary person who has been trained for several years. The most important thing is, Pokemon's weird, Esper-like special attacks are the real killer weapons. Buniri and Growlithe, who are obviously not as good as their opponents in terms of physical fitness, are able to stay in the fight because of this special attack. Today's test ends here. All members of the Pokemon Force can go back. Others go to the conference hall. After Warring States left a sentence, he turned around and left with Zifa and others. Doc is not going to stay in the door space any longer. The Pokemon's living conditions seem to be good, and there is nothing to worry about. So he took the people away and returned to the branch. Today's practice ends here. I believe you all know what the inspection team's work is. Doc looked at the 4 people in front of him and then continued to add, this is actually not over yet. We have not encountered such unqualified trainers today. If we did, you will most likely have to fight. What should I do if I meet those powerful people? So, hurry up and become stronger. Yes. X4. After a brief summary, the 4 people continued their original work. Doc also returned to the breeding house. Doc, the exhibition match is about to begin. Robin asked with some anticipation when she saw Dark coming back. She was quite curious about how those people outside would react after arriving at the Pokemon Island. She hoped it would be more interesting. Well, it will start the day after tomorrow. The next day. Dake has already started to gather people. Today, Zanbei and his brothers will enter the competition venue first, determine the division of labor and scope of work, and familiarize themselves with the content of their work. This includes leading the audience and their Pokemon to their seats, paying attention to the needs of the audience, and also paying attention to not letting the guests run around. These tasks are not difficult. If someone does not follow the order and rules, then fight. If you can't beat a Oneonan duel, can you beat a gang fight? Just when Dake was assigning work to everyone at the competition venue, Feng Lei came to find him and told him that a guest came to see him. Dake came to the branch with doubts, and then a strange expression appeared on his face. Long time no see, Manager Dake. What's the matter? The exhibition game starts tomorrow. Dark suppressed his smile and looked at Doflamingo in front of him. He didn't know where Doflamingo came from, but the navy next to him shouldn't have discovered him anyway. After all, Doflamingo was not a Shishibukai at this time, so he couldn't come to a place where the navy was watching closely in public. I came here to take a look in advance, and by the way, I'll tell you a piece of news. Barry Menman fell into the hands of the Grey Army. We tried to snatch it, but failed. Doflamingo's face didn't look good when he talked about this. I guess he lost a lot of troops. It's okay, they sold Barry Menman to me. Dark was quite surprised. I didn't expect Doflamingo to be so desperate. The Sky Gold plan over there should still be in preparation, but he directly attacked the Grey Army here. He was really brave. The current Grey Army is indeed average in strength, but it is really not something that the Don Quixote family can mess with. As the king of the underground world, Doflamingo couldn't have been unaware of this, but he still took action. Chapter 107 Swexia Berry. You are fine, what about me? Doflamingo had something in his mind, but he couldn't say it. Because on the tree next to him, there was a big green lizard glancing at him. Doflamingo felt that as long as he dared to attack Dark, he might not survive for more than 10 seconds, so he forced himself to suppress the feeling of being fooled in his heart and calmed down. Then, the crescent wing, how can I get it? Doflamingo fought hard for Senio, and he still wanted to get the crescent wing. You can exchange it with other demon berries, but not all demon berries will do. I must know what kind of berries it is first. Dark did not make it difficult for Doflamingo. And he really needed some other demon berries to save his companions' lives. I know, wait a moment. Doflamingo was silent for a while, then nodded and walked out of the store. After about 10 minutes, he came back with a piece of paper. Dark knew at a glance that Doflamingo did not come alone, but the others had hidden in the Seven Waters City first. After all, it is basically impossible for Doflamingo to write by himself, and it is hard to say whether he can write. What is this? All the demon berries that our Don Quixote currently has. So many. Dark raised his eyebrows. At this moment, the paper in his hand had the names of at least 20 demon berries written on it. Most of them were ordinary demon berries of the animal system. Dark guessed that these were most likely what Doflamingo was going to sell to Kaido, or they might be saved first and used for experiments in developing Smile for him when he started cooperating with Caesar later. These were only the ones that the Don Quixote family could take out. That means there were still some demon berries that had not been taken out. Dark did not see the childlike berry on this piece of paper. It was impossible that Doflamingo had not yet obtained this demon berry at this time. This was the key for their Don Quixote family to maintain control over Dressrosa. If they did not even have this demon berry, Doflamingo would not even have needed to start the plan of 10 shogun. At least, childlike berry was one of the demon berries that the Don Quixote family could not take out. This one. Dake pointed to the last demon berry on the paper. Snowy berry. The natural demon berry that was supposed to belong to Monet. This demon berry can also create a snow door, and can even do it in the air, so that it can quickly return to the breeding house or support teammates when in danger. The most important thing is that for Monet, who is an ordinary person, this natural demon berry can make her stand at the top of the combat power of the 4 seas and paradise. When writing this name, there seemed to be some hesitation, so the font was bolder than the names of other demon berries. The value of this berry is higher than that of the Dordor berry. Doflamingo took a look and was not surprised at all. This demon berry was originally added by him, because the other animal demon berries were very likely not to be favored, so Doflamingo picked a backup. Although Swexia berry is a rare natural demon berry, the natural system does not have such a terrifying ruling effect in the new world they are about to go to as in paradise. Even if a pirate is pulled out of the new world, there is at least a 6,070% probability of possessing armament haki. On the contrary, it is difficult for natural ability users to constrict armament haki to energy attacks due to the special nature of their abilities, which also creates a disguised weakening. It can also be seen from the strong men who dominate the new world today. The Beasts pirates are animal type, and the Big Mom pirates are superhuman type. Most of the Whitebeard pirates are powerless, and only a few top characters are power users, and there are no natural power users among them. In the future, Blackbeard's Dark Berry is also a special natural type with effects similar to Sea Stone. Doflamingo is also a person who can see the world situation clearly, so he can tell the value of Snowberry to them and is willing to take out this berry. This berry is not bad, but in my opinion it is not as good as the Dordor berry. Dark knew that Doflamingo wanted more benefits. If Snowberry is really better than Dordor berry, then it's okay to give it to him. But Snowberry is really not as powerful as Dordor berry. The development direction of Snowberry is already limited. It is not as idealistic and changeable as Dorberry, nor as outstanding as other natural demon berries such as Frozenberry, Twinklyberry, Thunderberry, etc., but lacks a unique and outstanding advantage. Therefore, what Dark said was not nonsense, but just his true thoughts. Doflamingo was silent. He was thinking whether there was room for bargaining. Crescent Feather, do you want it? If you want it, bring 100 million berries and Snowberry. The exhibition match is about to start. I am quite busy today. Dark didn't want to waste more time. He took out the Crescent Feather, which was emitting a faint light, from the system and placed it in front of Doflamingo. Now he has little demand for Demon Berry. Even if there is no Snowberry, he can find other Demon Berry to replace it. Both the Navy and the Grey Army are willing to find some Demon Berry to trade with him. So, it is the Don Quixote family who needs help, not the magic breeding house. No problem, I will have someone deliver it before the exhibition starts tomorrow. Okay, happy cooperation, this feather is for you. Hold it and it will work when you fall asleep at night, the effect is only once, and you can only have sweet dreams in the future. Dal handed the crescent feather directly to Doflamingo. The latter took it and looked up at Dark. Doflamingo didn't know what Dark was thinking, he handed the feather to him so easily, shouldn't he pay the money and hand over the goods? Aren't you afraid that he will run away with the goods? So confident? When this thought flashed through Doflamingo's mind, his eyes under the sunglasses showed a glimmer of light. He suddenly felt a little cold breath on his neck. He looked down. I don't know when a green leaf has been across his neck. When? Doflamingo looked at Septal, who had been standing beside him for some time. He had not caught Septal's movements and breath just now. Cold sweat had begun to flow on his forehead. Now Doflamingo knew why Dark dared to give him the crescent wing directly. He was not worried that he could run away at all. I advise you not to have any crooked ideas. No one can take things away from the breeding house for free. Dark shook his head. His psychic could also sense the ups and downs of Doflamingo's emotions. Although he didn't know what he was thinking specifically, the current situation was not difficult to guess. The reason why he gave the crescent wing to Doflamingo first was because he was not worried that the Don Quixote family would run away with the goods. As long as Doflamingo dared to do this, all the property of the Don Quixote family would be taken over by their magic breeding house the next day. Although the property earned in this way cannot be converted into magic coins, it does not mean that it is useless. In the future, the various activities of the breeding house in this sea will require a lot of money. Dark has no idea how to get this money. If Doflamingo is willing to take the bait and invest in their breeding house, Dark will be very grateful. Besides, those demon berries and weapons reserves are what will really make Doc things that Dark envied. These are treasures that can quickly raise a strong inspection team. At the same time, Dark was also testing the enjoy first and pay later treatment. If even a guy like Doflamingo can honestly abide by the rules, then there is no need for others to worry. This also proves the feasibility of this treatment, which can be updated in the VIP benefits in the future to attract more customers to buy Poke Decks. Don't worry, I'm very honest in doing business. Ha 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 ha, thank you, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year, so see you tomorrow. Dark couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and patted Doflamingo's shoulder, then turned and walked towards the mirror at the deepest part of the branch. He was going back to Pokemon Island. Septal also put down his arm and watched Doflamingo leave. By the way, Xiao Feng, move this mirror to the store. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, customers will start queuing to enter. Remember to check if they have purchased tickets. Dark did not forget to remind him before leaving the branch. On the other side, Pokemon Island. In order to make the concept of command deeply rooted in people's hearts, the first game with Gardevoir and Misdreavus as the protagonists was not for them to fight independently. Instead, Monet and Sucrose, who are trainers, commanded the Pokemon to fight together. If Monet and Sucrose mastered the observation haki, they could really assist Gardevoir and Misdreavus in the battle, but unfortunately the sisters are just ordinary people. These days, in addition to cultivating 2 Pokemon, Dark also took care of the task of coaching Monet and Sucrose to command the battle. Speaking of which, there is no referee yet, which is also a job. Dark patted his head with a headache. The job of a referee is not difficult. In the original book, it seems that it is just a few words. But it is actually quite troublesome to learn. You must know the specific rules of various Pokemon competitions, and it is best to have the ability to stop the battle at a critical moment. For example, one Pokemon has fallen, and the other Pokemon is still in a state of confusion and intends to continue attacking. Then the referee needs to step up and make the confused Pokemon wake up or lose the ability to fight. Wait. Can't Perona's negative ghost do this? And she can let the soul leave the body and go to the field, so she is not afraid of being attacked. Very good. Dark plans to find time to ask Perona if she has this intention. Alina Berry's ability is too suitable for the job of referee. As for tomorrow's exhibition match, Dark can only appear first. Chapter 108 Admission begins. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. A long line has begun to form in front of the breeding house branch on the north bank of the Seven Waters City. After all, they entered one by one, and everyone must want to line up early and enter first. These people came from all over the Seven Waters City. Some of them came together, and even held their Pokemon eggs and talked to each other while queuing. The mercenaries were responsible for protecting the safety of these prospective trainers and Pokemon eggs. The Navy next door also sent a lot of people to patrol the surroundings, and the Major General from the headquarters came in person. He was planning to stay in the Seven Waters City for his retirement for the rest of his life. If he was careless at this time, he might have to be transferred back to replace someone. It's really exaggerated. We only start entering the store at 10 o'clock. Fon Clay turned into a flying bird and hovered above the branch, looking at everything below. When he thought that he would have to go down to check the tickets later, he felt a little overwhelmed. But there was no way. He really didn't trust the mercenaries to do this kind of critical work. There was an anti-counterfeiting mark on the ticket that only the core staff of their breeding house knew. Inside the Pokemon Island, Zanbei and his brothers were ready to guide the team. From the entrance to the competition venue, which is 1,000 meters away, there were 1 or 2 people pointing out the direction every 7 or 8 meters. Everyone was wearing the same Team Rocket's uniform, except that the R on the chest was replaced by a P. Monet and Sucrose each wore beautiful clothes and stood backstage ready to go on stage. Gardevoir and Misdreavus were the protagonists of the battle, but the sisters Monet and Sucrose were more nervous than them and needed their own Pokémon to comfort them. Monet wore a pure white dress and looked like a Gardevoir who had turned into a human. Sucrose was the same, wearing a purple dress, but because Sucrose was younger, she didn't look like the personification of Misdreavus, but the personification of Misdreavus. This match looked like a sister group vs a mother-daughter group. Pokémon like Poochyena and Scraggy who have been staying in Pokemon Island are also at this time. He ran to play nearby, as if he was going to watch the fun. There was an exception, the little Snorlax. The whole Pokemon lay directly on the road ahead of the audience. Dark had guessed his intention long ago. It was nothing more than looking for snacks from the guests passing by. Some people who came to watch the game must have brought food, and they might be willing to give it to him. The inspection members who were guiding the work nearby tried to pull him away, but he refused to leave, lying there like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Only Dark could take care of this little guy at this time. But Dark was very busy at this time. He was reviewing the test process of the past few days with Darkrai and the other 3, and at the same time reiterated which skills should not be used. For this exhibition match, the 3 of them had only one goal, that is, to show deterrence. Use whatever skills look exaggerated, scary, or weird, and don't consider other skills that are not very effective. The time soon came to 9 o'clock. At this time, some guests would also arrive. It's just that they came to the main store of the breeding house, and they will enter the Pokemon Island from the entrance of the main store. Mainly the Navy, the White Group, the Grey Army, and Mihawk will enter the competition venue from here. It's not because of their VIP status, Mihawk didn't buy Pokédex. The reason why Dark let this group of people enter the competition venue in advance is mainly because he is worried that these guys will cause too much sensation if they enter with other ordinary customers. Maybe some timid customers will not dare to go all of a sudden. After all, most of the guests in the 7 Water City are ordinary people. And there are too many Pokemon on the Navy side. Heavyweight Pokemon like Tauros, Rhyhorn, and Onix are not suitable for advancing among ordinary people. At 9 o'clock, the door of the breeding house opened. The first to arrive were the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Long time no see, Duck. Hey, Manager Duck, how's business lately? Are there a lot of Pokemon on Pokemon Island? Manager, give me a Pokemon quickly. I want Gardevoir. If I don't get Gardevoir for a minute, I'll itch all over and be thirsty. There were about 20 people, including Newgate himself, 16 squad leaders and veterans such as Widibe. Fortunately, the area of the breeding house is not small now, otherwise such a group of big and strong people of different shapes would not be able to fit in the small shop before. Welcome, this way. Duck chatted with the people of the White Group casually, and then guided everyone into the portal in the store. After the White Group left, Mihawk followed closely, without saying much, holding the egg in one hand and Psyduck in the other, and walked towards the portal. About 10 minutes later, the Navy people arrived one after another. Because there were too many people in the Navy, including many different kinds of Pokemon, it took the Navy a long time to enter the Pokemon Island. It took about 10 minutes for everyone to enter. Including Sengoku, Garp, Crane, Zephyr, the 3 admirals and other high-ranking Navy officials and 400 new trainers. At nearly 10 o'clock, the Grey Army also arrived. It seemed that the other party calculated this time point accurately, and would neither meet the Navy in front nor walk with the civilians behind. There were only 5 people coming. The leader, Dragon. Ivankov, the captain of the Grand Line Army. Betty, the captain of the East Army. Karas, the captain of the North Army. And Bartholomew Kuma, who has not yet become a Shishibukai. The outfits of several people are very uniform, and they are basically covered with hooded cloaks of different colors, covering themselves tightly. But even so, Ivankov and Kuma's tall stature is easy to recognize. Besides, the black egg in Karas's arms made him stand out among the 5 people. "Nice to meet you, the manager of the Miracle Cultivation House." Long raised his head slightly, revealing his true face. At the same time, the others also took off their cloaks and revealed their true faces. This is a way for the other party to show their sincerity. Some people may wonder how showing one's face can be considered a way to show sincerity. But Doc can understand this meaning. After all, everyone knows that there is an organization called the German Army that is against the world government, but no one knows about the leader of the German Army and the location of its base. Even the true faces of these codders have not been exposed. If Doc takes pictures of these people's faces now, he can get a lot of money from the world government or Morgans. But unfortunately, Doc does not intend to do this kind of business. Not only because it is dishonest, but also because the German army can be regarded as the second largest customer in the world after ordinary people. The Grey Army may also be betting. They are betting on whether Dake will report them. If so, they will no longer do any business with the magic breeding house. But Dake wants to say that there is no need for this. We will understand when the Grey Army enters the Pokemon Island. If the magic breeding house wants to take action against them, if so, he could easily take down these people in the Pokemon Island, no, right now in this breeding shop. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Long. I don't think I've introduced myself yet. I know much more than you think, even what will happen in the future, but don't ask, this involves some very troublesome reasons, such as the possibility of changing the future." Dark waved his hand. Of course it's not this messy reason. From the moment he appeared in this world, the future he knew had become a mess. He was just too lazy to talk to Long. "Is it okay to tell us about this kind of thing?" "Hey? Is this a big deal? Didn't Karas tell you how Pokemon Island came about?" Dark looked at Long in confusion. Is it easier for a person to be surprised by something like future sight than creating the world? I told you. That's it. What's so surprising about this? There will be many things that will surprise you in the future. Dark patted Long's shoulder and pointed to the portal in the store. "Go through that door and you will go to Pokemon Island. Then you will know what will really surprise you." Long turned his head to take a look, hesitated for a moment, and then led everyone to walk over there. "By the way, Manager Dark, I have something to ask you." Long suddenly stopped and turned to look at Dark. "What? What is your attitude towards the world government and the celestial dragons?" This question seemed to be very important to the Grey Army. All 5 of them turned their eyes to Dark. "If you want to give all the races in this world a relatively peaceful environment, then the world government and the celestial dragons should not exist." Dark didn't say it explicitly, but the meaning of his words should be very clear, but he didn't forget to add, "The same goes for pirates." "I understand. I believe that we will have more pleasant cooperation in the near future. Please give me more advice in the future, Manager Dark." Long knew Dark's attitude and raised his mouth slightly. Such words. Even if their Grey Army fails in the future, it doesn't matter. At least there is a magical breeding house to fight for a bright future for all the innocent and weak. At this moment, Long felt that a lot of burdens were unloaded from his body, as if he had no worries. What's more, with the power of Pokemon, perhaps their Grey Army will have a greater success rate. After all, the real power of the Grey Army is not their members, but all ordinary people. They have always used calling on ordinary people to rise up and resist as their combat policy, and it just so happens that the largest customer of the breeding house is ordinary people. Chapter 109 The Navy has a bold idea. When the Whitebeard pirates and others entered the Pokemon Island and looked at the endless grassland in front of them, they were all stunned without exception. Even Newgate's eyes were straight, his mouth opened, and he even forgot about Happiny hanging on his beard for a moment. Hey, is this true? Marco raised his hand to wipe the non-existent sweat on his forehead. Isn't the fact already in front of us? Although Jaws was also surprised by all this, his attention was quickly attracted by the little Pokemon around him. These children had been seen in the breeding house before, and he didn't expect to see them again. This world? No, this is already another world. It should be said that this universe is much larger than we imagined. Vista put his hand on his waist, but it was empty. He remembered that his father asked all of them to put their weapons on the ship. Daddy trusts the magic breeding house very much, and will not attack them, nor will he let the Navy attack them on the breeding house's territory. Vista is very excited. Sachi is a big-hearted person. After being slightly surprised, he was nothing but excited. Instead, he reached out and put his arm around Vista's shoulders. Ah, I really want to see the level of those swordsmen in other worlds. Vista nodded and smiled. At the same time, I also want to see what level I can perform now. When Vista said this, everyone was silent. They are all well-known top powerhouses on the sea, and naturally they can also perceive what level they are at now. At most, it is the level of getting a bounty of tens of millions in the 4 seas. The one who said this was Azang. He used double guns as weapons, and his strength did not require as high physical fitness as other captains. I'm probably only worth a few million. Blenheim clenched his fists and looked at the fishman next to him. How about Muir? You should be better than the average person. No, it's also about a few million, but if there is a lot of water around, it should be worth tens of millions. Muir shook his head, but looked at Thelocatian. There should be a sea or a huge lake ahead, and the wind there is very wet. Don't stand there, silly sons. Let's go and see the background of the magical breeding house. After Newgate came to his senses, he took a step forward, walked in front and led his sons forward. As for whether these sons would have the idea of rebellion at this time, Newgate never considered it. He even believed in outsiders like Doc, so how could he not believe in his sons? But soon Newgate met someone blocking his way. Just. Little Snorlax opened his mouth wide, pointed at his throat, and then rubbed his stomach. It was as if he would not give way if he was not given food. Hey, little Snorlax, stop making trouble, the leader will come and beat you up later. The inspection member leading the way walked up and pulled little Snorlax, but he couldn't pull him. Ha ha ha, so interesting. Here, I'll give you the new Pokemon food I researched. Happiny likes it very much. Sachi came out from behind, took out a cookie from his arms and handed it to little Snorlax. Little Snorlax took it and threw it into his mouth. He chewed it for a few times, and his eyes lit up immediately. He and Happiny have the same attributes, both of which are general, so the food that Happiny likes, little Snorlax is also likely to like it. If he doesn't like it, it's because of the big difference in personal taste. Just. Little Snorlax hugged Thatch's thigh all of a sudden, with the tendency to rely on him. Hey, what are you doing, are you cheating? Thatch shook his legs, but he couldn't shake them. After his strength was suppressed, his strength could no longer withstand the weight and strength of little Snorlax. At this time, Thatch also experienced firsthand how powerful Pokemon is for people with weak strength. You have to know that this little Snorlax is only a little over a month old. He has basically not received any training, and he is just a lazy guy who eats and sleeps all day. Well, this guest, according to our leader, little Snorlax may have taken a fancy to you. The guide next to him explained. Hey? I don't want to get married. Baka. Newgate couldn't help it, and slapped Thatch on the back of his neck. If his strength hadn't been suppressed, Thatch would have fallen directly to the ground after this. This is obviously to make you his trainer, idiot. Marco also glanced at Thatch in silence. He really didn't know what advantages this idiot had to get the active favor of a Pokémon. Is that so? Do you want to go with me? Thatch was happy to hear this. It's not bad to have a little foodie Pokémon around him, who can help him try out various foods to see if they are delicious. After all, there is a big gap between the taste of humans and Pokémon. Just. Little Snorlax nodded without hesitation. Okay, let's go. Thatch didn't waste any words, pulling little Snorlax forward, leaving the other white group members speechless. Then came Mihawk. They walked forward in silence all the way to the competition venue. Then the first batch of Pokémon trainers in this world arrived. Do you feel it? When Sengoku just entered this world, he didn't pay attention to the things in this world at the first time, but looked at Garp and Zephyr beside him. Just like in the breeding house, it will suppress a person's strength to the range of ordinary people. Zephyr also noticed this, and at the same time observed the surrounding environment with his eyes. It was all in sight. Gah! At this time, Garp suddenly made a loud noise like a duck, and everyone turned their heads to see Garp's mouth open and a long stream of snot flowing out of his nose. What are you doing? Warring States can't stand this guy anymore, wondering what Garp is up to. This place is so wonderful. If I can lie here in the sun, eat senbei, and watch Luffy and the others play in my free time, such a holiday life is simply too perfect. Garp shook his head, his saliva was about to flow down, he had already begun to enjoy the wonderful life in the future, Warring States. I want to resign. I will live here in the future. Asshole. Stop saying those stupid things. This is the territory of the breeding house, how can I let you stay here all the time? Warring States clenched his fists, and almost couldn't help but punch Garp. But it must be said that he may not be able to beat Garp now. Mr. Garp's idea is really good. I will also consider it when I retire. I will try to buy a permanent residence right here from Manager Dark. With his style of doing things, it should not be difficult to buy such rights as long as there are enough Baileys. Kuzan deeply agrees with Garp's idea. If everyone in the pirate world came to this place, and the gap in strength was not so big, then the world would definitely become much more peaceful. Such a world is so beautiful that he dared not even imagine it. If that magical breeding house wants to take this opportunity to kill us, we don't have the strength now. Sakazuki looked at the guide standing nearby and the Pokémon on the ground with some vigilance. Now, he might not even be able to beat those harmless little Pokémon on the ground. How could he be at ease? I don't think we need to worry so much. The forces that can create such a place should not have any intentions against our navy. Polosalino saw it more clearly than Sakazuki. As the most stable of the three admirals, if there was anything wrong, he would have run away at the first time. How could he still walk around on the grass now? That's right. So far, everything the breeding house has done is inseparable from money and Pokémon. They don't have to kill us, and Dark's attitude is obviously more inclined to justice. He agreed with Borsalino's opinion. This time, the Navy Doves and the Neutrals thought alike. The strength of Pokémon has not been weakened. If we want to gain the ability to protect ourselves in this world, we can only rely on our Pokémon partners. Obviously, this is a world created by the breeding house specifically for Pokémon. They seem to want to make Pokémon have a higher status in the hearts of trainers in this way. What they said about creating a Pokémon era is really not a joke. The flying squirrel stroked his beard and expressed his opinion while looking at the Pokémon behind the main force. Because the strength of the Navy suddenly decreased, some Navy couldn't hold back their energetic Pokémon. For example, the toros couldn't help but run wildly when he saw the grassland. His trainer hung on Toro's back but still couldn't hold him back. In the end, it was with the help of other Navy and Pokemon that baby toros calmed down. I can't imagine what this world will be like in the future, but judging from the current situation. Zhang Guo looked down at the grass under his feet and tiptoed gently. Ah, I understand what you mean. When people's strength is about the same, they will have many concerns in their hearts and no longer dare to act recklessly. Even a guy like Sakazuki would not attack directly if he met a pirate in this world. Zephyr stood beside Sengoku and murmured. Only Crane and Garp beside him could hear what they said. Then the world would become much more peaceful. If those bad guys didn't have the helping hand of Pokemon, they wouldn't be able to do anything big. And people like Dark would basically not hand over Pokemon to a group of unscrupulous bad guys. His mind became active. As old friends who have known each other for so many years, how could she not understand what Sengoku and Zephyr meant? Even Garp, who usually looked dull, was silent at this time, with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 110 All members enter. When the Navy team walked to the battle competition venue, everyone stood still. They looked at the magnificent venue in front of them that was in the shape of a three-pointed star, and then looked at the buildings that were blooming with rainbow light on the lake not far away. Zhang Guo was not calm anymore. He pulled over a receptionist next to him and asked in a low voice. How much did this cost? We don't know either. The leader didn't tell us, but I think it must be at least 1 billion Baileys. The inspector showed a somewhat bewildered expression, but soon became proud again. 1 billion berries, he dared not even think about it, Warring States curled his lips. As the current head of the Navy, how could he not know what the value of 1 billion berries was? Not to mention the colorful porcelain buildings, just the kilometer-long arch bridge not far away may take 1 billion berries to build. What is that place? Can we go in and take a look? Warring States knew that he could not get anything out of these people, so he asked. There is still more than an hour before the opening of the exhibition match at 11 o'clock, and they have enough time to go and take a look at what is going on inside. Sorry, this is not possible. The inspector decisively refused. The leader and Brother Zanbei had already emphasized that it was the base camp of their Pokemon League, and non-Pokemon League personnel were prohibited from entering. Forget it, let's go. Zhang Guo nodded and had to continue to move towards the competition venue. No one else felt anything, but Sakazuki seemed a little unhappy. Who dared to stop the Navy from doing things? But when he thought that the magic breeding house was not a pirate villain or something like that, and that their Navy was not qualified to conduct a compulsory investigation, he calmed down. Besides, with his current strength, he would have to spend some effort to beat the minion in front of him. When Zhang Guo walked into the audience seats under the guidance of the service staff, he was stunned. Because he saw a group of familiar faces. Whitebeard. Sakazuki shouted first, raised his hand and punched in the air. A bright red light flashed on his fist. He remembered that this was the territory of the breeding house, and no one here should think of being violent, and everyone must follow the rules. What is that magma kid doing? Is that a new way of greeting on the sea? New gate. And others were far away from the Navy. Although the Navy had more people, the Whitebeard pirates were not afraid of them at all, because they knew very well that the breeding house would punish those who made trouble. It was like someone was invited by the Whitebeard pirates to visit their territory, so they had the obligation to ensure the safety of the guests. It doesn't look like it, so why don't Marco and Jaws give him a response? Izzo had good eyesight and could see the hostility on Sakazuki's face. Okay. Marco raised his chin, raised one hand, and used all his strength to activate the ability of Phoenix Berry. Then a purple light flashed on his fingers. Marco's face twitched when he saw this scene. I'll forget it. Jaws glanced at Marco's fingers and shook his head. At most, he could shine a white light, which was not visible in broad daylight, and it would be even more embarrassing. On the other side. Assholes! They dared to taunt us. Just go and crush them. Even if our strength is suppressed, we have more people on our side. It's just right. Take this opportunity to keep Whitebeard here completely. Sakaski's face turned black. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? Calm down, Sakaski. This is not the sea. Pay attention to the sky. At this time, Zhangguo spoke. Sakaski first glanced at Zhangguo, and he found that cold sweat appeared on Zhangguo's forehead. He looked at the others again and found that Garp, Kuzan, and others were staring at the sky in a daze. He also subconsciously looked up. The blue sky was covered by thousands of white clouds, and it seemed that there was nothing. However, before a second had passed, a huge shadow at least hundreds of meters long emerged in the white clouds. They couldn't see the true face of that thing, but everyone knew at least one thing, that is, they would die if they took action. Is that a Pokemon? It should be. Remember what Dark said, this world was created by a Pokemon. What kind of Pokemon is so huge? Even Sceptile and Darkrai have such strength. How strong is this one? The size of a Pokemon has nothing to do with its strength. Don't forget that a newly born Onyx baby is that big, but it is very afraid of Meryl baby. Even so, the size of this Pokemon in the sky must be extraordinary. The Navy was not panicking because they knew they would not be attacked. They were just a little shocked to see such a huge Pokemon, and they started to talk about it below. Let's go over there. Zeph quickly came to his senses and pointed to the direction opposite the Whitebeard pirates. So the Navy team went over there. When they sat down, they suddenly found that there was another person in the audience who did not belong to either of the two forces. Hawkeye. Tsuru took a look and retracted his gaze. It was no secret that Mihawk had traded with the Wonder Breeding House, so they were not surprised at all by this person's arrival. This venue is really big. Barusalino sat on his seat and crossed his legs, looking at the battlefield below and the white group and others who had almost turned into small black dots in the distance. On such a battlefield, it was more than enough to accommodate an army of 2,000 people, but it was actually used to let a few Pokemon fight? On this point, Dark could only say that the Navy would understand it in the future. Pokemon battles have never been simple 1v1. Double matches and team battles are all items in the battle, but they are not shown in the animation. Even the effects cannot be shown are earthquake, blizzard, sand attack, rain, sunny day, grassy terrain, and other skills and characteristics with a wide range. The people on the Navy side discussed with each other what they had seen and talked about along the way, and even Sengoku, Crane and others were whispering and plotting something, so time became not so long. At nearly 10 o'clock, 5 mysterious guys in cloaks walked into the audience and sat opposite Mihawk. Now, the audience was divided into 4 areas. Navy, White Group, Grey Army, 7 Warlords of the Sea. With the arrival of 10 o'clock, everyone in the field turned their eyes to the entrance. Next, a large number of prospective trainers should enter the audience. They want to see how many people have bought Pokemon in the Seven Waters City. White Group and Mihawk may just watch the fun. But the Navy and the Grey Army really care about this. Outside the competition venue, everyone who enters the Pokemon Island has only one reaction to choose between being stunned and shouting. Doflamingo and Morgans are mixed in and walk together. As the two kings of the underground world, they are at least a little familiar with each other. It's really too exaggerated. Doflamingo looked at everything in front of him and suddenly became excited. In fact, he was not interested in the invitation from Pokemon Island. Their Don Quixote family was busy planning the Sky Gold recently, so they had no mood to watch the show. However, he gave the crescent feather to Senio yesterday. When he came to Senio's room in the middle of the night, he saw his tough family member crying in his sleep, mumbling words like "I'm sorry and I shouldn't have lied to you," holding the gradually dimming feather in his hand. From then on, Doflamingo knew that he had to take Swexia Berry and 100 million Baileys with him. The Magic Cultivation House is definitely not an ordinary powerful force. It is definitely a transcendent organization that has exceeded the normal range. They control other powers besides the Devil Berry. He must know more about the Magic Cultivation House. And at this moment, Doflamingo finally understood what the Magic Cultivation House was. Isn't this a celestial dragon from another world? No, this is more than those powerless idiots. The power of controlling the whole world, how to develop the world depends on one's own mind, and playing with everyone in the world. Doflamingo envied Dark so much. He also wanted such power and status. He also wanted to. Standing above the sky. Morgans no longer had time to care about Doflamingo's reaction. He carried 3 cameras with him, just afraid that he would not be able to take enough photos on the way today. At this time, his fingers were almost flying with the shutter. When he saw the competition venue and the Alliance base, he even cried out. At about 10:30, Doflamingo and Morgans entered the audience. They sat near Mihawk, but still a distance away. As for the other ordinary audiences, they sat very scattered, basically gathered in the 2 areas of the Navy and the Grey Army. On the Whitebeard Pirates side, basically no one dared to sit over there. Because they are all ordinary people, they can't feel the changes in their bodies. It can be said that the suppression effect of this world has no effect on them. Their own strength is lower than the level after the suppression of Newgate and others. At 11 o'clock, it seems that there are already many people in the audience. The whole competition venue is very lively, and there are people discussing everywhere. They are so excited that they can't stop the urge to share their experiences with others. It can be imagined that when this group of people leave Pokemon Island today, they will spread the things about Pokemon Island to the whole sea. The Magic Breeding House will rush to the peak of public opinion again. At that time, there will definitely be more people coming to the breeding house to buy Pokemon eggs, and even thinking about how to enter Pokemon Island to take a look. Some of the richer people in the audience have begun to speculate how much money it will cost to buy permanent residence rights in Pokemon Island from the breeding house. Le Desen and fellow villagers. Welcome to our Pokemon Island. While everyone was still discussing, pictures and sounds began to appear on the big screen in the center of the competition venue. But almost no one paid attention to the screen. Because everyone's eyes were on the man floating in the center of the venue. The man with green hair holding a microphone. I am the manager of the Magic Breeding House, Dake. Nice to meet you all. Dake used psychic to float himself in the air, and bowed to the people around him. I know everyone has a lot of doubts in their hearts at the moment, but please don't be anxious. Next, I will explain it to you before the exhibition match begins. It's about the story of another world. Chapter 111 Pokemon League, established. In another universe, there is a world with an environment similar to this one. That world was created by a Pokemon named Arceus. He not only created a world that can breed living creatures, but also created countless Pokemon. And that world is a world where humans and Pokemon live in peace and help each other. Hands toned to survive. Pokemon is involved in almost every aspect of human life, such as using electric Pokemon to help run a power plant, using fire Pokemon to build a heating system, and using flying Pokemon to transport goods. And Pokemon has also begun to have a more exciting and rich life because of the existence of humans. From the original primitive life and the struggle with other natural enemies, they gradually began to change and try other lifestyles with their trainers. Pokemon battles, coordination competitions, Pokemon movies, Pokemon beauty, Pokemon aromatherapy, and other various activities that humans and Pokemon cooperate with each other have also emerged from this. Pokemon has given people a stable and safe living environment, and humans have also gained a more convenient life because of Pokemon and have even fought against natural disasters many times. In such a world, everything is peaceful like a dream, and the number of people who die in the world may be less than 10,000 per year. And the reason and dream for me to appear in this world and stand in front of you is to create a new era with the theme of peace and coexistence. You may not believe it, Booty will definitely do it. Peace will come to the sea one day. All those who kill innocent people and commit heinous crimes must die. This is the first time that Dark publicly expressed his attitude in front of so many people. At the same time, this also represents the attitude of the magic breeding house. And what he said before also brought new ideas to people like Sengoku, making them understand that Pokemon can not only help in combat, but also in other aspects of life. As for most other ordinary people, they were shocked. The first feeling in most people's hearts was disbelief. There are so many pirates in this world, and there are also people like celestial dragons. How can peace come? Even the Navy can't do it. But most of them don't know that the Navy relies on the world government to exist. Without the funds of the world government, the Navy can't be built at all. The so-called justice of the Navy is first to maintain the justice of the world government and the celestial dragons, and then to maintain its own justice. There is no real official or decent in this world. It's nothing more than different positions, and they are just organizations of different forces. Ordinary people will subconsciously support the Navy because, at least compared to pirates and other bad guys, the Navy is already very good. But after disbelief, many people began to doubt. Why do they question themselves? Can the world government create an entire world no matter how strong it is? If not, what can it use to fight against the magic breeding house? Many civilians actually can't react. Because they may have never left the Seven Waters City in their entire lives, living on this small island, and being exposed to the greatness of the world government and the celestial dragons from childhood to adulthood, which has made them unable to have any thoughts of resistance. Who in this world dares to actively resist the rule of the celestial dragons and the world government? First, guys like Zoro and Luffy who have never heard of the celestial dragons, they don't care what the celestial dragons are. Second, people like Sabo and Dragon who have personally experienced the disgusting aristocratic circle and witnessed the oppression of civilians by the nobles and awakened. Third, people like Tizero, Big Bear, and Tiger who have directly suffered oppression and cruel treatment from the celestial dragons. Such people are either chasing follow your own dreams and live according to your own wishes, or basically join the Graves army and follow the leadership of Dragon to resist. What Dark has to do now is to mobilize the largest and most potential force in the world that no one has touched. That is ordinary people. The Graves army has actually been trying to call on ordinary people around the world to take up arms and rise up in resistance. These people have realized the truth that water can carry a boat but can also overturn it. But the efficiency is too low. Now, Dark has put the power of Pokemon in front of everyone, and also pointed out a goal and direction for everyone. It depends on how many people will be stimulated to start pursuing such a world. This number may not be very large, but it will definitely not be small. All those who have been oppressed by nobles, bullied by pirates, and whose families have been destroyed by war, and who have seen how cruel this era is. These people will definitely yearn for a peaceful era. Some people will definitely realize that this is a pie in the sky, and Dark also knows that he is just painting a pie in the sky for this group of people. But how did the Akatsuki organization in the neighboring Naruto world come into being? It was not the Akatsuki led by Nagato, but the Akatsuki led by Yahiko. They had nothing, but they relied on their passion and distant blueprints to build an organization that even the demigods of the ninja world could not ignore in a small country sandwiched between the big ninja villages in the war era. Because they have clearly felt the pain. That's why they want to destroy the pain. Lord Dark. Excuse me, can I join? One of the onlookers stood up suddenly, holding a Pokemon egg in one hand and raising the other hand to signal Dark to look over. This is a smart man. Dark can feel the other person's emotions. This person has no disgust or hatred for the world government and the celestial dragons, and he only slightly expects the peaceful future that Dark said. This should be a person who usually lives in a safe environment. But this person is very perceptive, because he realizes that the current magical breeding house is an icebreaker that opens the new era. He wants to take this giant ship to the new era first and get more benefits on the new ocean, Of course, no problem. Doc agreed on the spot. Doc doesn't care what these people come for, as long as everyone's common goal is to create the Pokemon era. It's better to say that if you can't give them benefits, why should they help you? From now on, the Pokemon Alliance initiated by me is established. The purpose of the Alliance is only one, that is, to bring peace. Doc raised one hand, and a logo suddenly appeared on the 4 screens at the competition venue. It was a sphere, the upper half was black and the lower half was white. Half white. It is actually a Pokemon Ball logo. However, this Pokemon Ball is not the ordinary Pokemon Ball in the Pokemon world, but the first generation Pokemon Ball that Dark will release in this world in the future, the kind that cannot be forcibly locked. As for the red and white ball, Dark did not intend to release that kind of Pokemon Ball. While everyone was staring at the logo on the screen, Giratina, who had been hovering in the sky, also flew down at this moment. Roar! The deafening sound rang out, waking up everyone in the venue, covering their ears and looking up at the sky. The silver-gray Pokemon, which was more than 200 meters long, fell from the sky, casting a large area of shadows. This was the first time that Giratina appeared in front of everyone, bringing an unparalleled shock to the world. Some people even had difficulty breathing after seeing Giratina. Giratina used her huge and slender body to surround Dark floating in the air. At first glance, Dark looked like a king standing in a silver-white whirlwind. The sound of swallowing saliva continued to sound everywhere in the venue. Dark knew that at this point, not many people would doubt what he had just said. But it was not enough. Dark knew that he was still missing the most crucial thing. That was the display of strength. To let everyone recognize the power of the Pokemon League, to let them know that the Pokemon League is the strongest, so that more people will put down their concerns and boldly join the Pokemon League. I welcome all those who are willing to join the Pokemon League, but before joining the Pokemon League, a simple test is required to test whether they are Pokemon League members. Excuse me, who is not suitable? Spies planted by other forces or bad guys who have done some bad things. When Dark finished speaking, he deliberately set his sights on the Navy, the Greco-Roman Army and Doflamingo. This group of people with many tricks will definitely think of getting 2 people to go undercover in the Alliance, and then use Helping Hand's own organization to get information. Let me be frank. If you are sent by another force and are found by our Alliance, you and the organization behind you can disappear from this world directly. If you are not, then feel free to come and join the Pokemon Alliance. You will enjoy the treatment that only members of our Alliance have. Killing the person alone will not work. Since these people have sent them out, they will not care much about their lives. The force itself must be brought along to make them dare not even show their heads. Dark knew that he couldn't just give a big stick without giving sweet dates, so he also made some additions. All Alliance members, including their families, have the right to live permanently on Pokemon Island. You never need to worry about your family being in danger. I will build a residential area here so that people here can live a peaceful life. Not only that, members of our Alliance will also have priority in the opportunity to communicate with Pokemon. If you can get the recognition of Pokemon, then you can become a trainer. Dark released 2 big benefits in a row. Especially the first one, which made countless people flock to it and start to have beautiful fantasies. A world without pirates, no nobles, no celestial dragons, and cute Pokemon is simply too beautiful. Oh! The whole audience was boiling. Chapter 112 The exhibition match begins. World conscription. All the forces and organizations that have come from the last era to the present know what Dark is doing at this moment. Because the Navy basically conducts a world conscription every 10 years. In the last era, the 3 admirals and many veteran vice-admirals of the Navy were born. In the Great Pirate era after Roger, a group of young Navy officers such as Smoker and Hina were born. The worst generation 10 years later will recruit Issei and Aramaki. Now, the Miracle Breeding House, or the Pokemon League, is doing the same thing. Roar, roar, are they breaking up with the world government? Morgans took a camera and took pictures of all this, showing an excited expression. He could foresee that from now on, there would be no shortage of hot news on the sea. He had determined that as long as he caught the news related to Pokemon, more people would buy their newspapers. Similarly, he was looking forward to the reaction of the world government. Although the world government did not make it public, everyone knew that they would not allow forces other than theirs to conduct large-scale conscription. You can accumulate your own armed forces for self-protection, but you cannot exceed this limit, otherwise you will issue a bounty warning. If nothing unexpected happens, Dark will definitely be rewarded after this incident spreads. And the reward is definitely not low. Doflamingo sat aside and couldn't hold back his laughter when he heard Morgan's words. If there weren't so many people here, he would have laughed like Uchiha Yagami. He liked to watch this kind of dog drama the most. Let me see, what should you choose for the navy? Doflamingo muttered, glancing at the side where the navy sat. But to his surprise, he did not see any expression related to the word panic from Sengoku and others. Doflamingo suddenly performed a Sichuan opera face changing. Expected it. Doflamingo frowned instantly. Having been chased by Crane for so many years, he still knows this Navy Chief of Staff relatively well. Judging from the attitude shown by the other party now, the Navy obviously has its own solution. It's not only Doflamingo who is watching the excitement. The Whitebeard pirates sitting opposite the Navy are also watching the excitement, and even gave warm applause and cheers to Dark's speech. They don't have so many thoughts, they are just watching the fun. No one gathered on the side of the Revolutionary Army. Both Big Bear and Karaz are not talkative. One is just soft-hearted and likes to let others speak, the other is too quiet, and he didn't bring a metal beak today. But the other three are different. Hee-haw! So blatant. Shouldn't they lie dormant for a few years before jumping out? Ivankov's big face was full of shock, and he didn't understand Dark's behavior. It should be because we have enough confidence in our own strength. If we have the same powerful power as that Pokemon, then we don't need to hide in the dark anymore. Betty, the ability user of Encourage Berry, obviously has a better understanding of her own. She knows the nature hidden in the hearts of humans very well. Once humans find that their power is strong enough, they will become confident and flamboyant at a very fast speed. Encourage Berry uses this point to stimulate the power hidden in the human body, and then let the civilians muster the courage to have the belief of resisting rule. The Navy, perhaps, can take this opportunity to completely break away from the control of the world government. As a leader, Dragon also has a different opinion. Before establishing the Grey Army, he was once a member of the Navy and had seen everything about the Navy with his father Garp. He knew very well what restricted the Navy from exercising its power of justice. Because he knew this, he left the Navy and decided to establish an organization that was not constrained by the world government to save the people himself. Not only him, but many people in the Navy could see it clearly. The most representative figure is Borsellino, a neutral person who pretends to be with the world government all day long, and Borsellino is looking for a way out of Vegapunk. Another figure is Zephyr, who gave up continuing to serve as an admiral and chose to become an instructor. He still has great trust in the Navy, after all, he has dedicated most of his life here. This situation will continue until Zephyr's arm is cut off, the students on the ship are killed to only 2, and the world government recruits his enemy as the 7 warlords of the sea. Zephyr will completely give up on the Navy, start to set up his own business, and perform justice on his own. Zepha's move was a desperate move, as he planned to take the entire New World with him. The point was not to destroy the pirates in the New World, but to destroy the source of the pirates, the One Piece deep in the New World. Even 10 years later, Sakazuki, who had become the head of the Navy, and Yushin, who had just joined the Navy, could see it clearly. Destroying the Shishibukai system supported by the world government was one of their moves to gain autonomy, but it was impossible. Because they had no money. What do you mean? Get out of the control of the world government? Long, I don't remember you telling such a joke. Ivankov stared, he didn't dare to think about such a thing. If the Navy could get out of the control of the world government, then Long would not have needed to get out of the Navy to take care of himself. If the Navy really got out. Betty put down her long legs in red boots, and the cigarette in her red lips fell off. She thought about it according to Long's words. No need to follow the orders of the world government. Will the Navy really be able to execute their own justice at will? When the Navy fights pirates, the Green Army fights the world government, and there is a Pokemon alliance standing in the back to encourage the people and preside over the overall situation, and the three parties directly form an alliance. The arrival of the era of peace is not a foregone conclusion. For the first time, Betty felt that their Green cause was so close to success. Let's wait and see. This matter is not something that can be successful just by Sengoku's decision. It depends on whether the Pokemon Alliance is willing to invest in the Navy. Long shook his head, he knew that this matter was far from as easy as he thought. There are too many variables in it. As for whether the Pokemon Alliance can come up with this money to support the Navy, Long has never doubted it. With such a world's resources here, just enclose a piece of land and sell it on the sea, and tens of billions of Baileys will be easily received? What kind of thoughts are the various forces below? Doc is not in the mood to pay attention to. The most important thing for him and the Pokemon League now is there are only two things. One is the main task that has not been promoted for a long time. The second is to show the unparalleled force of the Pokemon League. Let's not talk too much, let's see a joint showdown between trainers and Pokemon. Dark raised his hand and waved, and Giratina disappeared bit by bit from the air. This is Giratina's exclusive skill, Shadow Force. You can quickly sneak into the different space to avoid damage or charge attacks. The scope of this different space is very large. In the world of Pokemon, it includes but is not limited to shadow space, reverse world, time and space gaps, etc. This scene caused another visual impact on all the audience present. The more than 200-meter-long silver-white dragon disappeared in the air in full view of everyone. This Pokemon has such an ability. Who can guarantee that this Pokemon will not suddenly appear at someone's pillow? I originally thought that Darkray's hidden ability that could not be detected by observation haki was terrifying enough, but who would have thought that there was an even more terrifying one here? However, there were also people who had misunderstandings. For example, the Ge Jun. According to what I know, Dark himself has a special ability. He should have become a special ability user and could not eat the second demon berry. Perhaps the Door berry was eaten by the Pokemon just now. Karaz expressed his judgment. He thought that Giratina's disappearance just now was due to the ability of the Door berry. How do you know that Dark's special ability is not from another world? And what the Pokemon just showed may not be the ability of the Door berry, but his own ability. Long shook his head. He felt that he could not judge so arbitrarily. We know too little about Pokemon and cannot judge everything we see. Everyone discussed the scene just now. At the two entrances of the competition, two pairs of combinations gradually floated out, making the whole audience gradually quiet down, and involuntarily moving their eyes to the field. Monet and Gardevoir in pure white princess dresses. Sugar and Misdreavus in dark purple gothic dresses. Gardevoir and Misdreavus were using their abilities to make their trainer partners float forward. This was Dark's special request, he thought it would bring greater shock to the audience. That's Gardevoir. My dream baby. So beautiful. Croagunk, we must become such a charming combination in the future. The audience in the audience kept whispering, but their eyes never left the two trainers and two Pokemon on the field. In 1 or 2 years, our Pokemon League also plans to hold a Pokemon Global Battle, and we will give out rewards that exceed 1 piece. And the trainer and Pokemon who win the final will also be awarded the world's unique title of champion. Enjoy the highest treatment that surpasses countless people. Without saying too much, let's invite the next two pairs to show us what a Pokemon battle is. Dark floated in the air, holding the microphone, and also introduced the trainer and Pokemon. Standing on my left-hand side are trainer Monet and her partner Gardevoir. And on my right-hand side are trainer Sucrose and her partner Misdreavus. Chapter 113 Main Quest completed. The rule is 1 vs 1. Both sides are not allowed to use any items during the battle until one side loses the ability to fight and the battle ends. Then, please ask the two trainers to enter the command platform. Dark played a guest referee. It is estimated that he will not have many opportunities to be a referee in the future. After all, starting today, the Pokemon League will no longer be so short of manpower as before. As Dark's voice fell, Monet and Sucrose entered a 4 square meter area according to the previous rehearsal. After both of them entered, the area gradually rose until it reached a height of 5 meters. Because the venue is too large, the trainer needs to stand higher to see it, and the trainer's voice will also be spread out from the microphone on the command platform so that the Pokemon can hear it. Then, the battle begins. Dark saw that both of them were ready, so he announced the start of the battle. Gardevoir, Misty Terrain, Double Team. The first to attack was not the energetic Sucrose, but the usually gentle sister Monet. Shauna. The gentle Gardevoir also showed a contrasting look. With a wave of his hands, a large amount of mist spread out and dyed the entire venue with a layer of mist. Following that, countless Gardevoir's shadows suddenly appeared in the mist. Misdreavus pursed her lips, feeling that things were getting a little troublesome. Under such environmental interference, she couldn't tell which Gardevoir was the real one. The people watching in the audience were also distracted by Gardevoir. Many people stood up because they were amazed by the ability of Gardevoir. Wow! So many Gardevoir! Is this heaven? Even the environment can be changed. So amazing! Many people looked at the Gardevoir on the field, and then looked at the eggs in their arms, looking forward to it. I don't know what kind of Pokemon will hatch. It's like eating the devil berry. I don't know if the observation Haki can distinguish the real body outside. Trouble, as expected, the strongest in Pokemon Island must be Pokemon. If we plan to stay here permanently in the future, we need to make our Pokemon stronger. We humans are too weak here. Not only ordinary people, even these sea masters have their own ideas. In fact, Double Team can be detected by observation Haki, but the strength of these people in Pokemon Island is suppressed, and the observation Haki cannot be released, so they can't judge this. Besides, although Double Team can be cracked by observation Haki, how many people in this world have observation Haki? Misdreavus, use Magical Leaf. Sugar is not a fool. She secretly studied the effects of Misdreavus's skills in the middle of the night. Magical Leaf has the effect of tracking the enemy and can hit all the clones on the field. Then we will know which Gardevoir is the real one. Misdreavus did not hesitate. The black and purple skirt fluttered in the wind. Countless green leaves floated out from behind and scattered on the field, destroying every Gardevoir. Mystical Fire. Monet was not going to play a turn-based game with Sucrose. While Misdreavus used Magical Leaf, she also let Gardevoir use the trick of Mystical Fire. It easily burned a flying leaf into ashes, and then the flame continued to shoot towards Misdreavus with undiminished momentum. The hot breath made the surrounding mist roll up. Phantom Force. Sugar's voice was so fast that Misdreavus had time to release the skill. The next second, it disappeared from the spot and disappeared from midair. This caused an uproar. That move, even Misdreavus can use it. It's not the power of Berry, which means that this is a skill that Pokemon can use itself. Karaz on the side of the Graveyard Army had the biggest reaction, because he thought it was the power of Berry before. But now he was really slapped in the face. Phantom Force is very similar to Giratina's Shadow Force, both of which escape into a different space to avoid the attack in the first round, and charge to launch an attack in the second round. In the game, the difference between the two moves is very small, mainly reflected in the difference in power. But in the real world, the Phantom Force and Shadow Force are completely incomparable. For example, the time for Miss Drevis to escape into the alien space is limited, and it will be forced out soon, but Giratina can stay as long as she wants, and she has not left the alien space until now. Now, Icy Wind. Sugar thought it was about time and gave the order again. Miss Drevis suddenly appeared from behind Gardevoir, and an icy attribute move quickly floated out from under the skirt. Gardevoir, use teleport. Monet seemed to have anticipated the plans of his sister and Miss Drevis, and directly made Gardevoir disappear from the original place and appear in another place. However, Gardevoir's reaction was a little worse than that of Miss Drevis, so he still suffered some damage from Icy Wind. This is the difference brought by the different growth environments. Miss Drevis, who has been vigilant since childhood, may not be as healthy as Gardevoir, but in terms of mentality and reaction speed, it is definitely not comparable to a greenhouse flower like Gardevoir. Gardevoir? Use Life Dew. Monet saw a small piece of ice on Gardevoir's back, and quickly asked her to use the Life Dew skill to restore herself. Sha-na. Gardevoir responded with a smile, told Monet that he was fine, and then used Life Dew calmly. Raising his hands upward, a little water splashed out and then it fell on Gardevoir, making Gardevoir feel much better. Is this the healing method of Pokémon? There is even this kind of healing skill. We must make good use of it. Yes, the healing effect of this skill is too strong, much more useful than those battlefield doctors. Can we let a group of Pokémon with healing skills and their trainers form a medical team, or insert them into various teams to be ready to respond to emergencies at any time? Not only that, ice, lightning, grass, fire and even some abilities we don't understand have appeared. It's hard to imagine what exaggerated tricks will appear. The Navy started to have various ideas at once and kept discussing it. But they were also paying attention to the battle on the field to see if there were any new skills. They now know too little about these Pokémon-related knowledge. Before this exhibition match, they had never thought that Pokémon could do so many things. Combat, medical treatment, and auxiliary development are all-round and even have their own different characteristics. Use Phantom Force again. Sugar saw that Gardevoir's condition was recovering, and she became a little anxious, so she let the Miss Drevis escape into the space again. With Gardevoir's reaction speed, it is difficult to completely avoid the attack of the Miss Drevis, unless Gardevoir has some special defensive skills. And it can't be a skill like guarding, which is ineffective against Phantom Force. Disarming Voice. Monet also noticed Gardevoir's weakness, so she changed her fighting style. She decided to let Gardevoir attack instead of defend, using this indiscriminate range attack to defend. As long as the Miss Drevis appears, it will be attacked, but the damage is not high. Stick to her, and use Dark Pulse. Ugh! This time, Miss Drevis did not appear from behind Gardevoir, but appeared directly in front of Gardevoir, condensing a black wave ball in front of him and shooting straight at Gardevoir's face. This move was more or less mixed with some personal grudges. Shauna. Gardevoir was still singing with her mouth open, but suddenly a big black ball was stuffed into her mouth. Who could bear this? Bang! As Dark Pulse exploded, Gardevoir rolled his eyes and lay back. After falling to the ground, Gardevoir turned into a CIRC lead. Gardevoir loses his ability to fight. The winner is Sucrose and Miss Drevis. Dark appeared quickly and announced the end of this game. Then, the command platforms of both sides gradually fell, and Monet quickly ran towards the fallen Gardevoir. Shauna. Gardevoir quickly came to her senses, looking at Monet's somewhat aggrieved look. It's okay, Gardevoir, we can win again next time. Monet reached out and stroked Gardevoir's hair, comforting her little sister softly. On the other side. Well done, Miss Drevis. You're so awesome. Sugar pounced on Miss Drevis, and then hugged Miss Drevis like a koala. Misdreavus pushed Sugar with some disdain, but the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Dark, who took all this in, nodded. After a battle side by side, the relationship between the two trainers and their Pokémon must have been greatly improved. Sugar and Misdreavus are obviously more talented in participating in the battle than Monet and Gardevoir. Well, this Pokémon battle is over. Please take a break for a quarter of an hour. Next, my three partners will show you what level Pokémon can reach. Dark said a few words and left. We need to give the audience some time to discuss the battle just now, so that they can face the next impact with a better attitude. At the same time, Dark is now paying more attention to his task panel. Main task, Cultivation Lesson 7 Battle, completed. Reward, First Generation Pokémon Ball Batch Manufacturing Machine. The manufacturing machine is directly placed in the manufacturing room. This machine will be given to Monet for research later. Dark is now more concerned about what the new main task is. Main task, Cultivation Lesson 8 Education. Content, as a breeder, you have a lot to do for Pokémon. You are not only their guardian, but also their teacher, teaching them knowledge and principles in all aspects. Please educate each Pokémon. Reward, Pokémon Global Terminal. Pokémon Global Terminal, you can connect to any world you are in. All the screens stationed in the world can be projected on the screens to play any activities and events held by the Magic Breeding House. At the same time, Pokédex can also obtain the network function within the scope of Pokémon Island. Chapter 114 The Performance of Destroying the World. Dark didn't have time to analyze the abstractness and rewards of the new task, as the highlight of this side was about to begin. After the battle of Giratina and others, Dark still had to announce things related to the Pokémon School. The new main task could obviously be completed faster by using the Pokémon School. The battle between Giratina, Darkrai, and Sceptile was completely a performance. The battle between Gardevoir and Misdreavus can be said to be a real battle, no different from a Pokémon battle. But Giratina and others are different. The combat power of the three Pokémon is too different, so it is impossible to achieve the effect of being evenly matched. The rules of the world of Pokémon Island are infinitely biased towards the native world of Pokémon. The only objects that Pokémon can compare with in this world are Pokémon. Unlike the pirate world, there are all kinds of messy creatures such as humans, sea kings, and fishmen, which require a general template to estimate the level. So Pokémon can use their real levels to indicate their strength in Pokémon Island without considering the levels of other creatures or races. Giratina is LV.95, Sceptile is LV.90, and Darkrai is LV.85. Only look at the panel level. The combat power seems to be Giratina Sceptile Darkrai. But the real combat power cannot be calculated in this way. If Giratina and Darkrai are replaced with other two non-legendary Pokémon, then the combat power can be estimated by only looking at the level, even if it is replaced with Mega Tyranitar or Mega Metagross. If Sceptile's level is high, then Sceptile is strong. But Giratina and Darkrai are not ordinary Pokémon. It can even be said that they are not Pokémon, they are gods created by Arceus. It is only because their appearance and abilities have many similarities with other Pokémon that humans define them as a kind of Pokémon. Therefore, it is impossible to calculate their specific combat power by applying the Pokémon level template to these legendary Pokémon. The main reason is that they each have their own duties and have exclusive skills and special abilities belonging to their own legendary race. If Darkrai does not use the power of nightmares or the dark void, then okay, the Pokémon template can be used on him. He is LV.85, which means he has only LV.85 combat power, and he just can't beat Sceptile. But without using these special abilities, how can we shock these people on the sea? We need to let them understand what is supernormal and use the power they have never imagined to let them know what is insurmountable. The most obvious example is Mihawk. Even though Sceptile is so strong, Mihawk will still want to chase him, challenge him, and regard him as a target, thinking that Sceptile can be defeated by him. This is the gap between God and Pokémon. But if Giratina and Darkrai are allowed to exert their full strength, then this is probably the situation. Giratina Darkrai equals Sceptile, and Giratina Darkrai plus Sceptile. No matter how they fight, this will not be a wonderful battle with equal strength, so it is said to be a exhibition match. Dark's idea is also very clear, that is, let Darkrai and Sceptile fight Giratina together. Now the outside world's perception of the top combat power of the breeding houses Darkrai and Sceptile. Everyone knows that they are strong, but they don't know how strong they are, because no one wants to try except guys like Mihawk. In this battle, everyone will know the strength of Darkrai and Sceptile. However, they will also find that Giratina is stronger and can fight two at a time. Even Darkrai and Sceptile are at the level of dominating the world, so who can be the opponent of the more powerful Giratina? At that time, everyone will understand why Dark made such a bold statement before the game. And the world government? What little Garamai? After the halftime break, Dark appeared above the battlefield again, attracting everyone's attention. Then let's start our second game. Please welcome my three companions, Darkrai, Sceptile, and Giratina. As the sound from the loudspeaker disappeared, the three Pokémon entered the venue in different ways. Sceptile jumped in from outside the competition venue. Yes, it was a jump across the dozens of meters high wall and hundreds of meters long. The audience from the outside of the competition venue suddenly jumped into the center of the battlefield, landing on the ground and causing a huge wind to blow the surrounding lawn. Darkrai seemed much more low-key, quietly emerging from a shadow somewhere on the field. Most people on the field didn't even notice Darkrai's appearance, and only discovered Darkrai after being reminded and discussed by people around them. Giratina was the most high-profile, and appeared just as she disappeared. A huge dragon head with flashing blue eyes suddenly emerged from midair, scaring many people, and many timid Pokémon on the Navy side were scared. Some Pokémon opened their mouths and cried, while some were directly scared out of stress. For example, the coughing baby, who had finally controlled his gas, suddenly relaxed and released a large amount of gas to spray around. Smoker couldn't use Barry's ability to control the gas now. Fortunately, the other Marines had anticipated this and sat far away from Smoker and coughing, so the gas quickly floated into the sky and would not harm anyone else. Compared to the more than 200-meter-long Giratina, Darkrai and Sceptile seemed too small. It should be said that everyone seemed too small in front of Giratina, even Newgate. And the size of Giratina is different from that of the Sea Kings. The Sea Kings are just big in size. But Giratina is not only big in size, but also big in momentum and strength. Facing the Sea Kings is completely different from facing Giratina. The game begins. This battle will be fought by Darkrai and Sceptile against Giratina. It will be over when it is over. The rules of this game obviously cannot be the same as the previous game, where one side loses its combat effectiveness. It is up to Dark to stop the game at the right time. After all, it was their own Pokémon, so Giratina and the others would still listen to Dark. Especially, the three Pokémon were not the kind of people who would get angry easily. Giratina looked fierce but was actually a good kid, Darkrai was a steady group, and Sceptile could also calmly control his emotions. The three Pokémon each made a few moves to deal with the situation. The battle begins. Roar! Giratina took the lead in attacking. She used a hyper beam. This dark purple beam of light was hundreds of meters thick and was launched instantly without any press wing. The moment Giratina's hyper beam spewed out of her mouth, most of the light between heaven and earth seemed to be absorbed. The people in the audience felt that the world suddenly dimmed, and only the dark purple beam of light remained in their eyes. Many people's eyes were even stimulated to secrete tears, but they still stared blankly at the scene on the field in front of them. Borsalino swallowed his saliva. Dark! Blizzard! Darkrai raised his hands and threw out a small ice blue tornado. When the small tornado landed on the ground, it instantly expanded and turned into a blizzard several thousand meters high. Countless hailstones mixed in it caused endless damage to the venue. If Darkrai had not anticipated all this in advance and had prepared moves such as Absorb, not to mention the venue of the competition, Hone within 10 kilometers would have been frozen. At this moment, the people in the audience could no longer see the scene in the venue. In front of them was only the endless snow flow whizzing past. The world suddenly changed from the gloom just now to the dead silence. Although they could not feel the damage and temperature from the blizzard, this scene just so close was enough to leave an indelible impression in their minds. Kuzan opened his mouth. Although Darkrai's move was full of momentum, it could not stop Giratina's hyper beam. It was now Sceptle's turn to attack. Or rather, Sceptle had been preparing to attack since Darkrai attacked, but he had just accumulated enough strength. Cha! Solar beam! The yellow bead on Sceptle's back burst into light that penetrated blizzard, causing the audience outside the stadium to subconsciously look towards the light. Then, a beam of extremely hot incandescent light shot towards the black-purple beam. The high temperature made blizzard sluggish, countless Osiris hail melted instantly, and a large amount of steam filled the entire stadium, making people sweat just by looking at it. Sakaski's pupils also trembled. Boom! With Darkrai using blizzard to reduce the power of hyper beam in advance, Sceptile's solar beam barely blocked this move. However, even so, a huge explosion still occurred, and the endless heat waves set off waves of translucent ripples on the void barrier. Before using their special abilities and exclusive skills, Sceptile's combat power was still able to carry the banner. The three Pokémon paused the battle at this time, and they knew the purpose of this battle. So now Darkrai is releasing Dark Void to absorb all the steam, so that people outside the venue can see clearly what has become of it now. At this moment, even Dark is very curious about what kind of damage these three guys can cause. As for the maintenance of the venue, this is a function of the venue itself, and he doesn't need to worry about it, otherwise just repairing the venue will be enough for him to spend a lot of money. After about 30 seconds, the scene in the venue gradually became clear. Wow! The uproar sounded from all over the audience, and everyone stared blankly at the sinkhole that appeared in front of them. The originally flat ground suddenly sunk several dozen meters deep. The surrounding ground turned black, obviously blown up by the aftermath of the explosion just now. Chapter 115 He Who Stands Above the Sky. Fortunately, there is this barrier. If we encounter these three guys fighting outside, we will probably have a hard time saving other people. With this kind of power, it is not difficult to destroy any organization. I really don't know how the three legendary weapons compare to these three Pokémon. The stronger the people outside, the more they know how terrible what they saw just now is, and the more they can understand the gap. On the contrary, for ordinary people, the moves released by those Pokémon and the moves released by these Sea Masters don't seem to be much different. Anyway, to them, they are all natural disaster moves of the level of destroying the world. The most troublesome thing is these tricks that can even change the climate. Although it seems to be a great skill to use in development, it is also easy to outlast a region. In the future, when more people get Pokémon, there will definitely be people who use the power of Pokémon to do atrocities on the sea. So, the Pokémon League will definitely create a new department to deal with such situations. Considering the previous ones, Zhang Guo already had an accurate guess in his mind. He used to work with Steel Bone Sora, but he was just a Navy admiral and couldn't see the situation of the Navy clearly, but now it's different. Every time he had to do those disgusting things according to the orders of the world government or the celestial dragons, he felt extremely unhappy in his heart. But he couldn't refuse. Because he refused the world government and the celestial dragons, there was no other force in the world that could allocate money to their navy. The money their navy needs is not a simple amount. A slightly more important project may cost billions of Baileys, which is really not something they can afford. The world government and the celestial dragons don't give money. Where do the navy get weapons? Where do they get the money to train soldiers? Where do they get the money to comfort the families of the members who died in the war? Their navy is short of manpower just to chase pirates everywhere and guard a small part of the island, but they can't make money without extra personnel. Based on what Sengoku has seen so far, he thinks the Pokemon League can afford the Navy, and can even set aside a piece of land on Pokemon Island as the Navy's base camp, and then use the means of teleporting everywhere to accurately dispatch troops and strike, saving consumption and losses on the road. Also, although the style of the Pokemon League leader, Dark, is not so good that it can be crowned with the word justice, at least he is not a bad guy, and he should not let their navy do something that hurts the world like the world government and the celestial dragons. Therefore, Sengoku and some other high-ranking naval officials have a new idea in their minds. Why not just jump to the Pokemon League directly? It just corresponds to Long's guess. That is, Dark doesn't know, otherwise he would spit on Sengoku's face. Where does he get the money to support such a large navy? The development plan of Pokemon Island in the next 5 years alone will cost at least several hundred W Pokemon coins. And he still wants to use the money to support the navy? The Pokemon League is ultimately just a commercial alliance. Their only way of making money is to earn Baileys by selling Pokemon-related services, not by lying down and collecting protection fees like the world government and the celestial dragons. If the Pokemon League collects protection fees, it can only collect protection fees from Pokemon Island. Because Pokemon Island is the territory of their Pokemon League, it can be said that their league is the only official in the true sense of Pokemon Island. It can only be said that the idea of the Warring States period is possible, but it is definitely not something that the Pokemon League of this period can afford. Of course, the exhibition match of 3 Pokemon cannot be finished with just one move, and their exclusive skills have not yet been demonstrated. Normally, a normal Pokemon would become stiff for a period of time after releasing a Hyper Beam, but Giratina obviously did not enter this state, or in other words, it was frozen at an extremely fast speed. Then he broke away and could continue to move freely. However, he did not take the initiative this time, but prepared to give Darkrai and Sceptile a chance to show off. Darkrai nodded secretly and spread his hands to both sides. Endless darkness instantly swept the entire battlefield with him as the center. Well, now the audience can't see anything clearly again. They don't need to see it, just use their imagination. It's this move. The one that made me fall into a coma directly. The move that killed Marco in seconds. I can't see anything at all, it's pitch black. Hey, Teach, why are you so excited? Do you know this ability? Ah? No, I don't know much about it. The Whitebeard pirates were a little excited when they saw this familiar move. After all, Marco was instantly swallowed by this move in full view of everyone. People who have not personally experienced this move will not understand it. It is a feeling of powerlessness that you don't know how you were hit. 1 second, his Phoenix Berry was blooming, and the next second, he was lying on the deck and sleeping soundly. It was even more terrifying than Sea Stone. Sea Stone at least allows a person with ability to move a little, but it is just a little weak, but this dark void will directly put people into a deep sleep, and they may have been killed when they wake up. When the darkness faded, Giratina was lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. On the other side, Sceptile had already charged the Sunlight Blade, and the blades on his arms burst into dazzling light, slashing towards Giratina at a speed that no one could see. The reason why everyone could judge that Sceptile had launched an attack was because the light was too strong, so even if everyone's vision could not keep up, they could still receive the stimulation of the light source in their peripheral vision. Just when everyone thought the battle was about to end, Giratina suddenly opened her dark blue eyes, turned over and disappeared on the battlefield, making Sceptile's moves empty. Shadow Force. You can dodge this. Doflamingo put his hands on his thighs, and veins popped out on the back of his hands. Although he is very weak now, his vision and experience are still there. It can be said that Sceptile's speed just now is definitely the first extreme speed in the sea. Even Barry's Borsalino can't match that speed. However, such an attack was still dodged by Giratina. The ability to disappear in an instant is really too much. With such a skill, who can still hit this Pokemon? It was only a moment before Giratina appeared again. He appeared in the sky and released a Draco meteor. It was like the ultimate version of the meteor volcano, with countless huge meteorites falling from the sky. Any one pulled out can destroy at least 1/3 of Marineford, and there are hundreds of them in the sky. Chamo. Septal stood confidently in place, with a little fighting spirit in his eyes and a grin on his lips. This level of attack is indeed terrifying, comparable to the tsunami released by the fathead fish, but it's okay. Because the real problem is that Giratina appears behind them and releases this dragon-type trick close to their faces, so he may not be able to block it. But in this situation, Giratina obviously wants their two brothers to show themselves again. Septal is not in a hurry. With agility, he suddenly jumped into the sky and turned into a green stream of light. All the meteorites were chopped into pieces wherever he passed. And Darkrai opened the huge dark void again below. All the meteorite fragments were absorbed into the endless darkness without causing any damage to the venue. Seeing that Darkrai and Septal had solved Draco Meteor, Giratina slowly used the skill again. Giga Impact. Giratina glided down from the sky, rubbing against the air to create endless flames constrict around her body. From a distance, it looked like a 200-meter-long fire dragon falling from the sky. He used the General-type ultimate move to look like the Dragon-type ultimate move Dragon Rush. Dog. Chamo. Darkrai and Septal looked at each other, neither of them intended to fight Giratina Hedon. Darkrai escaped into the shadows on the ground and hid in the shadow space. Unless Giratina went into the shadow space to chase him, Giga Impact would not hit him. And Septal used the skill of guarding. A translucent grey-the-red circle flashed over Septal's body and then disappeared. Boom! The silver-grey Karen dragon fell to the ground, raising endless dust in all directions. The battlefield in the middle sank hundreds of meters directly, and even if the audience stood up, they could not see the bottom of the abyss. It's not good to fight any further, so this battle will end here. Doc appeared above the abyss pit at this time, waved his hand and turned on the automatic repair function of the battle venue. Soon, under the surprised eyes of the audience, the abyss pit gradually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is simply the means of the creator. Dead silence. The atmosphere in the audience at this moment can only be described by this word. The people who were originally very passionate sat in their seats after watching the entire exhibition match. Their brains are subconsciously emptying, because it's terrifying to think about it. This is a self-protection method of the brain. Their brains have received too many shocks today, and they are no longer allowed to think about more things. Everyone just sat in their seats in a daze, even the Pokemon babies of the Navy also stood by their trainers in a daze. At this moment, they could only follow the voice and subconsciously look towards the figure. Look at He Who Stood in the Sky. Chapter 116 Pokemon School. After this battle, everyone must have understood the potential and future of Pokemon. But I can tell you clearly that they are much stronger than what you saw today. It's just that the venue is too small so they can't give full play to their full strength. As long as you are sincere to Pokemon, you will get the same response. How strong Pokemon can become is not his own business, but the company's business. Pokemon is said to be a creature with no upper limit. If they encounter a bottleneck one day, there is no doubt that it is because your feelings are not deep enough. Please have expectations for your partners. This will always be the truth that our Pokemon League vows to pass on. The highest level of brainwashing is to brainwash your own brain, to believe in such a concept more than anyone else, so that others will believe it. No. This is not brainwashing, and the fact is indeed such a truth. But such words must be repeated infinitely, and similar words must be repeated after every activity or competition. The core of the Pokemon League is Pokemon. The more these people value Pokemon, the higher and more stable the status of the Pokemon League will be, and the more people will support it. Therefore, such psychological suggestive words that will make people pay more attention to Pokemon must be said frequently. And this cannot be said by other people, such as if a passerby said it, others would definitely think he was farting. But it is different for Dark, because so far Dark is still the most authoritative figure in this field, and the strongest Pokemon is his partner, so no one will know Pokemon better than him. There is another thing I want to tell you. According to my development plan, our Pokemon League will establish a Pokemon school next. Dake raised his hand and pointed at the big screen, signaling everyone to look at that place. On the square screen, multiple pictures of a campus were constantly displayed back and forth. This school is not in Pokemon. It is not any Pokemon school or trainer school in the world, but a new campus virtual map composed of various architectural landscapes pre-purchased by Dark. These things have been put in the shopping cart and can be generated by purchase. The campus is the campus and the masterpiece is. I found that this school is very suitable, so I went to the first episode to capture some pictures, as follows. First is the playground. The school playground is not big, but for the Pokemons who are still studying and exercising in school, this scale of venue is completely enough. Then there are dormitories. The dormitories are very high-end, with double dormitories, separate bathrooms, central air conditioning, computers, balconies, wardrobes, etc. Then there are classrooms. The classrooms are also full of technology and very spacious. There are also multiple virtual electronic screens preset, which can project Pokemon-related information at any time to facilitate teachers to explain and let students see more thorough. In Dark's preset, the number of people in each classroom or each class is 25. Sounds small? That's because everyone has a Pokemon partner. In fact, the biological capacity of each class is 50. Finally, a few pictures of the campus scenery are also attached. There are small woods, small gardens, small fountains, and small lakes. It can be said that the scenery is beautiful, no worse than some holiday villas. Where have the people in the One Piece world seen such a beautiful campus and scenery? It is true that there are some places with unique scenery in the One Piece world, such as the Sabayati Archipelago, the Seven Waters City, and the Fishman Island. These places are extremely attractive attractions in any world. But such a modern and urbanized campus is also very novel to the people in this world. They have never seen such a place. The vast majority of people in the audience looked at the pictures on the screen, their eyes gradually came back to their senses, and there was a rich spirit in their eyes. The Pokemon babies on the Navy side were also attracted, and they were eager to enter the campus. Not to mention the scenery, just the building of school is strange enough for these people. How can the children in the world of One Piece know the pain of going to school and doing homework? No, happiness. Dark is seeking good news for the children of this world. A system of 9-year compulsory quality education must be established. Children in every household must go to school. If they don't get a school diploma, they can't get Pokemon for free from the school or nearby research institutes. There are also small tests every 3 days, big tests every week, monthly tests, midterm tests, final tests, practical tests, qualification tests, and parent meetings must also be arranged for them. The main focus is on the comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, physical education, art, labor, and family education. Our Pokemon school is almost finished and will probably start on March 1st next year. The time before that will be the pre-registration time. Anyone who wants to sign up for the Pokemon school can go to our store to register their information. Dark continued to explain after showing a wave of pictures. The admission review for the first batch of students in the Pokemon school is still quite strict. Because currently only he and Robin are qualified to be teachers, and Perona is still in further studies, she should be able to teach when school starts next year. But because they are all new teachers, and it is the first time for Dark to run a school, he doesn't understand many things. So the first batch of students can be said to be a test grade of the Pokemon school. For the time being, it is only planned to recruit 50 students, and 50 Pokemon, divided into 2 classes for teaching experiments. Similarly, for this school, other surrounding buildings must also be built, otherwise where will the students go to play on weekends? This is why Dark wants to postpone the start of school to nearly 4 months later. He needs to collect a lot of funds and develop Pokemon Island in these 4 months, and build a commercial, food and entertainment street around the school, where students can take Pokemon out to play on holidays. When family members come to visit students, there must be a place to play with them. Master Alliance Leader. What does the Pokemon school teach? Is it teaching Pokemon-related knowledge? I saw there are rooms. Do students have to live in the school for a long time? What are the conditions for admission? Just sign up. Is the Pokemon school on Pokemon Island? Can I enter the school without Pokemon? Will we see other Pokemon? The audience seats here, which came to their senses, exploded at once. The audience had too many questions, and they also had too much excitement in their hearts. Everyone was very curious about the beautiful Pokemon school. Please be patient, this will happen in more than 3 months. Don't be too anxious. We have plenty of time to explain it to you slowly. First of all, our school is located on the Pokemon Island. The teachers will strictly manage it and nothing dangerous will happen. Secondly, our school is a boarding school. Students can leave the school only on holidays to play in the commercial streets, food streets, parks, and other areas around the school, or go home to accompany their families. Haven't seen it yet? It will be there by then. We will build it in more than 3 months. Another point is that the content we teach is not only knowledge related to Pokemon, but also includes courses in language, thought, science, medicine, cultivation and other aspects. Students can choose courses of interest to take, but there will be different compulsory courses every year. I really envy these children who don't have to learn English. Finally, there will be some Pokemon in the Pokemon school to help the students complete their studies, so there is no need to worry even if there are no Pokemon. Perhaps students can find the companion who will accompany them for life in this school. Dark paused when he said this. He was thinking. Actually, he has not thought about the admission conditions for students. It is obviously not suitable to charge too expensive tuition fees in a place like a school. But if the Pokemon school he built is put into reality, charging 40,000 or 80,000 yuan a year is not expensive, so it can't be too cheap. As for the admission conditions, we will screen in the pre-registration. Only those who pass the pre-registration need to pay further fees. It requires 1 million baileys. This 1 million baileys is the fee for a whole year, that is, the tuition for 2 semesters, which includes all the book fees, accommodation fees, tuition fees, Pokemon recovery fees, etc. 1 million baileys, in a place like the East China Sea, is a relatively high fee. At least the villagers in Kokozia village and Ziluabia village need to save at least 1 or 2 years to save enough. However, if it is placed in the park, it is a cost that ordinary people can afford. It is still a little expensive, but it is within an acceptable range. After all, this is a whole year, which is 2 semesters. On average, it is only 500,000 baileys per semester. At the beginning, Dake just said when the price was 1 million, many people looked disappointed, but they nodded after hearing the answer. A place like this only costs 1 million baileys a year, which is already very good. A vacation in the Sabayati archipelago costs more than 1 million baileys. Well, that's about it. The exhibition match held by the Pokemon League is over. Thank you for your participation. You can leave the venue according to the guidance of the guides, or walk around the venue or a kilometer nearby with your companions. Please remember not to run around. Well, let's see you next time. Dark bowed slightly in the air, and then his 3 companions disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving behind a group of spectators who looked a little stunned. Chapter 117: A Step to Tear Apart the Pirate Era. After the game, most people must be reluctant to leave. The setting of another world is still too novel for the people in the pirate world, so of course they have to walk around here more. Even though there was nothing around except a battle tournament venue, they had no intention of leaving. Who knows when they will come in next time? Didn't you see that the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates haven't left yet? Most people don't know. Not only did they not leave, but the Grey Army, Doflamingo, and Morgans didn't leave either. But the reason they stayed was not like these people who just planned to stay and take a look, but to discuss something with Dark. What was it? Dark just had a guess. However, he still went to meet the Grey Army first. The identities of this group of people were more sensitive, and the longer they stayed, the easier it would be to be exposed. Of course, Dark also hoped that this group of people could be exposed as late as possible. After all, this group of people was also against the world government, and they could secretly destroy more plans and arrangements of the world government. Then, Dark would have less mess to clean up when he destroyed the world government. "Hello, Mr. Long, what are you here for?" Dark asked. "We want to ask, does Alliance leader Doc think that our GEER army needs to send people to study?" Long's question was very clever. The question that the white group should ask is about the free admission quota among their white group VIP benefits. They will not consider whether the Pokemon school is useful for the current white group or what it means. They just want to have fun. But Long is different. He will make a decision based on Doc's suggestions. If Doc says it is necessary, he will send people. If it is not necessary, he will not waste precious human resources on it. Long knows very well that learning is not something that everyone can do after entering the school. It must be someone with talent in this area. Such people are of course precious resources for their GEER army, so they must consider it clearly. The reason why he trusts Doc so much is because of Doc's declaration before the exhibition match. Although it was not stated explicitly, it can be seen as a big move in the face of the world government. With such an action, the Greed Army naturally trusts that the Pokemon Alliance will not stand on the side of the world government. Yes, of course. You don't know a lot of information about Pokemon, so how can you better exert their power and help them grow? There is no doubt about this. Every organization that wants to use the power of Pokemon must have talents who are proficient in Pokemon knowledge, so that the power of Pokemon can be exerted as much as possible. March next year is a bit late. We want to learn about Pokemon as quickly as possible. I heard about the Navy. Long frowned. If Doc didn't remind him, he would have forgotten about it. After all, the Greed Army didn't need to consider purchasing a large number of Pokemon eggs before Karaz hatched his Pokemon, so he didn't take this issue into consideration for a while. It will be at least 2 months before you need this information. Don't worry. Send a few people to the store to learn some basic knowledge from me. The more detailed ones are in the school. Dark treated the Greco-Roman army the same way he treated the Navy. Thank you. Then, we'll take our leave first. Long nodded. He was going to ask more questions, but when he noticed someone coming, he took the other people and left first. As Dark said, the Greco-Roman army had plenty of time, so if they had any questions, they could ask them later. There was no need to ask questions now at the risk of being exposed. Dark didn't have time to say goodbye and looked at the newcomer. Doflamingo. This was the person he wanted to see the most. Did you bring berry and money? Here they are. Doflamingo handed over a black bag and a black briefcase. Crescent feather, how is the effect? Dark waited and nodded. He estimated that Doflamingo would not dare to make trouble with it. Very 10,000 magic coins were deposited. The branch should have some income these days, but it shouldn't be much. Dark asked Fenkele to bring him 100 million Baileys every time, but he hasn't come yet. The main reason is that the Pokemon babies in the Seven Waters City have not hatched yet, and people are still browsing and watching. It's incredible. Do you have other similar props? It's best to improve people's strength. Yes, there are many props that can improve strength. Not to mention improving strength, I have things that can extend people's lifespan for decades and make people reversal. But I won't sell them. I will only put them in various events held by the Pokemon League in the future. Dark grinned and looked at Doflamingo with some joking. He was sure that Doflamingo would not be able to sleep tonight after hearing these things. And Dark said this deliberately because he noticed a bird coming over. What? Let Renkazi recover. Morgans was so shocked that he couldn't speak properly. He couldn't utter a few normal words. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his head and took a pen to write down everything he had just heard in his little notebook. Great, great! For one day, he didn't have to worry about the headlines for the next month. He even started to consider whether to publish a Pokemon newspaper. It's just that it's a bit troublesome to publish such a newspaper. He needs to build a good relationship with the Pokemon League, otherwise he will be found one day. His relationship with Dark is still very ordinary, not even friends. Immortality? Reversal. Doflamingo chewed on these words. He didn't expect that this thing that originally existed only in legends would actually appear. Immortality, when was the last time I heard this word? By the way, Surgery Berry, Luo, Corazon, my stupid Odaudu. Doflamingo's chest rose and fell slightly. These two words were too much for anyone in the pirate world. Any of them was worth people going crazy for and falling into endless pursuit. He glanced at Morgans on the side. He could foresee that once the bird spread the news, the group of unrestrained guys on the sea would definitely go crazy, and countless people chasing these things would emerge in every corner. Just like in Rogue Town more than 10 years ago, the world changed after that man opened his mouth. This time, the sea is destined to set off huge waves. It may even be because of such a false report that has caused an unparalleled impact on the current pirate era. A large number of guys who have just gone to sea or are planning to go to sea as pirates are very likely to give up the pursuit of that shitty One Piece and focus on these things. In itself, the existence of the great secret treasure that Roger mentioned is a question, but compared to the things that Dark said that make people subconsciously feel impossible, the treasure left by Roger is more credible. There will probably be only 3 types of people left to pursue One Piece in the future. 1. People who don't believe that the Pokemon League has such a miracle item. 2. People who want the unique title of Pirate King. 3. Idiots who want the so-called dream. When will that kind of competition be held and what are the rules? Doflamingo was thinking on the side, but Morgans asked the next question directly. He is not like Doflamingo who likes to predict the future. He prefers to find the truth and pay attention to the present. It will be at least a year later. The rules of the competition are more troublesome, because different competitions have different rules. Anyway, they are all related to Pokemon. People without Pokemon are definitely not qualified to participate. Dark has begun to gradually transform this era. There are 2 huge stumbling blocks to turning the pirate era into the Pokemon era. Pirates and the world government. Now Dark's move is to move the big stone of pirates. I see, then. Let's talk about the rest later. What we collected today is enough for you to report in 3 or 4 batches. Dark didn't plan to waste time on Morgans anymore. That's enough for now. He took one step at a time. If he took too big a step, his crotch would be torn. Doflamingo was straightforward and left without saying anything. Morgans didn't give up, but when he saw Newgate and others coming towards him, he didn't dare to stay any longer. Hey, Dark, we have a quota to enter the Pokemon school, right? Newgate asked before he even got close. His voice was loud and carefree, and he didn't worry about other people hearing him. Well, that's right, do you have a candidate? Let Thatch go. He seems to be very interested in becoming a breeder. Newgate reached out and patted Thatch's head beside him. Although the other members of the white group also wanted to enter the school to take a look, they were all willing to help their partners. Okay, I'll register. Where's the Pokemon? Nong, him. Thatch took a step to the side, revealing the little Snorlax with a round belly behind him. This little guy wants to follow me. Dark didn't want to ask this guy what he ate. How much, just nodded. It is a blessing for little Snorlax to follow the great chef Thatch, and he is very lucky. Little Snorlax is very lazy, and is not interested in many activities such as fighting and coordinating performances. He only wants to eat and sleep, so the price is not high. He only sold it for the base price of 1 million Baileys for a green qualified Pokémon. Dark didn't even convert the money into magical coins, but kept it for future use. Chapter 118 Why did His Majesty rebel? The Navy stayed until the end, and they waited for Dark to finish talking with other people before coming. Obviously, these people either have a lot to say or they are very important. Sorry for the wait, Marshal Sengoku. No, there are a few things I want to discuss with you. There are not many people who came with Sengoku, only Crane and Zephyr. Among the top of the Navy, the three admirals were still blindly following orders. Borsellino had a lot of ideas of his own, but he didn't say them, so Sengoku could only bring these two relatively smart and calm people. One of them is about the Pokémon School. Yes, in addition to the quota in Pokédex, our Navy should also be eligible to continue pre-registration, right? Sengoku didn't ask about the quota in Pokédex. After all, Newgate had already asked loudly just now, and Sengoku and others were standing not far away, so they would inevitably hear it even if they didn't eavesdrop. Of course, if you are qualified, you can enroll. Dake nodded. He really hoped that more Navy students would sign up. Because it was the first trial grade, Doc hoped that these students could be more honest. The people on the Navy side were used to obeying orders and accepting coaching when they stayed in the base, so it should be easier to teach. Then, we will have about 1,000 Navy recruits who have just finished freshman training at the Navy headquarters to sign up. Zhang Guo was not polite and immediately stuffed 1,000 people in. What about other things? Dake was not surprised at all. The Navy never restrains its thoughts and attitudes, and these 1,000 people are already considered small in Dak's opinion. According to Dak's estimate, before the start of school in March next year, the number of pre-registrations will reach at least 100,000, and there will be all kinds of people. Because Doc plans to establish 4 more branches in the 4 Seas and another branch in the Grand Line. With the establishment of these branches, those who want to enroll but are too far away from the Seven Waters City will have a way, and there will naturally be no shortage of people signing up. But the progress of the establishment depends on how many people come to join the Pokémon League after this exhibition match, and when Doc can get new high-level Pokémon. The former determines the establishment progress of the 4 Seas branch, and the latter determines the establishment progress of the Paradise branch. As for the site selection, the trading cities with the largest flow of people in the 4 Seas. These cities with large flow of people basically have naval branches stationed, and there are also teams specially established to protect the transactions. Furthermore, those who can come to such places to trade are merchants from various islands in the sea and representative village chiefs of various villages and towns, such as Jian from Kokozia village and the goat steward from Ziluabia village. They need to purchase some items that are not available in the village. Opening a branch in such a place is also more conducive to making Pokémon more popular in the 4 Seas. Places like Kokozia village are destined to not have a Pokémon in everyone's hands. They are too poor, and even white Pokémon cannot be achieved by everyone. But they can go door to door to pay a little money to buy a few Pokémon eggs, and then treat these Pokémon as villagers in their own village. When encountering some dangers, these Pokémon can also help the villagers. If you can't even come to such a city, then don't even think about Pokémon, those places are probably barely enough to make a living. The location of the park is the Sabayati archipelago. I want to ask, the Pokémon League should be very short of people now, right? After considering it for a while, Sengoku asked tentatively. Don't think the Pokémon League is very powerful now, but that's because there are these 3 sealing forces and Pokémon Island. Apart from that, the Pokemon League has always been just a few big cats and small cats. There is no way around it. After all, Dark has only been in this world for more than 2 months. The first month was basically used to complete the main task and cultivate Pokemon eggs, and he hasn't started to make money yet. Everything he has now has basically been developed in the past month or so, and this speed is already very fast. It is quite short of people. Dark nodded. This is a problem that everyone can see. If there is no shortage of people, he wouldn't have to say that he wants to recruit people at the beginning of the exhibition match. Alliance, do you have any plans to acquire the navy? Zhang Guo suddenly became shifty and glanced around. Confirming that there was no one around except the navy after the people outside, he brought Doc closer and whispered in his ear. Acquire the navy? Dake's face suddenly became strange. He had never considered the issue of acquiring the navy before, but now that Zhang Guo asked, Doc began to think about it. Just thinking about it, Doc felt that there was really such a possibility. The world government and the navy are not official in this world. Instead, they are like some kind of commercial organization. To put it bluntly, it is a bit like the country of Simita, where the rich control the power and strength. Whether it is Doflamingo or Tezzero, the former king of the Dark World, Emperor Saffron, is very clear about this truth, so he raised money on a large scale. If the world government has no money, then the navy has only 2 ways out: either it will fall apart due to financial deficits, or it will find new investors and change its boss. Now the emergence of the Pokemon League has given the navy this hope. In the past, only the world government could afford this money, but now the Pokemon League seems to be able to afford it. Besides, the style of the Pokemon Alliance is more upright than the world government, which is more in line with the image of their navy and more suitable for their navy to uphold justice. Of course, the navy should consider the next home in advance. We all think so. Crane and Zifa saw Dark's weird eyes and nodded. Dark pinched his chin and thought for a while. If the navy can be conquered, it would be great. Not to mention that most of these people have a righteous side in their hearts. The key is that they are a complete and ready-made powerful army with a professional and skilled system, which can save Dark a lot of energy and time. In the future Pokemon era, Dark will also need to set up a new force to deal with illegal incidents on the sea. Just like the police in the Pokemon world, Miss Jenny's profession, specializing in combating various illegal and criminal behaviors and forces, and safeguarding the safety of civilians. The work of the inspection team is only aimed at the unfair treatment of their own Pokemon. Regardless of disputes between people, the main thing is to safeguard the rights and interests of Pokemon. Apart from these 2 troops, Pokemon Island also needs a management team. This team has no number yet, and there is only one commander, Sucrose, for the time being. Yes. After considering these contents, Dark nodded. Then, we can discuss it in more detail. A relaxed smile appeared on Sengoku's face. For the first time in more than 10 years, he felt so relaxed. Finally, he can lead the navy out of the quagmire of the celestial dragons and the world government, and finally he can take action against those damn things. When the time comes, Sengoku must lead the charge, holding his sandbag-sized saffron fist in front of the 5 stupid birds in Mary Gosa, and ask. World government, why are you rebelling? Not only Sengoku. Even Zephyr showed a slightly comfortable expression. Fortunately, he held on to this moment of the transformation of the navy. Speaking of which, I really have to thank Marshal Kong for retaining him and letting him continue to stay in the navy as an instructor, otherwise he might not see the bright future of the navy. It's just that he was a little worried. She had a lot of things to consider, some of which were hesitant, but they were not without reason. How could it be so easy to suddenly change a boss? What about the branch bases of the navy all over the world? What would the navy think? Will the spies planted by the world government find out in advance? Marineford is so close to Mary Gosa, how can it prepare in advance under the nose of the world government? He also hoped that the Navy could get rid of the world government and the celestial dragons, but that was really difficult. Let me ask you first, what is the approximate annual expenditure of your Navy? No new projects are considered, just to maintain the normal operation of various departments and the daily consumption of the Navy, at least 100 billion Baileys a year. Mr. Duo. Dake was stunned when he heard the number and didn't come back to his senses. 100 billion Baileys, that's 1000 W magic coins? Ha 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 ha. Dake laughed, he really couldn't help it. With 1000 W magical coins, he can buy 10 legendary Pokemon of the maximum level in the pirate world, and he can destroy the world directly. Buying a navy cannot destroy the world. It's not much. Jean Guo looked at Dark's expression and shook his head. No one knew better than him how much heavenly gold the world government and the celestial dragons collected in a year. A member country of the world government in the New World has to pay at least 5 billion Baileys of heavenly gold every year, and there are about 20 such countries. The heavenly gold of the New World countries alone is enough to support the Navy and allow the Navy to have many new researches. Jean Guo knew that for most people in this world, the number of 100 billion Baileys was too scary. When he first heard this number, his mind went blank. No wonder so many people are willing to work for the world government, they are really willing to pay. There are nearly 200 member countries of the world government, more than 100 of which are from the 4 seas, and dozens of them are on the Grand Line. Yes, but you have to consider that our Pokemon League will not accept things like Sky Gold. I can't afford this amount of money. Dark shook his head. It seems that the plan to acquire the Navy can be postponed for a long time. It doesn't matter, as long as we both know that each other has this idea, I can make some arrangements in advance. As for the money issue, Warring States looked at the huge world of Pokemon Island. He didn't worry at all that the Pokemon League would not have the money to accept their Navy in the future. After confirming Dark's attitude and the feasibility of his plan, Warring States had an idea of how to act in the future. Then he turned around and left with the Navy. Chapter 119 Events Fermentation. On the day after the exhibition match, the night of the Seven Water City was brightly lit. Countless prospective trainers sat by the window holding their Pokemon eggs, looking at the bright moon in the sky outside, and talking about a bright future with Execute in their arms. The next day, the newspapers made in a hurry were delivered to all parts of the sea, which once again set off new waves. Pokemon League, established. Leader of the League, King of Pokemon, the man who controls the strongest Pokemon in the world. Introduction from the beginning Pokemon era, the era of peace. The world outside the world. What kind of existence is Pokemon Island? The false 3 weapons and the real 3 kings. Morgans thought very well and reported the contents that Dark had said before separately. The first issue mainly talked about the establishment of the Pokemon League, the existence of other worlds, and the strength of Giratina and the other 3. These things are enough for the whole world to digest for a while. The existence of the Pokemon School and those miraculous props will probably be put on the newspaper layout of the next issue. What happened in other parts of the pirate world, Dark no longer has time to pay attention. Now they still have a lot of new work to arrange in the breeding house. Fon Clay continues to manage many affairs in the branch, and there will definitely be many people who come to register for school and buy Pokemon eggs in the future. Bellamy will learn to become stronger with the White Pirates and Marine Ford again. Zephyr will definitely teach Bellamy more attentively in the Navy. Perona began to learn some knowledge about Pokemon judges from Dark, and also tested Alina Berry's ability. Monet also has a new job researching the first-generation Pokemon Ball mass production machine and finding those materials that can be replaced. Gardevoir will assist on the side. Sugar will also start to establish correct values, learn various normal laws and common sense, and deepen the cooperation with Misdreavus. Robin will start to think about how to tell these contents while looking at the Pokédex, and usually try to tell Miltank. Iceberg is still following his adoptive father and Master Tom and his brother Fram to build a sea train. It is expected to be completed in more than a month. At that time, Iceberg will also bring Tom to work for the Alliance. Others are nothing more than the inspectors of Gardino, who continue to perform their original work in the Seven Waters City while doing daily practice. And Dark has a lot of work. One is to complete the many buildings and facilities in and around the Pokemon Academy, which requires a large amount of magic coins. This is not a problem. There will definitely be no shortage of money after the exhibition match, especially the Grey Army will probably purchase a large number of Pokemon eggs in a month. Since the Navy has decided to leave the world government, it will definitely ask the world government for more money before withdrawing to improve the Navy's strength. At that time, it will inevitably purchase another batch of Pokemon eggs. The second is to see the propaganda intensity of the people in the Seven Waters City and Morgans, which will definitely be a considerable income. Another is to check the captain-level figures of the troops. The leaders of such troops must be guaranteed to be the kind of characters with high loyalty, and favoritism and fraud are absolutely not allowed. Dark is really worried if he does not personally look for such people. Now that the Pokemon League has been established, all departments should be confirmed. This will be held at a slightly freer time later. A league meeting will be held to make a public statement. At that time, all members of the league will enter the league base on Pokemon Island to attend the meeting. Even the lowest level personnel had to attend the hearing. A week passed quickly. A new issue of the newspaper was delivered to every corner of the sea. This issue still did not contain the words reversal and immortality. It seemed that Morgans was going to make a big fuss. The content of this issue was relatively standard. It just mentioned the things about the Pokemon Academy. The main attraction was the pictures in the newspaper. But for the Pokemon League, too many things happened in this week. One thing was that too many people wanted to join the Pokemon League, especially those who brought their families with them. You could tell what their purpose was at a glance. Dark's attitude towards these guys who didn't even have a Pokemon egg was very clear. He told them to get out first. The breeding house was very short of money now. None of its members had a Pokemon egg. Could it be that they could give them money? You latecomers, should you equip Pokemon first? These people not only don't have Pokemon, but also don't have any life skills. They are basically some guys who can't do anything in the real world. The current Pokemon League needs people who can do things, not idlers. However, even so, the Pokemon League still has 1,000 more reserve members. These are the prospective trainers who bought Pokemon eggs from their Pokemon League before, but these people are not just prospective trainers. The more reason why they can enter the Pokemon League is that these people or their families have some valuable skills in real life. For example, Person A is a shipbuilder in real life, and has relatively excellent craftsmanship skills that can be used in the future development of the League. Even if his craftsmanship skills are not used, these shipbuilders are stronger than some pirate minions and naturally have a little combat power. Or, in real life, Person B is just an honest employee, but his wife is a famous water meat owner in Seven Water City. If his wife lives in Pokemon Island, she can open a water meat shop in Pokemon Island. Helping Hand Doc built the first Pokemon City in his mind. As a person in charge, you have to be more careful and considerate. Even if you recruit low-level employees, you have to consider many factors. Dak's hair has fallen a lot in the past few days. In the future, you must exchange celebi to keep yourself healthy at all times. The reason why these people are still only reserve members. That's because there is no place for them to live on Pokemon Island. It also costs a lot of money to build a residential area for employees. Now they can only let these people continue to live in Seven Water City and complete their work first. Doc told these people that within 2 months, they will be allowed to live in Pokemon Island, and they will no longer have to worry about the safety of their families. In addition to the joining personnel, there are too many people who have signed up for school. In just 1 week, more than 50,000 people have signed up, many of whom came from nearby islands just after reading the newspaper. Currently, Only 3 of the 50 candidates can be confirmed. The person sent by the Navy is called Peacock, the granddaughter of Tsuru staff officer and a future member of SWORD, but she has not eaten berry at this time and is only 8 years old. It seems that the Navy thinks that schools must be places for children, so this girl was sent. The candidate for the Whitebeard Pirates has been confirmed before, Thatch. There is also a person sent by the Grey Army, who is also a familiar figure, Kurla, who has just joined the Grey Army, a 13-year-old girl. It seems that Long intends to train Kurla directly as a Pokemon professor in the Grey Army, and she does not need to learn anything other than Pokemon knowledge. There are still 47 places. My hawk is not interested, and I don't know if there will be any interesting people joining. The other thing is the income in these days. The number of people buying Pokemon eggs in 7 Waters has increased significantly, with 30,000 to 40,000 people registering for pre-orders, many of whom are from other islands. Those who are unqualified and whose personal information is unclear have been cancelled. After a round of screening, there are about 10,000 people left, basically all of them are local residents of 7 Waters, and at least 2/3 of them are the families of those who have bought Pokemon eggs and participated in the exhibition match before. Perhaps the wealthy businessman who originally bought only 1 Pokemon egg would ask his wife and children to buy another one, which is obviously very far-sighted. The remaining people who are not from 7 Waters are basically those who plan to live in 7 Waters in the future. After all, there is a ready-made breeding house branch here. It can be said that this wave of breeding house branches has greatly increased the permanent population of 7 Waters. Out of 10,000 eggs, 5,000 green qualified eggs, net profit of 250,000 magic coins. 1,000 green qualification eggs ordered, net profit of 10W magic coins. 3,000 white qualification eggs, net profit of 1.5W magic coins. 1,000 blue qualification eggs, net profit of 50W magic coins. All this money cannot be obtained at once, and it must be delivered in batches as before, and the reserved funds on DAC's side are not enough to exchange and deliver all the eggs at once. Not only that, the number of pre-orders is still increasing, and more people are trying to come to the 7 Waters city. Iceberg has even been joking with him recently, feeling that the 7 Waters city seems to have sunk a little. The island of the 7 Waters city is really too small, probably about the same size as Moria's terrifying 3-masted sail. The incident is still fermenting, and now is not the most thorough time. Wait until a week later, when the new issue of the newspaper is sent to all parts of the world, Iceberg will really consider whether the 7 Waters city will sink. The era of pirates will also be gradually eroded from a week later. In this week, the Pokemon League must do its best to complete the work. It is not only Fenkele who delivers Pokemon eggs, but also Gardino and Mishita have been temporarily transferred to deliver Pokemon eggs. Their Devil Berry ability can make the delivery of Pokemon eggs faster. The journey became more convenient. As for the safety of them and the Pokemon eggs, Dark also took it seriously. Not only did he spread the 1,000 reserve members throughout the 7 Waters city, let them wear uniforms and patrol, and warn all the guys who stayed in the dark with ulterior motives to be careful. And Darkrai, Gardevoir, and Misdreavus were also sent out by him to protect the safety of the 3 people and the Pokemon eggs. Dark himself had to find a new clerk within this week. Chapter 120 Time is a good thing. East China Sea, White Sand Island. An ordinary island, not as famous as the Kingdom of Goa and Rogue Town, but not as unknown as the West Rob Village and Kokosia Village. White Sand Island is the love island of the East China Sea, because everyone here seems to have a love brain. But Dark, who was walking in White Sand Town, felt that this place should be renamed. This place should be called Green Grassland. Doc sat at the door of a pet shop, surrounded by 3 or 2 cute puppies. From what he had seen so far, the women on this island all thought they were very beautiful, and believed that men should like them and continue to pay attention to them. When going out to eat, men should pay. Men who don't take the initiative to spend money are inferior, ungentlemanly, and cannot be entrusted with life. But in fact, from Dak's point of view, these women are quite ordinary. They are not ugly, but compared with the girls in the store, they are indeed quite ordinary, and there is nothing to be confident about. And the boys on this island are also quite weird. One by one, Boiling Sheep is simply the kind of person who can't even sit with the puppies around him when eating. 1 per capita ATM. Wouldn't it be good to use so much money to make some contributions to the new era? Those women will not respond to your efforts, but Pokemon will definitely not let you down. Even if your sincerity is worthless. Not all of them are this kind of people. At least there are 1 or 2 guys who don't fit in. Dake glanced at a boy sitting alone on the lawn of a park. A boy who was about 18 years old, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, not tall, and looked a little kidney deficient. That was Dake's target. In the original work, Gold was a passerby character who only appeared in the early stage, but whose identity had been speculated countless times. But the problem now was that Dake didn't know what to say to this person. He couldn't see what ambition Gold had now, just like a modern college student who had no dreams and lived a lazy life. Just when Dake was in a daze, someone came over and sat next to him. "Do you know how long I have loved her?" Dake turned his head blankly. It was a bearded uncle who seemed to be planning to teach him, a lost boy, how to fall in love. "I have loved her for 38 years. She is now married, but I still love her." Get out of the way. Doc ignored the uncle's words. A light bulb suddenly lit up in his head and he pushed him aside. He stood up and walked towards Gold lying on the ground. He saw an interesting scene. "Uncle?" Under the uncle's suspicious eyes, Doc gradually approached a boy and watched the boy talking to another girl with a deeply affectionate look. Doc didn't know what the uncle was thinking, but he knew he was wrong just now. Gold was not out of the essence of this island. He was also a hot sheep. What happened in front of him at this moment was that Gold was talking to a young woman. The boy was hesitant and couldn't fart completely, and then he watched the other person walk away and sighed. Doc knew that it was time to take action. He turned his hand behind his back and controlled a trace of constrict around him. An invisible momentum emerged from Dak's body. Love may not grow over time. There is no reward for hard work in love. Love should stop losses in time. If you don't see a response, don't continue to pester others. You can only blame yourself if you are hurt by others. You can only eat blood in your mouth if you look for candy in the glass shards. Dark walked by Gold with his hands behind his back. He could already feel Gold's eyes focused on him. "The woman you traveled across mountains and rivers to see will not remember you. She will only remember the person she traveled across mountains and rivers to see." Gold did not speak, staring at Dark with a pair of dead fish eyes. Although he didn't quite understand what the person in front of him was saying, Gold always felt that this person looked very powerful and had a kingly aura. "People call me the King of Love." Dark slowly raised his chin and looked at the clouds in the sky, leaving Gold with a chin. Gold raised his head and looked at Dark's nostrils, expressing his doubts. "When did the leader of the Pokemon League become the King of Love? It's bad. Forgot that he is also a celebrity now. Love King is my part-time job." Dake was silent for a while, then lowered his head and looked at Gold. "Whatever, shouldn't a big shot like you be in a place like the Grand Line? Why would he suddenly appear in such a small town? Gold is really a very strange person." Dake dares to say that even some big shots may not be able to maintain such a calm mentality when they see him, but Gold can. No matter what kind of mentality he has, he is definitely not a normal guy. This is very good. Normal people will have a normal upper limit. Only abnormal people can surpass the limits of normal people. If you want to become stronger, you must first become abnormal. "Mr. CAO, come with me and do something for me. People don't want to pay attention to you anymore, just waiting for you to leave by yourself. You look humble like a dog. Woof woof woof. XN. Before Doc finished speaking, the puppies who followed him around barked. He squatted down and patted the dogs' heads. "You are very cute. My name is Gold, what do you want to say?" Gold turned his head and glanced at the young woman who left, sighed, and then looked at Dake again. "Mr. Cao Jin, I cherish those who cherish me and abandon those who dislike me. Time is a good thing. It verifies people's hearts and witnesses human nature. Don't worry so much about losing her. After all, you have never had her. It is better to think about who is worried about losing you. My last name is not Cao, my name is Gold. Besides, I don't have such a person. That's so hot. Dot. Gold frowned and looked at Dake. If this was not a big shot, he would have taken action. I say again, come with me, I can dig out your talents and let you stand above thousands of people. You will have new partners and you will know who cherishes you in this world. Forget it, I don't want to stay here anyway, so I'll go with you. Gold scratched his head in confusion, then stood up and said something in a sloppy way. Very good, I will help you find the meaning of life and new ambitions. Dark nodded and turned to walk in one direction. To be frank, in the future, celebrities in the Pokemon League will become the sweet buns in the eyes of many opposite sexes. At that time, Gold will understand that what he is coveting now is the least valuable. Really? Whatever. Gold shook his head and followed Dark. However, he seemed to be planning to turn around and look at the young woman, but was fixed by Dark with Psychic. Why can't you move? Gold stood there, his eyes suddenly widened. But he soon realized that he just couldn't turn around or turn his head, but he could still move forward. Only then did he realize and put his eyes on the back of the man in front of him. Since you have decided to leave, don't keep thinking about the past. In 1 year, I will make you a person that she can't even look up to when she looks back. Gold opened his mouth. Dark had said so much before, but only this last sentence really touched his heart. He stopped struggling and stopped looking back. He lowered his head and walked forward silently until he found that the grass under his feet had turned into a lawn. He raised his head again. He came to a new world. He also came to a new era. After being informed of the situation by Robin, Gold was thrown to Bellamy by Gold that afternoon to practice together. Dark had high expectations for Gold's future. He hoped that Gold could become the deputy minister of the inspection force in the future and Bellamy's right-hand man. The reward was the same as before, 10 Pokemon eggs with random qualifications. This time, in contrast to Bellamy's situation last time, the Navy had a purple egg, but the white group did not. Gold also regretted it that day. He shouldn't have been fooled by Dark into joining the Pokemon League. Who can stand this kind of hellish training right away? He would rather be a hot sheep. Dark doesn't care about these things. Anyway, since he has been fooled in, he can't run away. He has been very busy recently, and he has to go to the white group alone. Last time, Bellamy's tuition was paid, and those Pokemon eggs have hatched. There is nothing special about the Navy. 10 Pokemon that have already appeared have hatched. On the other hand, the white group. There are fewer Pokemon here, so the 10 newly hatched Pokemon are quite unfamiliar to them, and they are a little overwhelmed. And Dark is also a little curious about what kind of Pokemon the purple Pokemon egg hatched. While there is still time, Dark immediately set off for the Moby Dick when he thought of it. As soon as he arrived at the Moby Dick, he had a familiar feeling. Ah! Dad! Lillipup fell into the sea again. Idiot! Bram Ank, you are a man of ability, why did you jump in to save anyone? Dad! Dad! Slugma put the mastids on fire. Dad, come and have a look. Another little Snorlax has been born. He and Thatch's little Snorlax have already cleared out our granary. Stupid sons! Calm down. Look at you, what are you talking about? Marco, think of a solution. Ah? Me? The deck of the Moby Dick was in chaos. Some people jumped into the sea, some put out the fire, and some fought with the little Snorlax for food. Newgate was holding the cloud cutter and pointing at the bow. Marco looked at everything and pointed at himself in confusion. Duck almost thought he had come to the previous Marineford. 121 Chapter 121 Assistant Pokémon 121. Pa 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 pa. When the situation that all the members of the white group could not solve after a quarter of an hour of effort was solved by Dark at an average speed of solving one Pokémon every 10 seconds, all the members of the white group gave heartfelt applause. You are worthy of being the king of Pokémon. The leader of the alliance is really amazing. Too strong. I can't learn it in my lifetime. Bibbo ran. Is it difficult for him? This is authority. The members of the white group were impressed. Pa! Dark slapped himself on the forehead. What he did was basically common sense that every rookie trainer in the Pokémon world knew how to do, and he didn't even have the ability to cultivate LV.1. Didn't you buy a Pokédex? Can't you use that thing to look at it? Dark glanced at Marco and Thatch who were standing beside him speechlessly. Pokédex. Oh, that board, right? It seems that Namur used it to pick his teeth before. Dark was speechless. The fishman named Namur had big gaps in his teeth to be able to use Pokédex to pick his teeth. After another 15 minutes of teaching, the few smart people in the white group finally understood how to use Pokédex. Oh my god, this thing is amazing. Yeah, if we had this, we wouldn't be in such a mess before. Wow! I found it, Happany's 2 evolution types, so fat. No wonder Happany likes to hold a stone in her arms so much. The crowd gathered together again and kept discussing. Dark, why didn't you find Darkrai and Giratina here? Because they are too rare. Dark didn't say directly that these 2 Pokémon were a legendary Pokémon. He has no idea of promoting the concept of legendary Pokémon in the pirate world yet. Hey! There are still many Pokémon species that have not been discovered in this world. The ones currently recorded in the Pokédex are only those that have been discovered. Dark gave another explanation, but this explanation is not wrong. Hey! Don't you even know? Yes, in the world where Pokémon was born, there are still new Pokémon being born, so the types of Pokémon can be said to be endless. The same Pokémon may also produce multiple evolution types. You can also see it by looking at Pokédex more often. Dark did not feel guilty about the surprised eyes of the crowd. In his opinion, this was not something difficult to admit. In the future, when people's research on Pokémon becomes more and more, they will find out all this when they surpass him. Telling such a lie now will only embarrass his future self. Well, by the way, Dark, why does look so unwell? Sachi led Dark to the big guy Jaws. Jaws was holding a little guy who looked a little weak in his arms. Dark looked at Jaws' tall body, used psychic to make himself float up, and then stretched his head to look over. This is the purple Pokémon. Aaron. A little guy who looks silver-white, with dark blue pupils that don't look so bright. Hungry. Dark identified the problem with Aaron at a glance. Now he is no longer the rookie breeder, and he can't be considered a master breeder, but his breeding level has reached LV.4, which can barely be considered a senior breeder. When he reaches LV.7, he can probably be considered a senior breeder. At LV.10, he can call himself a master breeder. Ah! But he doesn't eat what I feed him. Sachi was stunned, and took out a special cake from his arms in a daze and brought it to Aaron. The little guy tilted his head and showed a look of resistance. Look at the Pokédex more. This little guy is covered in ore bug. Of course, he also eats iron ore and other things. Dark reached out and touched the little guy's head. It is not as hard as imagined, but the hardness that can be pressed down with force. This is because Aaron is still in his infancy. After leaving his infancy, his armor will become hard. How hard it can become depends on how much iron the little guy eats in his infancy. Dark told all these contents to Sachi and Jaws, and the two listened to it. Very serious. As an old father, Newgate naturally had to come and listen. He attached great importance to the growth of these sons. Blenheim. As soon as Newgate finished listening, he called Blenheim over. A big question mark flashed across Blenheim's head, and a sense of foreboding came into his heart. What happened next was not for Dark to take care of. Maybe this was Blenheim's fate. When Dark returned to the breeding house, he also remembered something because of this incident. Find a little partner for Perona and Robin. If there is only Multank, it may be a bit difficult to teach later. Dark pinched his chin and opened the magic mall, and began to search in the Pokemon column. Robin needed a Pokemon that could help her teach with a helping hand. This kind of Pokemon can be said to be very rare, and the ones that can help are basically Pokemon with special abilities. Between Porygon and Rotom, Dark chose the latter. Prototype on the left, Pokédex form on the right. Porygon's main space is in the virtual world and the electronic world. Although it can also appear in reality, it is a bit too much to let it survive in reality. And Robin likes to read books and is not so interested in electronics, so the two are not compatible. Rotom is more versatile. Not only can it enter the Pokédex to assist in teaching and speak human language, it can even enter various household appliances to control appliances for helping hand. Dark used 4,000 magic coins to exchange a blue qualified Rotom in the magic mall. The level is LV.30 and the age is in his 50s. He did not choose carefully. Because Rotom's job is to teach Robin as a helping hand, there are no requirements for its combat power, qualifications, etc., only certain requirements for the knowledge it has mastered. According to the description in the magic mall, this Rotom is a Pokemon that likes to learn knowledge. He has lived for more than 50 years and has learned a lot of theoretical knowledge. He should have a lot of common topics with Robin. Loto. Loto sent out a blue spark as soon as he appeared and greeted him. Hello, Rotom, follow me. Dark looked at the Rotom in front of him, which was making a sizzling sound of electricity, and then he remembered that the reason why Rotom in the original book could speak was because that Rotom entered the Pokédex. It was the Pokédex that made human voices, not that Rotom itself could speak human language. Dark took Rotom to the production room, found a Pokédex, and let Rotom enter it. Hello Dark. Each Rotom has a different personality. Most Rotoms like to play pranks. Ash's Rotom is more innocent and well-behaved, while the one that Dark exchanged is more calm and steady. Although they all made electronic sounds, the personal emotions in them were very strong, and it could be heard that Rotom was a scholar type of person. Hello, Rotom. Are you my trainer? No. Dark shook his head, took Rotom out of the production room, and pointed at Robin who was reading a Pokédex book in the store. She is. Can I go and say hello to her? Of course. Robin likes to read and study, you can be very good partners. I like to study. Rotom nodded and approached Robin cautiously. Although Robin was very focused on reading, her years of experience had made it an instinct for her to pay attention to the surrounding situation. Therefore, she immediately noticed Rotom approaching. She looked at this strange-looking Pokemon with a curious look, and then looked at Dark. Robin, this is Rotom, and he will assist you in teaching in the future. Rotom. Robin was stunned. Of course she knew this Pokemon. However, Rotom's current form is not the same as what she saw in the book. Now, it is the Pokédex form Rotom. Rotom waved his hand and greeted Robin. So that's it, the ability to control electrical appliances. Hello, Rotom, my name is Nico Robin. Just call me Robin, this is Multank, my good friend. Robin reached out and grabbed Rotom's little hand, then held Multank on his lap. Maloo. Multank waved his hand and greeted this little friend with a smile. Multank is no longer the baby he used to be. Looking at Multank's obviously fat body, Dark didn't know if Robin's plump thighs could withstand the pressure. Master! At this time Monet's voice sounded from the side, and Dark got goosebumps all over his body. What a jerk! Dark didn't know when Monet learned to talk in a quirky way. Anyway, since hanging out with Gardevoir, Monet has become a bit of a green tea. What are you doing? I want to help Pokemon too. Monet looked at Robin and Rotom with some envy. Her research was also very hard. Okay, I forgot, sorry. Dark suddenly realized this. Although Porygon couldn't help Robin, it could help Monet. Porygon's computing power far exceeds that of the human brain and Rotom. It is the ceiling of Pokemon in terms of research. It will definitely be very hard for Monet to be in charge of the entire research department in the future. If Porygon comes to help, it can save a lot of computing time. So Dark spent another 10,000 Baileys to buy a blue qualification LV.30 Porygon B. This Pokemon is not as easy to communicate with as Rotom. Because Porygon B is too intelligent and has advanced ideas, most of its behaviors and languages are incomprehensible to humans, so Monet can only get along with it slowly. Afterwards, Dark asked Perona what kind of Pokemon she wanted. Then he got an answer. She wanted a cute little bear. 122 Chapter 122 Mihawk's second Pokemon. 122. On this side, Monet and Robin are trying to get along with their assistant partners. On the other side, Dark has found Perona, who is reading a book. Perona is learning about the relevant knowledge of Pokemon referees, including but not limited to the rules of dozens of events such as battle competitions, coordination competitions, breeding competitions, fishing competitions, etc., which requires a relatively long period of study, and does not include practice. Dark doesn't know much about this, so he bought some books from the Magic Mall for Perona to read. What kind of partner does Peppat want? Dark walked to Perona and asked. He thought that if he had a Pokemon to accompany him, the boring learning process might not be so difficult. Just like many boys think that as long as they have a girlfriend to accompany them, they will be able to listen to the class carefully. Pokemon. Perona blinked her big round eyes, frowned, and then stammered, I used to see girls about my age holding some dolls, lambs. Perona didn't continue to say the following, but Dark could feel Perona's envy and covet's emotions. It was at this time that he remembered the little broken bear Kumasi who was always held in Perona's arms in the original book. I know. Dark smiled and reached out to pat the two pink balls on Perona's head. That should be what Robin or Monet gave Perona. Anyway, other people definitely don't have this skill. Then Dark immediately opened the Magic Mall and entered a word in the Pokemon category. Bear. It's you. Dark murmured and chose a Pokemon egg. 5,000 magic coins were thrown. A purple quality pink-brown Pokemon egg appeared in Dark's hand. Here you go. Dark handed the warm Pokemon egg in his hand to Perona. Mine. Perona was stuffed with an egg in her arms, and she was still a little confused. Well, you have to take good care of him. This little thing may be very strong. After all, it's a bear, of course it's big. I know, Peppat will take good care of him. Perona nodded, looked at the egg in her arms, and couldn't help but smile. She finally had a Pokemon. Before, she saw that everyone in the store had Pokemon partners. Although she didn't show it on the surface, she was actually envious. This child will hatch in about half a month. When the egg appears shiny, call me or find. Dark thought about it. Normal Pokemon eggs take 1 month to hatch, but there are solar lamps in the store that can double the hatching speed of Pokemon eggs. Perona wrote down the time. After that, Dark was not in a hurry to leave the breeding house, and began to think about what else he had forgotten recently. Oh, right, this thing. Dark was wandering around the store, and suddenly remembered that there was a special item in his system backpack. He took out the item and walked outside. Robin, help me see what kind of berry this thing is. Dark was holding the snowberry that Doflamingo had given him before. Because he had been busy all the time, Dark had ignored this demon berry for a while. Is it another demon berry? I don't have any impression of it. Robin took the berry and looked through it, but couldn't tell what it was. She had seen the demon berry Pokédex 10 years ago, and that Pokédex didn't record all the demon berries. Like shit-bur, this kind of thing may exist, but it cannot be found on the Pokédex. The reason is unknown and no one wants to study it. To be honest, if you can overcome the psychological difficulties, then this demon berry is still very scary. Because the enemy may not be able to overcome it, this is magic damage. Imagine Blackbeard who has eaten dark berry meets a shit-powered person. One is crazy about eating shit, and the other is crazy about spraying shit. The offensiveness may not be high, but the insult is extremely strong. Damn, I can't keep thinking about it, I will vomit. This is the demon berry brought by Doflamingo. It is the reward for the previous transaction. It should be unlikely to deceive us. Dark thinks that Doflamingo is unlikely to deceive them. Because before Doflamingo's ambition is achieved, this person is very afraid of death. Dark has already demonstrated the power of the Pokémon League, which can uproot their Don Quixote family at any time. Doflamingo can't dare to calmly come over and throw a fake demon berry to him after just seeing the power of Giratina and others. Uncertainty still exists. Robin doesn't know Doflamingo. But in her opinion, none of the leaders of this underground world can be trusted, because honest guys can't make it in the underground world. That's right, Doflamingo only keeps his word with those who are stronger than him. Let Monet decide for herself. After thinking about it, Dark decided to give her the right to decide whether to eat this demon berry. When Monet, who was trying to work with Porygon-Z in the production room, learned about this, he immediately nodded and decided to eat this demon berry. I am too weak now. I don't want to stay in the breeding house forever. I hope that when I go out in the future, I will have the power to protect Gardevoir and everyone in the breeding house. It doesn't matter if it's not Swexia berry. It can strengthen my strength anyway. Monet is very open-minded. Although the natural demon berry is the fastest way for ordinary people like them to improve their strength, they can become a very good fighting force almost the moment they eat the demon berry. But this does not mean that other demon berries are not the same. Even if you eat an ordinary animal demon berry, you can get the reputation of a strong man in a place like Sahai. If it is some special superhuman berry, maybe you can also create a door. Just think about it. Doc handed the demon berry in his hand to Monet. The latter did not hesitate, took it and took a bite, and then stopped where he was. Doc's eyes showed an expectant look. He wanted to see what interesting expression Monet would show after eating the demon berry. But there was no expression. Monet stood there like a fool, and the demon berry in her hand fell to the ground without any reaction. It crashed. Dake reached out and patted Monet's forehead, and the latter restarted. What's wrong? Lord Alliance Leader. Monet looked at Doc standing in front of him with curiosity, as if he had lost his memory. Dake didn't remember that the demon berry also had the ability to make people lose their memories. He pointed at the demon berry on the ground. Ah, when did I bite it? Monet lowered her head and looked, and her memory slowly awakened. But she still didn't remember that she had eaten the demon berry just now. That's not important, Monet, try your ability. Dake didn't expect that the demon berry actually triggered Monet's body's automatic protection mechanism, making him forget that painful memory. But the most important question now is whether the demon berry that Monet ate was a natural snow berry. Oh, okay. Monet responded. Then, in Dark's eyes, Isiris gradually floated in the production room, and Monet also turned into a female snowman. Very good, it is indeed snowberry, Monet, try to use your ability to create a door. As Dark guessed, Doflamingo did not dare to do anything about it. Snowberry finally returned to its owner in the original book. Yet, Monet tried to control Osiris in the production room, and then condensed a snow-white snow door. Dark stepped forward and pushed, and the door was pushed open at once. This won't work. Make the door harder, preferably to the extent of ice, or control it to open by yourself. No problem, I can control this door. Monet condensed a door again, and then opened it without touching it. If you encounter danger outside in the future, you can return to the breeding house at any time through this door. Remember to carry the pocket token with you. Well, Lord Alliance Leader, look, I can still fly. As Monet said this, his lower body turned into a stream of white snow, and then flew as a whole in midair. It was exactly the same as Crocodile's flying state. When you do research in the future, remember to develop your abilities with Gardevoir. Okay. I'll tell Gardevoir the good news when she comes back. Gardevoir is now protecting the 3 people in the 7 Waters City to deliver Pokémon eggs, and will only come back in the evening. The next day, the old acquaintance Mihawk came again. And this time the Pokémon around him changed from 1 to 2. One was Psyduck, who was held in Mihawk's arms and holding his head. The other was Slowpoke, who was held on Mihawk's head and lying in a daze. It seems that this little Slowpoke is the baby hatched from Mihawk's pink egg. When Dark saw Mihawk pull out a pink egg before, he had some doubts, but he didn't expect it to be true. It seems that Mihawk has a strange ability that attracts this kind of special Pokémon. Now, 2 of the 3 Pokémon have been gathered. At this time, Psyduck, quack. Slowpoke, slow. The 2 Pokémons are in an encrypted conversation. Dark's psychic did not feel any emotions from the 2 Pokémon. I know, didn't I bring you here to buy? Mihawk spoke. It seems that he is talking to Psyduck and Slowpoke. Dark. How did you do it? If I calculated the time correctly, Slowpoke should be born less than a day now? Dark, what is the name of this child? It looks a bit like Psyduck. Slowpoke. 123 Chapter 123 The Arrival of the Mermaid Princess. 123. Mihawk bought a lot of things. Moo Moo Milk, Universal Water-type Poke Cube, a set of small Pokémon cribs, bottles, diapers, various parenting toys, etc. After buying them, Dark was stunned. Buying diapers for Water-type Pokémon, this is the first time in the Pokémon world. This Chun-Chun treats Psyduck and Slowpoke as children. But Dark didn't say anything. Every trainer and Pokémon has their own training methods. No one says Pokémon must be partners. There are people who treat Pokémon as children, people who treat Pokémon as elders, and people who treat Gardevoir as masters. Ahem. In short, there are all kinds of fancy ways to play. Dark doesn't understand but can accept it. Mihawk's is already very normal. On the 3rd day after Mihawk left, another customer came to the breeding house. But this guest was a guest that had never been seen before. He was a lucky guest randomly selected by the breeding house and entered the store by mistake. This day, Robin sat in the store as usual and looked at the Pokédex. Rotom beside him occasionally brought up some knowledge that he knew but was not on the Pokédex. Miltank was lying on the grass resting, but when she was sleeping comfortably, she suddenly moved her ears and heard the sound of the store door being pushed open. Here. Where is this, Mom? A soft and sticky voice sounded, waking Miltank up. But she was not angry at all, because she could tell that the owner of the voice was a child. And it must be a very small and cute child. Mimi. Miltank got up from the ground and looked forward. When she thought of a child, Miltank's mood suddenly became wonderful. She liked playing with children the most. It doesn't matter if you don't look, but you will be shocked if you look. It was a child, and a cute pink-haired loli. However, she was more than 4 meters tall. Mimaloo. Miltank's eyes widened as she stared at a head poking out in front of her. The pink-haired loli with tears in her eyes froze in her place. She looked back at Robin helplessly, but Robin was also sitting there staring at the little girl who appeared at the door. The reason why Robin froze was not because of the little girl's physique. Although this physique was indeed quite surprising, Robin, who had seen sorrow, knew that there were still giants in this world. Children in the giant tribe were basically this height. The reason why she froze was because the lower half of the little girl's body was a pink fishtail. Mermaid. Robin thought about it for a while before remembering this word. The slave liberation incident in Marijoa 2 years ago was a big deal. Although the main culprit in that incident was a fishman, there were also many mermaids in the pirate group that the fishman belonged to. After reading those bounties, Robin realized that fishmen and mermaids were probably what does it look like. Mermaid? What a magical creature, Rotom. It looks very similar to the sea lion. Rotom next to him was full of curiosity and flew directly to the big loli at the door. Who are you? Shirahoshi looked at Rotom approaching, hugged the door frame and trembled, but although there were tears in her eyes, the tears never fell. At this time, Shirahoshi was not as timid as she would be 10 years later. Because now, Shirahoshi's mother Otohim is not dead. And Shirahoshi was not marked by Vanderdecken, so that she could not leave the hard shell tower for 10 years. Now Shirahoshi is a normal little mermaid who is gentle, kind, and a little timid. My name is Rotom, and I am now Nico Robin's partner. Hello, mermaid. Rotom waved his hand and greeted Shirahoshi with an electronic voice. My name is Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi emphasized her name. She is not called a mermaid, but Shirahoshi. Welcome, do you want to come in? I see you are not feeling well now. Robin stood up and said to Shirahoshi, who was half hiding outside the door. From Robin's perspective, outside the door, where Shirahoshi's lower body was a dark deep sea, and Shirahoshi's tail was shaking in the sea. To be honest, for a demon berry user like Robin, the sea outside was scary just by looking at it. Well, okay. Shirahoshi seemed a little worried, and she didn't seem to dare to come in. But looking at the lawn, small trees, small lake, little cow standing on the lawn and gentle big sister in front of her, she couldn't help but come in to take a look. When the tail broke away from the sea water and stepped on the ground, Shirahoshi's little mouth couldn't help but open. Little grass. Yes, isn't there a place for Mang to live? Robin approached, and then he thoroughly felt Shirahoshi's height. Even though the tail of the little girl's lower body was folded and stood on the ground, she was still not as tall as Shirahoshi. It could only reach Shirahoshi's chest. However, Shirahoshi's head was very big, and it felt like it took up a third of the body. Yes, there are grasses in the underwater forest, but those grasses grow in the water, which is different from the ones here. Shirahoshi seemed a little embarrassed and wanted to lie on the ground to look at the grass, but she felt that it was not polite. Grass in the water? That's water grass, of course it's different. Robin had never been to Fishman Island. But she didn't think that the plants on land that could grow in the deep sea of Fishman Island should only be some species that live in the deep sea. I don't know. I secretly looked at the land before, and there were a lot of bubbles on the ground. Robin's stable mood and gentle tone made the little girl feel more at ease, and she spoke much more fluently than at the beginning. That's the Sabayati archipelago, right above Fishman Island. Normally, bubbles won't come out of other islands. Robin explained to Shirahoshi. Not all lands will produce bubbles, or rather, only the Sabayati archipelago will produce bubbles, because of those trees. Oh. Shirahoshi nodded obediently, and then stood there honestly. Just like standing in the corner. Pooh. Robin couldn't help laughing, even with his mouth covered. Sister, what are you laughing at? Eh? Appeared on Shirahoshi's big head. Nothing, do you want to see the real land? An extremely vast grassland. Me? Can I? Shirahoshi's eyes sparkled, but soon dimmed. Just tell me if you want to. Robin reached out and touched Shirahoshi's little face. It was soft and a little wet, probably because of the special physique of a mermaid. I want to. Shirahoshi squeezed her hands and nodded. Okay, wait a minute, I'll talk to Dark first. Normally outsiders are not allowed to enter there. Ah? Well, forget it, it's not good to cause trouble to others. Shirahoshi waved her hands quickly when she heard it. It's okay, it's not a big deal, and, Fishman Island. Robin lowered her head when she mentioned Fishman Island, her eyes flickered slightly. As a member of the breeding house, Robin always thinks more about the breeding house and Dark. When she mentions this place name, she will subconsciously consider whether this place is of use to the breeding house. At present, the breeding house has not yet opened the coordinates leading to Fishman Island, but Shirahoshi's arrival gave them the opportunity to remember the coordinates. It's just that. It's a deep sea outside. The specifics still need to be analyzed by Dark. Multank, Rotom, take good care of Shirahoshi. I'll be back in 3 minutes. After making a decision, Robin immediately went to the Pokemon Island to find Dark. Dark had been staying at the entrance of the Alliance base these days. He was planning the geographical location of the Pokemon Academy and its surrounding areas. When he heard the name of Shirahoshi from Robin, Dark's face became strange. Speaking of which, when he first came to the pirate world, he was still considering I have considered the problem of Fishman Island, but I forgot about it in my busy life. Fishman Island is good. Dark remembered the special geographical location of Fishman Island and the current situation of Fishman Island, and his mouth corners couldn't help but rise. As we all know, many people in Fishman Island hope to move to the sea to survive, but the premise is that humans are willing to live in peace with them. But for people in the pirate world, this is an impossible situation in itself. No matter how hard Otohim tries, no matter how much she asks for the consent of the world government, it is meaningless. The world government allows you to move to land, but it doesn't mean that other humans will not take action against the fishmen and mermaids. It has been said before that the world government is not an official organization. What can it use to make decisions for other humans? At most, the member countries will give 2 or 3 faces. With the nature of humans, coming to land will only accelerate the process of their race's extinction. Before they were killed by pirates, they were all captured by human traffickers and made slaves. Otohim's current actions can only be said to have good intentions. She hopes that her compatriots and citizens can live under the sun, and that children can see how big the world is. But it's too naive. Humans are still fighting each other, so why should they live in peace with a foreign race like you? Humans can occupy all the land in the world, so why do they have to divide it up with a foreign race like you? Otohim may not have thought about these questions. She is very kind. So she thinks other people are also so kind. But she doesn't think about what will happen to her compatriots who were captured by slave traders and fell into the hands of humans. She doesn't ask why the fishmen in Fishman Street hate humans so much. There is no possibility that Fishman Island can gain equal status in the pirate world. But the reason why Dark laughed is that the pirate world is not okay, but Pokemon Island is okay. 124 Chapter 124 Move Fishman Island in 124. The mainstream painting style of the future world of Pokemon Island must be the style of the Pokemon world. This is absolutely beyond doubt. Dark must ensure that Pokemon Island can become such a world that makes him worry-free and relatively peaceful, otherwise he will use the strongest combat force in the store to eliminate all unrest factors. But this world is more colorful than the Pokemon world. The Pokemon world is people and Pokemon. And Pokemon Island is all races and Pokemon. Therefore, everyone on Fishman Island can become a permanent resident of Pokemon Island, and when they give birth to the next generation, they will be native residents of Pokemon Island from the next generation. Similarly, Pokemon Island also has the peace that the residents of Fishman Island want. Complete peace is impossible. Different races will definitely have some minor frictions, but at least there will be no human trafficking. After all, those slave traders don't have to think about surviving on Pokemon Island in their lifetime. They should think about how to survive in the new era. Go and bring her in. After thinking about the Fishman Island, Dark nodded to Robin beside him. Let's take Shirahoshi as the starting point. Let this little guy like this endless land first, and then Neptune, Otohim, and the people of Fishman Island. There are better and more ideal places to go, and you don't have to pay such a high price, so who would think about licking the world government with all their heart? Okay. Robin responded and turned away. During the time when Robin was away, Dark began to think about some future things again. He was sure that those people on Fishman Island would actively beg him to come to Pokemon Island to survive within a year, no, half a year. There are huge lakes and land, endless oceans, and there are not so many humans and other races at present. Even if they come, everyone is equal to ordinary people, and there is basically no military conditions. How could they not want to come here? The void suppression rule of Pokemon Island is a huge suppression for the world's top forces such as the Navy and the White Group, but for the vulnerable groups such as Fishman Island, it is the basic rule to ensure their survival. However, what will this group of people rely on to survive after they come? Food. There is a big difference between Pokemon Island and the outside world, that is, food freedom has not yet been achieved here. Previously, Pokemon Island was an empty island. Except for a few Pokemon in the store, no creatures survived here, so there was no need to consider this issue. But soon the families of those reserve employees in Fishman Island will come, so we have to consider it for a while. At least they should be self-sufficient. This is not too difficult, but there are more places to spend money. Dark can buy various terrains in the Magic Mall to let these people farm and raise livestock, as long as they bring back some seeds from outside. Just move the entire Fishman Island in. Suddenly, Dark's mind flashed. He was thinking about letting Fishman Island. All the fishmen and mermaids in the world came to Pokemon Island to survive, but now, he thought of moving the entire Fishman Island to Fishman Island. It is incredible that Fishman Island, a living space thousands of miles under the sea, can also operate a biological system to allow the creatures on this island to survive. The reason why the plants on Fishman Island can survive is that the trees in the Sabayati archipelago guide the sunlight to the bottom of the sea. Such sunlight also exists in Pokemon Island and will not destroy the ecological system of Fishman Island. Moreover, the huge inland sea next to the Alliance base is more than enough to accommodate a Fishman Island. Dark, this is Shirahoshi. Next to him, Robin led an oversized Lolita over. Dark turned his head and was stunned for a moment. After all, it was the first time he saw such a large mermaid child. Hello. Shirahoshi, who came to a new environment, seemed to have returned to his timid appearance at the beginning. At this time, a circle of bubbles appeared on Shirahoshi's waist, which was the boundary between human and fish. This was the way for mermaids to move on the ground, at least the mermaids on Fishman Island did this. Without such bubbles, they could only jump forward on land. But Shirahoshi's eyes could not help but look around. Is this grassland beautiful? Dake followed Shirahoshi's gaze and looked around. The endless grassland sounds a bit monotonous, but countless people may have never seen such a monotonous scenery in their lives. Yet, Shirahoshi nodded vigorously, with twinkling little stars in her two big blue eyes. She looked at the grassland for a while, then looked at the giant tree in the distance, and had to take time to look at the huge lake. She had to stare at the battle competition venue and the Alliance base for several minutes. Can I? Yes. Dark nodded. If Shirahoshi didn't come, how could Neptune and Otohim come? If they didn't come, how could they realize how beautiful Pokemon Island is? How could they come up with the idea of bringing the people of Fishman Island to live and survive on Pokemon Island? Well, there are two little fish there. Shirahoshi's face turned a little red. It seemed that being able to come here to play casually was a very happy thing for her. However, she also sensed two breaths. She looked behind Dark. There were two strange-looking little fish in the lake staring at her. She could feel the breath of these two little fish, or in other words, she could feel all the aquatic creatures. Dark turned his head and saw Magikarp and Phoebus. These two little guys usually play in pairs in the lake, rarely sticking their heads out in front of outsiders, but today they took the initiative to show up. Poseidon, the king of the sea. Dark realized the reason, which might be because Shirahoshi, as the king of the sea, has a high affinity for water-type Pokémon. Dark thought for a while, turned his head to look at Shirahoshi, and then turned his head again to look at Magikarp and Phoebus. Magikarp, Phoebus, are you going to leave with that little girl? Dark walked to the lake, squatted down and looked at the two little guys in front of him who didn't have a high sense of presence. Gurgle gurgle. Phoebus didn't say anything. She was a cold person and basically didn't talk at ordinary times, but Magikarp was a chatterbox and responded to Dark. Magikarp meant that they didn't plan to leave with Shirahoshi, but just felt that Shirahoshi had a very comfortable breath, so they came to take a look. It's like, when a boy sees a girl who attracts him, he may look at her twice, but he won't fall in love with her at first sight. Love at first sight is still very likely to happen to Pokémon, but unfortunately, it didn't happen to Magikarp and Phoebus, at least at this moment. Okay, it seems that I misunderstood. It's okay. She will come often in the future. You may become good friends. Dark nodded, stretched out his hand to touch the heads of the two little fishes, then turned back to Shirahoshi and handed him a token. This is for you. What is this? Shirahoshi stretched out her hands to take it. She looked at the token curiously, a little confused. This is a pocket token. In the future, as long as you hold this token, you can open any door and come to our breeding house. This is the certificate leading to our side. Oh, thank you, Lord Dark. Shirahoshi bowed politely to Dark. You should still want to play here, right? Excuse me, what time is it now? 5:30 in the afternoon. Dame. I have to go back for dinner. My mother and the others will worry about me. Shirahoshi shook her head firmly. Although she wanted to continue playing here for a while, she cared more about her family's feelings and didn't want to make them worry. Well, let Robin take you away. You can come anytime you want. You can go around by yourself next time. You don't have to come to me every time. Dark nodded to Robin and watched them leave Pokémon Island. Standing on the original, Dark fell into deep thought, and he opened the magic mall. Black soil terrain. Red soil terrain. Quick fertilizer. Long-lasting fertilizer. Wang Wang Valley seeds. Rolling bean seeds. Healing grass seeds. Royal leaf seeds. Waterside vanilla seeds. Cherry berry seeds. Wood fruit seeds. Food sources should be put on the agenda first, before the Pokémon Academy. Dark frowned and looked at everything on the panel. He had to ensure that there was an environment that allowed people to be self-sufficient before anyone lived here for a long time. We need to recruit another batch of reserve employees, and the families of these employees must be farmers, herdsmen, botanists, zoologists, etc. Dark muttered and returned to the office of the Alliance base. There is only one chair and one table here, and he has not yet spent time to decorate his office. He sat on a chair with a piece of paper on the table. He picked up a pen and wrote down everything about Fishman Island and food sources today. He was worried that he would forget. The next day, Dark personally took care of the recruitment of employees. There was no way. There was still a shortage of manpower. Originally, this kind of thing was to be handed over to Fengkele, but the other party was now delivering Pokémon eggs. Dark took out the list of people who wanted to join the Pokémon League before. There were many names that were originally crossed out and could be rechecked. It took about 2 days for Doc to recruit 500 reserve members again. These people were from the 7 Water City and from overseas. They had all kinds of professions. Doc even saw 2 or 3 people who studied plants and animals. In short, these people all wrote in their wishes that they hoped their families could live in Pokemon Island. And from the family information filled in, 70% to 80% of them had experience in planting crops and raising animals. 125 Chapter 125 Reversal? Immortality? 125. It has been a week since the last issue of the newspaper. Because Morgans has had a big incident in the past 2 weeks, everyone is looking forward to the content of the new issue of the newspaper recently, and people who have never subscribed to newspapers before are also rushing to buy newspapers. Rather than paying attention to the content of the newspaper, it is better to pay attention to what the Pokemon League has done. Last time, they even made a whole world, which really opened the eyes of people all over the world. Now there are still a lot of people on their way to the Seven Waters. Originally, the permanent population of the Seven Waters was more than 30,000. No one can tell how much the population will increase in the future. The Seven Waters with more than 30,000 people is usually crowded. There are so many unemployed vagrants in the city, and now they are still crowding here. If the situation does not change, the Seven Waters is bound to have many bad incidents. The fundamental reason for this phenomenon is the location of the Cultivation House branch. This is the only place that everyone knows that is related to the Pokemon League. If you want to enter the Pokemon Island and want to know more about Pokemon and other worlds, of course you have to go here. There are too many people in this world who are not interested in One Piece. There may be only one person out of 100 who is willing to go to sea in pursuit of the title of One Piece or the Pirate King, and most of them will be unknown or die in the sea. However, there are too many people who are interested in other worlds and Pokemon. At least 90 out of 100 people are curious about the gimmick of other worlds, but there are not many people who have the courage to cross such a long distance to the Seven Waters City, but the number is definitely far more than the number of people who go to be pirates. If you want to solve the problem of the Seven Waters City, that is, the breeding house will open branches to other places, so that other people have the opportunity to contact the Pokemon League. Dark knows this, but he really doesn't have the conditions to do it. There is too little manpower. No, it should be said that there is too little trustworthy manpower. If he wants subordinates, there are at least 30,000 people who want to join the Pokemon League in Seven Waters City right now. However, these people are all kinds of people. Can he trust them to look after the branch? There are only a few core staff members in the breeding house now, and each of them has their own work content. How can they spare the time to manage the branch? There are many conditions for being a branch manager. For a person like Zanbei, he is loyal enough, but can he be arranged to guard the branch? On the first day of taking office, either the branch will be robbed on the first night, or Zanbei will lose count within a week and spend all the goods in the branch. Not to mention that he must have the self-protection ability like Fengkele, which can be compensated by the number of people and Pokemon, and the branch of Seven Waters City has Septal. But at least he must be able to communicate freely with customers like Fengkele, and can do things like introduce goods and calculate transaction amounts. This is a bit too much for the people in the pirate world. Because many people in this world do not go to school, only those who are not so poor or who have learned these knowledge by themselves due to their upbringing can receive education. Fon Clay belongs to the latter. It is because of the lack of such talents that the branch it will not be able to open for a while. But Dark has no time to find such talents now. Because this week, Fengkele has sent out all the previous Pokemon eggs, the funds have been recovered, and Dark is busy setting up the Pokemon Island. Now there are 107W magic coins in the system balance. And the number of people who pre-ordered Pokemon eggs in Seven Water City is still slowly increasing. Not only that, the eggs in the hands of the first batch of people who bought Pokemon eggs in Seven Water City are about to reach the hatching period. Those prospective trainers are now purchasing various goods in the branch for preparation. Every time when he is so busy, Dark will sigh that it would be great if the Naruto world was opened. After all, there is a substitute technique there, and there are talents like Angle. Now it is the end of the year 1511 of the Sea Circle calendar, the beginning of December. The sea train will be completed in about 2 months, and the return of the iceberg should relieve Dark's pressure. Because Bing Shan is the rare talent mentioned before. In the original work, he became the mayor of the city of Seven Waters, and he built Carrera Company from scratch into the world's first shipbuilding company. At this moment on the sea, a new issue of newspapers is being sent to all parts of the world. Sabayati Archipelago. A group of pirates just got the latest issue of the newspaper and gathered in a tavern to read it. I heard that the content of this issue about the Pokemon League is a big secret. Well, it seems to be very explosive news. I have a friend in the news agency, and I heard from him that the great pirate world is about to end. Ha 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 ha, it's too exaggerated. The great pirate era has lasted for 10 years. Come, let me see, there are so many beans in the newspaper. Such scenes are constantly staged all over the world, and the Sabayati archipelago alone has been in chaos because of this news. People who were strolling leisurely on the streets and alleys got up and headed for the coast soon after getting the newspapers, and many people who didn't know what was going on ran with them. What's wrong? Idiot! Just read the newspaper, don't block my way, I'm going to the city of Seven Waters. Whoever wants to be a pirate can be one, I don't want to be one, ha 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 ha, I'm going to be a trainer. Is there anyone to escort me to the city of Seven Waters? I'm the president of the Middle Chamber of Commerce, and I'm willing to offer 100 million Baileys for protection. Xiao Wu, my love, I will definitely resurrect you. Isolde, wait for me. The running crowd turned into a sea of people. The fleets were lined up one after another. If someone looked down from the perspective of God at this moment, they would find that there were countless small black dots starting from various islands in the world, heading towards a certain point. And that place is called the City of Seven Waters. The raftel in everyone's heart. There is one piece. Many places are in chaos. Including but not limited to the Navy headquarters Marineford, the Revolutionary Army headquarters Bartigo, the World Government and the Celestial Dragon Marijoa, the Whitebeard Pirates Moby Dick, the Beasts Pirates Wano Country, and the Charlotte family Totland Sea. All organizations and everyone became agitated after reading this issue of the newspaper. And the culprit of this situation, Morgans, is now laughing wildly in a dark secret room. The sense of achievement hit his brain, making him very happy. Among the many forces, only 3 are the most stable. The Navy and the Revolutionary Army have the same stance or the same purpose as the Pokemon Alliance, and the Don Quixote family has known these in advance. As for the restless forces, there are too many. It can be said that except for the above 3 forces, the other forces are not calm and have sent people to the Seven Waters City. Little did they know that Sengoku had anticipated this at the first time and arranged for Kuzan and Borsalino to be surrounded overseas of the Seven Waters City. All evil forces that intended to get involved in the power of Pokemon would have to die. This was one of the reasons why Sengoku Helping Hand Dark established a branch in the Seven Waters City. That was to keep an eye on those pirates, gangsters, and the like, and not let these guys get close to the branch of the breeding house. Sengoku didn't want the power of Pokemon to fall into the hands of these bad guys, and he didn't want them to have the opportunity to get involved in Pokemon Island and those miracle props. In his opinion, Pokemon Island is the future base camp of their navy. That's right, Sengoku has regarded the Navy as an undercover organization planted by the Pokemon League in the world government. Of course, Dark didn't know about this. However, the arrival of some forces cannot be intercepted by the Navy. For example, the world government is still the boss of the Navy. For example, the Vinsmoke family is a member of the world government and is not considered an evil organization. These 2 forces are on their way to the Seven Waters City. Their intentions are unclear, but they can be basically guessed. Reversal, immortality. The mere appearance of these two words is like the low voice of the devil. Like a word, it attracts everyone to approach and covet it uncontrollably. At this moment, there are too many people coming for such things. They are more or less not for immortality, or there are people who want to do everything to revive it. Everyone in the Don Quixote family can see at this moment that since the newspaper appeared, Senior has fallen into a state of restlessness and absent-mindedness. Calm down, Pico. I know, Dover, I know. The cigarettes in front of Senior have piled up into a small mountain. This is the first time he smoked after Lucien's death, and he couldn't stop smoking. He wanted to revive Lucien, revive Gimlet, and redeem all his past mistakes, but he is also a member of Don Quixote, a family member of Doflamingo, and he also wants to helping hand Doflamingo realize his dream. Even if there is such a prop, that guy may not give it to others, unless he has something else to ask for, so don't worry, those people can only watch even if they go to the Seven Waters City. Does Doflamingo not want to be immortal? If he really doesn't want to, why would he look for Surgery Berry for so many years? But he knows very well that even if he goes to the Seven Waters City, he can't get the prop that can make people immortal. If he wants to get such a prop, he must follow the rules set by Dark and the Pokémon League. He knows this very well, because he often plays such games with people weaker than himself. Just wait and see, the world government has sent people to the Seven Waters City. If nothing unexpected happens, the world government will suffer a lot this time. 126 Chapter 126 Family Residential Area and Farming and Pastoral Area. 126. Although Dark didn't see the waves in the outside world, he had guessed it. But he didn't care much. Things are different now. Now it's not the Pokémon Alliance that needs to consider what attitude to take, but other people. As for the Four Seas branch and the Sabayati Archipelago branch, we can only take it one step at a time. There is really no manpower now, and he has no time to go out and find some core members these days. Now Dark is already living in Pokémon Island. Unless other members encounter something that requires him to make a decision, he may go out. He is busy building a family residential area and agricultural and pastoral area. The former is to accommodate the families of the reserve members, and the latter is to allow these people to have a self-sufficient foundation. So far, the only food source of Pokémon Island is the banana fruit on the distant world tree, but the problem is that unless you can fly up, it is basically unlikely that anyone can pick those fruits. At this moment, another new building complex has been built at a distance from the Alliance base and the battle competition venue. First put the picture of the renovated Pokémon Island below to give everyone a concept of the location. The yellow residential circle, the green is the agricultural and pastoral area. Well, very good, in the future, the family members of the employees will live in this circle of residential area around the city. Dake looked at the buildings that formed a large semicircle in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. The buildings that formed such a circle were basically tres villas of different styles, which were more common in the southern countryside in the previous life. In the southern countryside, such buildings are mostly self-built, so the cost is not high, the price is low, but it is still beautiful and elegant. At that time, the families of the employees can choose which building to live in, and those with good relationships can even choose to be neighbors. Pokémon Island is vast and sparsely populated, and the most abundant thing is uninhabited land, so there is no need to put countless cans like in big cities, and then fill a box with people. Living environment where families are separated can slow down the pace of life and develop neighborhood relations. On the contrary, in the buildings in big cities, people may live a few meters away from each other, and have lived together for several years, but they have never seen what kind of people live in that family. Dake has purchased a total of 30,000 buildings like this, spending 300,000 magic coins. Equivalent to 10 magic coins for a small villa like this coin, that is, 10W Bailey, is simply a bargain. In the future, the city can conservatively accommodate 30,000 households. If each family has at least 3 people, the permanent population of the city will basically not be less than 100,000, and this does not include the existence of Pokemon. This circle of family residences can not only be used to accommodate the families of employees, but also serves as the dividing line between the city and the suburbs of the city. To the north of the family circle is the city's urban area. Dake will set up commercial streets, entertainment streets, food streets, Pokemon centers, friendly stores, coordination centers, and more. There are buildings such as the competition venue, the training competition venue, and the Pokemon school. Currently, there is only one battle competition venue. In the south of the family circle, it is the suburbs of the city. Two large restricted areas are marked here, which are actually agricultural and pastoral areas, specially used for farmers and herdsmen to raise livestock. It also cost Doc 300,000 magic coins to transform the soil in these two restricted areas. Transforming the soil is not too valuable, but it is too large. These two large areas belong to the Pokemon League. People who want to use this land can get it from the Pokemon League in an extremely certain area of land can be rented at a low price. Except for these two areas, there are not so many regulations in the south. At that time, it may be used to open a research institute or build the Alliance's own Pokemon breeding circle. So far, Dark has spent 600,000 magic coins. This does not include the purchase of plant seeds from the Pokemon world, but these are not necessary. Perhaps people will plant some plants unique to the pirate world here. Next, some shops should be built. Dark turned around and looked at the large open space behind the family circle, but soon frowned again. By the way, the first batch of Pokemon eggs in the Seven Waters City should be about to hatch. As Dark expected, when he just had the idea, the Seven Waters City outside set off a huge sensation. There were prospective trainers everywhere in the streets and alleys holding glittering eggs and running towards the north bank. Hey! This is too exaggerated. Clay has been having headaches recently because there are too many troublesome things. For example, at this moment, the entrance of the cultivation house branch was originally a barren open area, but now thousands of people have gathered, and the number is still rising. The most important thing is that everyone holds a flashing Pokemon egg in their hands. Clay had a headache when he saw those Pokemon eggs. He was really worried that those Pokemon babies would tear down the Seven Waters City after hatching. Even Iceberg, who was originally busy with the sea train, stopped his work and ran to the branch to see if there was anything he could help with. As expected, it's time. Dark's figure sounded from behind, and he gradually walked out of the branch. With his arrival, the originally noisy scene outside gradually quieted down. After all, Dark is no longer an unknown person. Everyone knows that the young man in front of them is the leader of the Pokemon League, one of the most untouchable people in the world. Finally here, what can I do, this number? Clay saw Dark coming and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry too much. The Navy won't watch this happen. Dark waved his hand and pointed to the naval base next to him. A lot of Navy had been sent there, and a considerable number of them brought Pokemon. This means that Sengoku summarized the previous experience of Marineford and anticipated what would happen in the Seven Waters City, so he sent experienced rookie trainers and their Pokemon to help. Of course, it is impossible not to have some other purposes. People like Sengoku have no interests and basically won't send out scarce troops to do such things. He is not a guy who likes to do charity. Tobias can at least guess the purpose. It's nothing more than winning the hearts of the people, and then thinking about whether he can attract some of the more than 10,000 rookie trainers to join the Navy. After all, it costs a lot of money to buy Pokemon eggs, and the Navy has to spend energy and at least a month to take care of these Pokemon babies. It's better to directly recruit those trainers who already have Pokemon. This idea is very wise, and Dark has no intention of stopping it. Of course, it is up to these people to decide what to do, and the Navy is not a bad place to go. Not only the Navy, but also the people of the Gree Army are mixed in. It is clear that the Gree army also knows a little about Pokemon, but they can't help themselves. While helping to appease the masses, they also have the same purpose as the Navy. In short, if there are two groups of people here to help, at least there is no need to worry that the Seven Water City will sink into the sea. Go build the sea train with confidence, Bing Shan, the Seven Water City will not sink. I am very worried when you say that. A drop of invisible cold sweat fell on Bing Shan's forehead. He looked at Dark beside him and tried to find a hint of joking in the other's expression. But he failed. This made him sweat a few more drops on his forehead, and he even swallowed his saliva. Look at the bright side. If the Seven Waters City sinks today, you and Tom won't have to worry about it for the rest of your life. Thank you. Iceberg thanked Dark, hesitated for a while, and finally chose to leave to build the sea train. The situation here is not safe and sound just by watching. Why not lie down? Is it really okay? Fon Clay watched Iceberg leave, then quietly came over and whispered in Dark's ear. Chimmy. Smoochum stood on Feng Clay's shoulder and imitated Feng Clay's appearance to show a wretched posture. Sure enough, Pokemon will become more and more like trainers in the process of growing up. For example, the current Smoochum is a typical example. It is predictable what Jinx will become in the future. Of course, trainers may also become more and more like Pokemon in the process of getting along. For example, Monet is also a typical example. Dark feels that the other party starts to speak in a lewd manner. Said. It is absolutely impossible to say that there is no problem at all. Everyone's understanding of Pokemon is still too shallow. However, at most, the Seven Waters City will become a little more shabby than the next day. It is not a big problem. Dark's attitude is optimistic. Fortunately, I asked after the Iceberg left. Fong Clay praised his own wisdom. Chimmy. Smoochum also gave a thumbs up, although she actually didn't understand what Feng meant. It seems that they will hatch collectively tomorrow morning, and you can still sleep well tonight. Dark looked at the shiny frequency of the eggs, then stretched his arms and stretched. Is it possible that I can't sleep at night and climb into your bed? I'll lock the door. Also, this joke is not funny at all. Iceberg, that serious guy, would never do such a thing. Dark turned around and went back to the branch, but before that he turned back and told Feng Kelly. By the way, the family living area has been built. Inform our 1,500 reserve members and their families that they can pack up and prepare to leave this cruel world. Your statement is too weird. 127 Chapter 127 Tens of thousands of new trainers. 127. After a rare night of good rest, Dark arrived at the Seven Waters City early the next morning. The nearly 11,000 Pokemon babies have been hatched. Although the Seven Waters City is still the Seven Waters City, the style of the entire city is obviously different from before. Darkrai, let's go see what interesting things are happening in this city. Darkrai emerged from Dark's shadow, and then flew over the Seven Waters City with Dark in his arms. At this moment, the Seven Waters City was very lively. Next to the river, a boy was soaked, and in his arms was a Pidgey that was choking on water. The little bird just hatched from the egg and flapped its wings to try to fly, but it jumped twice and fell into the lake. As a trainer, the boy was originally very happy to see the lively little bird, but suddenly he almost lost his soul and jumped into the lake to rescue it without saying anything. Fortunately, the river in the Seven Waters City was full of snub bulls. These bullfish were a group of kind guys, almost the same as Pokemon, but they didn't have the racial abilities of Pokemon. The snub bulls are very busy today, busier than any other day. They are not busy carrying passengers, but rescuing the little guys who fell into the river. Pidgey was brought up by a snub bull. Darkrai in the sky flew forward a short distance with Darkrai, and Darkrai saw another interesting picture. At the door of a raw meat shop, an ant was squatting in distress. She supported her chin and frowned as she looked at the crying little guy in front of her and was completely confused. She has tried many ways to coax the child, but none of them worked. This made the ant very sad and she didn't know what to do for a while. Oh, a very rare Pokemon has hatched. Darkrai in the sky squinted and looked at it, a little surprised. Cubone. This is a very topical Pokemon, whether it is from its origin or appearance, it is very topical. It is also a child who is fragile and crybaby, but stubborn and likes to show off. As for the reason why this little Cubone was crying, it was somewhat similar to Happiny. Dark thought that if he didn't say anything, the ant might not notice Cubone's problem for a long time, so he let Darkrai take him down. Ah! Lord Alliance Leader. The ant looked a little surprised when she saw Dark suddenly flying down from the sky. Lord Alliance Leader. This seems to have become the way many people in the pirate world call Dark, and I don't know when it spread. Master, please help me see what's wrong with this child. He keeps crying. Auntie picked up Cubone and walked to Dake's side to let him take a closer look. And this skull on his head, he refuses to take it off. He cries loudly when I touch him. Cubone is a special race. You can think of this skull as a part of his body. He can never take it off. Besides, he needs a bone. Dake looked at the crying little guy and couldn't help but rubbed Cubone's belly. It was soft. It is rumored that Cubone is Charmander whose mother Charizard or Charmeleon died and whose tail went out. Dake listened to it as a joke and didn't take it seriously. Bones? There are a lot of bones in the store. Auntie was stunned for a moment, then carried Cubone back to her raw meat store. After a while, Cubone cried even louder. Dake stuck his head in and looked, with a question mark on his head. Little Cubone was standing on the ground, with a bone twice his size stuffed in his arms. One of them didn't stand firmly. Snap! Little Cubone was pressed to the ground by the big bone. Ah! Why is this child so stupid? Auntie squatted down with a headache, helped little Cubone up, and then looked back at Dark innocently. Master, he doesn't seem to eat. Dark understood. It shouldn't be only the rookie trainers who have headaches, but also the Pokemon babies who met the reckless trainers. When the two meet, one will go crazy. Dark re-explained that Cubone needed a small bone as a weapon, not to eat. Auntie understood, picked a small bone and handed it to Cubone. The little guy held it in his hand and waved it, and then slowly stopped crying. But it seems that because of the experience just now, the little guy is still a little aggrieved, and his eyes are full of tears. What a crying baby! Aunt took out a piece of paper, wiped Cubone's face, and then held him in her arms to comfort him. When Cubone stops crying, it means he has become stronger and is about to evolve. Dark reminded him, turned around and left the store, letting Darkrai take him to the sky again. Evolution? I don't understand. It doesn't matter. Little Kara can always be a crying baby. Aunt tilted her head and looked indifferent. She just hoped to have a companion in her life, and she didn't intend to let Cubone fight. Flying from the outer city to the inner city, Dark could see the obvious difference between the inner and outer cities. The inner city has a smaller population, and basically all of them are wealthy families, so the style here is obviously different from the outside. The biggest difference is that the inner city is not as chaotic as the outer city. The outer city is now as chaotic as a vegetable market, while the inner city is just a little noisy. The key reason is that there are few Pokemon in the inner city, and these people have made preparations for Pokemon hatching in advance. For example, in a small courtyard of a mansion, a gentle-looking woman is holding a little Natu at the moment. The woman holds a milk bottle produced by the breeding house in her hand, and feeds the mooing milk in it to the green bird little by little. Because the little guy has a beak, it is inevitable that milk will flow out and fall on the woman's clothes. However, the woman patiently wiped the mouth of the little Natu with her sleeve, not caring about the milk that flowed out. In another house not far away, the scene is similar. The owner of this family is a middle-aged shipbuilder in his 40s, who is considered a relatively famous shipbuilder in the Seven Waters City. Many people come to him to order ships. He hatched a cow more than 1 meter tall from the egg. Buffalent. The boatman didn't expect that such a big creature could be hatched from such a small Pokemon egg. As soon as Buffalent was hatched, he ran wildly in the yard. Fortunately, the yards of the mansions in the inner city were large enough to allow Buffalent to run freely. The ground was stomped with a bang 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 sound as Buffalent ran. The boatman not only didn't feel noisy, but was happy to see Buffalent so energetic, and even ran with Buffalent. When they were tired of running, the two of them lay together and leaned on each other. They were like-minded and got along very well on the first day. Of course, not every Pokemon is so noisy after birth. There are still many Pokemon who are very well behaved when they are born, most of which are female Pokemon. There are also very few Pokemon who are very calm and show a mature adult attitude when they are born. Although most of them are pretending, it is not easy. Doc followed Darkrai outside for the whole morning and didn't see any bad incidents. Also, he didn't see or receive any news from his subordinates that any trainer abused or disliked Pokemon. It is absolutely impossible for a trainer to not dislike a Pokemon at all. Pokemon like Grimer will definitely be disliked by a lot of people, just like coughing in the Navy. Although everyone doesn't hate it, they don't want to get close to it because it releases gas randomly. But why doesn't Smoker dislike coughing at all? Because it is a Pokemon he hatched with his own hands. Coughing is like half of his child. During that month, he was trembling with fear and guarded it 24 hours a day. How could he easily hate the babies he worked hard to hatch? What's more, these babies don't know anything. They don't understand what they did wrong. They are just releasing their nature. Teaching them how to control their gas, control their odor, and control their power is the body what a trainer should do. Now, coughing has made friends in Marineford. He gets along well with Nikans and Meowth, and they often play together. The reason why no trainer in Water City 7 dislikes their Pokemon is because of this. This is the Pokemon that they hatched with great effort. Even if it is ugly, it will become more pleasing to the eye. However, it may not be the case in the eyes of others. Good looking is good looking, ugly is ugly. I didn't spend any extra effort, so my eyes will not naturally have a filter. But this situation is inevitable. It is like this between humans, not to mention Pokemon. Maybe it will be better for Pokemon. After all, most Pokemon are very cute. Some Pokemon that don't look so good will also be found cute by some special trainers. Overall, Water City 7 has 11,000 new trainers. These trainers may have many flaws and shortcomings, but in terms of the situation, they are at least qualified. In this way, Dark was relieved and told the people in the inspection team and the 1,500 reserve members to pay more attention to what happened in the city recently and stop any bad incidents on the spot. Then, he returned to the breeding house. Next, it is time to prepare to bring the reserve members and their families to live in Pokemon Island. There are still many things to deal with. 128 Chapter 128 ID Card and Alliance History. 128. The total number of reserve employees and their families is only 5,000. That is to say, many of these families may only have 1 or 2 people, which is quite normal in the pirate world. After Fenkley notified this group of people, they came to the door of the breeding house that night, with large and small bags and even carts around them, obviously ready to move. It's not that they packed up quickly, but since the day they became reserve employees, they have been preparing for the arrival of this day. There are 1,500 households, and each household has at least 1 Pokemon. The slightly richer families may have 2 or 3. The number of new trainers in the Seven Waters City suddenly dropped below 10,000. Because it's not just these 1,500 people who will leave with their families, many people have also been fooled away by the Navy and the Grey Army, and perhaps some people will join other forces. However, these are only a minority after all. In addition to the 1,500 people taken away by Dark, the total number of new trainers who left may be less than 500. Because the purpose of these new trainers buying Pokemon at the beginning was to have a stable life or a companion in daily life, not to take the initiative to step into danger. They prefer to live in the Seven Waters City, which is guarded by the Cultivation House branch, and then try hard to see if they can join the Pokemon League and live in the Pokemon Island, so that their lives can be completely settled, without having to worry about the appearance and harassment of various bad guys, let alone the safety of their families. At this moment, at the door of the Cultivation House branch, Dark is making his final announcement. I will make one last statement. Once you decide to live in the Pokemon Island in Grain, you don't have to think about being able to travel freely between the two worlds, unless you encounter some activities developed by the Alliance to open the entrance for people from the pirate world to enter, otherwise the connection between the two worlds will be almost non-existent. Dark solemnly stated the pros and cons of living in the Pokemon Island. Living in the Pokemon Island for a long time, you really don't have to worry about your life being arbitrarily deprived by other people, but you will also lose some experiences that can only be had in the pirate world. For example, in the early stages of the development of the Pokemon Island, at least in the next few months, there will be basically no interesting things happening in the Pokemon Island, and there will be no newspapers or TV for these people to watch. These people will live a primitive life similar to men farming and women weaving in the next few months. The only way they know the outside world may be the things and experiences brought back by their families who work outside. If you regret it, you can leave now, but let me be frank. After you leave, you will basically no longer be eligible to live in Pokemon Island. There are too many people who want to live there. This island does not need you. Dake glanced at the people in front of him. Every word he said was true. In the past few days, some bad things happened in the Seven Waters City because of this matter. Someone actually coerced and bribed this group of people to transfer their admission rights. When Doc heard about this at first, he was also angry and laughed. He felt that there were so many brainless people in this world. Whether a person has the right to enter the Pokemon world is decided by him. This right is not an item. It can be given to others just by saying it. Even if the qualified person gives it up, it is not the turn of the scum who can do such a thing. It can be said that all those who have done bad things in the pirate world don't have to think about living in Pokemon Island for a long time in this life. The reason why these scums feel happy is that they get pleasure from the disadvantaged groups. But when the pirate world is left with only scums, these people will clearly feel that the people they once bullied are. What kind of mood was he in when he was in the pirate world? Dark might get excited at that time and record the scene of these people killing each other and show it to the people of Pokemon Island, so that they can understand more clearly the consequences of doing bad things. At that time, all those who have done serious bad things in Pokemon Island will either be imprisoned in the prison of Pokemon Island or exiled to the pirate world to be monkeys. When Dark finished the first sentence, some people were actually moved, such as those rich people. Because they have money, they can feel more happiness in the pirate world, but when they come to Pokemon Island, although they still have money, they can't find much place to spend money for the time being. However, when Dark said the second sentence, the eyes of these people suddenly became clear and firm, like nail households. Yes, I am a 9-year-old resident of Pokemon Island. It seems that no one wants to give up this quota, so we can set off. I will try to build the city where you live as quickly as possible, so that everyone can enjoy life. After saying this, Dark turned around. A rectangular portal like a mirror on the water suddenly appeared in front of him. Enter our new world, everyone. He took the lead and walked in. The people behind him had been waiting for a long time. Everyone wanted to go in front, but after seeing Sceptile standing by, they still honestly suppressed their excitement and lined up to go in. Pokemon Island. The other side of the entrance is the Celadon Bridge at the entrance of the Pokemon League. At this time, 5 tables and chairs have been set up at the entrance of the bridge, and there is a person sitting on each chair. They are Fenkele, Robin, Monet, Perona and Sucrose. Tonight, Dark specially transferred them from their jobs and called them here to register the identities of these 5,000 people and issue Pokemon Island resident ID cards. Please line up in 5 rows to register your identity and receive your ID card. Even the Pokemon babies need to register and receive it. After the registration, I will bring my sister Chiao and the police. Every family can choose the house style they like and move in with their bags. Dake stood aside and shouted to the crowd. Before he finished speaking, 5,000 people began to scramble and squeeze into 5 lines. Fortunately, there was no stomp incident. Some residents who hatched big Pokemon babies have a great advantage at this time, and others can't squeeze them at all. Such a situation is also expected by Doc. Even in the places with 9 years of compulsory quality education in the past, there will be a group of people who squeeze and cut in line everywhere, not to mention these people who have not received education. This can only be transformed from generation to generation. They even give out houses. I'm willing to die for the Pokemon League. That's great. There are free houses to live in. I don't know what they look like, and the style. They shouldn't be ugly. Didn't you see the place in front? The leader is so rich, he shouldn't give employees a simple place to live. I don't know if the house is beautiful. Alas, there is no place for me to buy some flowers and plants to decorate it. I really can't spend money. After the people lined up, they had time to discuss what Dark said just now. Dark was watching people registering on the side. Some Pokemon babies felt bored and would fall asleep directly in the arms of the trainer. The 5 core members of the breeding house who were responsible for registration were not too busy. The registration process was quite easy. After all, the information of the 1,500 reserve members and their families had been collected before. They were all people who were allowed in after their character and past resume were confirmed, so there was no need to spend time on this. The main thing to register is the Pokemon born in each household, which is information they haven't had time to collect yet. For the Pokemon that will live in Pokemon Island, the Alliance must have a full understanding. For example, one day in the future, the Alliance's water pipes are bitten, but no one admits it, then we can check which families those sharp-tongued Pokemon come from, and then conduct a specific investigation. After registering the information, the ID card is issued, which is very similar to the ID card of Dark's previous life. The case is as follows. Front, a black Pokemon ball logo of the Pokemon League in the upper left corner. Pokemon Island. Resident ID card. Issuing authority, Pokemon League. Back, a portrait on the right, used to print the person's photo, currently can only be left blank. Name, Jong-san. Gender, male, space, race, human. Birth, Haiwan calendar year X month X day. Address, Pokemon Island Union City Resident Circle No XX. Identity ID. This ID card is only the first generation of ID cards, temporarily issued to the families of this group of employees. Union City is the city where the Pokemon League headquarters is located. After all, there will definitely be other cities in this world in the future, so a name is needed. The ID card will definitely be updated, which is also necessary. Especially in terms of portraits and birth dates, there will be improvements in the future. It took about an hour, and all the registrations were completed. Duck walked to the front and let himself it floated up, and then spoke to everyone. Everyone, from today on, Pokemon Island will have our own calendar. In order to prevent everyone from being confused about the time, today is December 10th, year 0 of the Alliance calendar, which is the same as the month and day of the Ocean Circle calendar in the outside world. A year still has 12 months, 365 days, 7 days a week, and we will also have festivals belonging to our Pokemon Island. And the festival we are about to welcome will come in 20 days, New Year's Day on January 1st, year 1 of the Alliance calendar. This festival means the arrival of the new year, the starting point of the new year, and then the Pokemon League will hold an event, let us all welcome the new year together. Having its own date means that the time displayed on the birth date of children born on Pokemon Island in the future will be the Alliance calendar, not the Ocean Circle calendar. Similarly, many festivals in Dak's previous life can also be moved to Pokemon Island, as well as festivals in the Pokemon world, and some interesting festivals can also be picked here. 129 Chapter 129 Alliance City, Building 129. Afterwards, Doc took everyone to the residential circle to choose houses. Although they were all from the Seven Waters City, they did not live so closely together. Those with good relationships lived closer, and those with bad relationships lived farther away, which was quite scattered. But without exception, everyone was quite satisfied with these houses, especially those who were not rich. This THRESTRE single-family villa was already a luxury house for them, and their joy was beyond words. It was getting late, and Doc did not bother the group of people anymore, but returned to the cultivation house to rest. Tomorrow he would build some shops according to the identities of these people, so that they could prepare to open and enter a new life, and also build friendly shops so that these people could have a place to buy daily necessities. As for the 1,500 reserve members, they would just follow their families to busy themselves with the matter of setting up shops for the time being. Their current task is to raise their Pokemon partners, at least until they are out of their infancy before they can start working, because once they are out of their infancy, those Pokemon will have combat power beyond that of ordinary people. At that time, the 1,500 reserve members can be divided into several groups and then put into other branches to work. The specific work content must be subdivided, such as more than 100 people responsible for inspection work, dozens of people responsible for guarding work, etc. But all this must be based on three premises. First, the Pokemon is out of its infancy. Second, the branch is established. Third, the person in charge of the branch must be found. The next morning, Doc left his bedroom early in the morning and came to Pokemon Island. Today he will renovate and set up this Alliance City as a whole, at least the general layout must be implemented, and other details can be set and renovated slowly later. First put down the general layout map, so that everyone has an idea in mind, and see the specific location later. The most important buildings at the moment are the Pokemon Center and the Friendly Store. If any city in the Pokemon world wants to be built, the most indispensable are these two key facilities. Whether it is the Pokemon Center or the Friendly Store, Dark redeems the largest size directly from the Magic Store. Pokemon Centers and Friendly Stores of this size are generally found in the largest cities in each region and the location of the Alliance. Both buildings are not ordinary rectangular box buildings, but buildings with more complex structures. As shown below. It is precisely because of the large scale, complex structure, and solemn and luxurious appearance that each such building cost Dark 10,000 magic coins. The various areas and structures inside have been automatically divided, and Dark does not need to divide the operating area, outpatient area, etc. He only needs to add various equipment inside. The Pokemon Center is located not far from the entrance of the Alliance base, close to the west of the battle competition venue. There is a red and white Pokeball logo on the top of the building. The Friendly Store is located opposite the Pokemon Center, close to the east of the future coordination competition venue. There is a blue and white Pokeball logo on the top of the building. Alas, we need to hire some medical personnel. It seems that we need to go to Drum Island. There are also friendly stores that need to hire some employees to sell goods. These people should be found from the employees' families. There must be some employees' families who have jobs outside, but can't find jobs in Pokemon Island. It just so happens that the friendly stores need to hire a group of people. Dake looked at the tall buildings on both sides and had a headache. There is still a key problem that has not been solved in Pokemon Island. That is the unified currency. Let's do the unified currency exchange tomorrow. The unified currency is not a problem. Doc has already thought of the exchange rate and the name of the new currency. The name of the new currency is Pokemon Coin. The basic units are copper, silver, and gold. 1 magic coin equals 1 gold equals 100 silver equals 1 W copper equals 1 W Bailey. Take the money in the hands of people in Pokemon Island now. Basically they only have a few dozen gold in their hands, and some rich people may have thousands of gold in their entire property. People's daily transactions are probably still mainly in units such as copper and silver. And Pokemon Island will not use real currency transactions. It mainly uses virtual currency and mobile payment. People's ID cards are their bank cards, which can be used for spending and storing their own property. When exchanging currency, they will be asked to set a payment password. The Pokemon Center and Friendly Store are now located, and the next thing to consider is the lives of the residents. This also concerns the holiday life of the students in the future Pokemon Academy and the travel experience of foreign tourists. Doc has marked out a large area in the center of the Alliance City for building various stores. Doc first used 5 W magic coins to build a Pokemon park in the most central location. In the center of the park is a clear lake, where people can enjoy the breeze and see the scenery. There is a sign next to it saying dangerous water depth, please be careful. Around the lake is a small park with various flowers, trees, chairs, and public fitness equipment. This is a good place for evening walks and for students and couples to date and see the scenery. Outside the park, there is another new circle. This is where the family members work. Doc has already displayed many empty buildings of various types. To the north of the park, there is an entertainment street. This is a place dedicated to people playing. It will become one of the most frequented areas for students in the future, and it is also a holy place for couples to date. Because in the future, in addition to some playgrounds, Pokemon battle places, and arcades, there will also be some hotels and hostels. To the south of the park, there is a food street. As the name suggests, this is a place where all kinds of food are sold, and it is a place where people will come when they are greedy. Not all kinds of food can be sold here, but they must be famous foods from various worlds. For example, the water meat of the 7 Water City, and Ichiraku Ramen and Akimichi Barbecue from the Konoha village in the Naruto world. Of course, that will happen in the future. There is no choice now. These shops are definitely not full now. To the west of the park, there is a shopping street. This is the street for buying various goods. Jewelry stores, stationery stores, clothing stores, electrical appliance stores, furniture stores, etc. will be set up on this side. To the east of the park, there is a leisure street. This is for those who are relatively idle but don't like to make a fuss. Most of the people who will come here in the future will be some quiet children who love to study and adults who are tired from work. There will be some afternoon tea shops, libraries, gyms, and other shops here. Doc was busy for a day and set up these things. It cost Doc a huge amount of money to build such a huge area. The consumption of 4 streets and the Central Park totaled 250,000 magic coins, which is almost catching up with the huge residential circle and agricultural and pastoral areas. The main expenses during this period were still on the transformation of the terrain. It costs a lot of money to transform the flat grasslands into lakes, decorate them with various beautiful flowers, plants, and trees, and pave flat roads suitable for people to walk on. On the contrary, the buildings are just a small part. These expenses will be earned back by Doc many times in the future. Because these shops are different from the houses in the residential area, these shops belong only to the Pokemon Alliance and will always belong to the Pokemon Alliance. If they want to open shops here, they can only rent these shops. The future Alliance City is the world capital of Pokemon Island, the most central and important city in the world. This kind of location is very expensive. How expensive is an inch of land? Refer to the capital of Dak's previous life. People who have just come to Pokemon Island to live come out for a walk after cleaning up their homes. They have nothing to do and surround Doc to see what he is doing. These people watched Doc build one building and facility after another, and were stunned on the spot. Some superstitious people knelt down and bowed to Doc on the spot, almost treating him as a god. It is true to say so. The gods of Pokemon Island will undoubtedly be Giratina, Darkrai and others. Now that time is short, these people see a few Pokemon more frequently, so they don't have that concept. When time goes by, Giratina and others gradually disappear from people's sight, and they will begin to become legends. The traces of them will gradually be left all over the world of Pokemon Island, and more people will worship them as gods, gradually evolving into a situation like that in the Pokemon world. The same is true for Dark. He has no intention of being the leader of the Pokemon League for life. One day in the future, he will feel tired and boring, and then choose someone who can preside over the overall situation to be the second-generation leader of the League. Perhaps by then, Naruto's goal will no longer be Hokage, but the leader of the League. At this moment, the onlookers gradually began to speculate about Dark's identity. Originally, they only thought that Dark was a powerful human like Whitebeard, but now it is different. Now Dark has been worshipped as a god by many people. The more thinking this way, they became more and more certain of their ideas. The one who can be worshipped as the master by such a powerful Pokemon that is like a god must be a real god. Dark was too lazy to stop this process of transformation, because he didn't know how to explain his actions to this group of people, so he let them misunderstand. In the future, he may gradually evolve into Arceus of Pokemon Island in the mouths of this group of people. However, Dark didn't want to use his brain to think about such a longajo thing. Now, whether it is Pokemon Island or the pirate world, there are still a lot of things that need him to deal with. He doesn't want to spend brain cells on such unimportant things. After briefly introducing these areas to the people around him, Dark left. The nature of the streets on both sides will be marked at the junction between the streets, so Dark is not worried that they can't understand. These people didn't know what to do, so they started to walk around, discussing which location is better and which store to choose when opening a store in the future. 130 Chapter 130 Falling Out. 130. The next day, Dark put up a sign in front of the family circle, notifying everyone to bring money to the Pokemon League to exchange for the common currency of Pokemon Island. Everyone can decide how much to bring, but all transactions on the island will use the virtual currency in their personal ID cards. Especially in the units affiliated with the League, such as the Pokemon Center and the Friendship Store, only the virtual currency in the personal ID card will be accepted. You can pay by just swiping your ID card and entering your password. Of course, these people can also use Bailey to trade privately, but such transactions are not protected by the League, and any property disputes will need to be resolved by themselves. For the next 3 days, Robin will stay in the lobby on the first floor of the League base, waiting for everyone to go and exchange their property. On the other side, Dark left the Pokemon Island and found Fenkele. He needed to ask Fenkele to count the goods needed in the Friendship Store in the League City, and then he would exchange all those props and put them in the Friendship Store. Since the scale of the Friendly Store in Alliance City is too large, it is impossible to display only some Pokemon-related tools. It also has to sell some things that trainers may use, which will be counted by Dark himself. For example, the plant seeds and fertilizers that he saw in the Magic Mall before, which are only available in the Pokemon world. There are also very popular trainer fishing rods and trainer bicycles in that world. As for some tools that residents may use in their daily homes, someone will open a store in the shopping street to sell them in the future, and the Friendly Store will not need to be responsible for this area. However, at least he needs to purchase some for the family members in the near future, because the current commercial street is still empty, without a single store, so the first floor of the Friendly Store will temporarily take on the work of a department store. Fon Clay left, so the branch in the City of Seven Waters naturally fell into the hands of Bing Shan for the time being. Fortunately, Bing Shan has had several work experiences and is not unfamiliar with this job. And Dark plans to give himself a day off. He felt that he had been too busy recently and was so tired that he had to take a good rest for a day. However, things are different now. In the past, there was no work for Doc to do, but now it is different. There are jobs everywhere. Someone came to the door right now. And he is not a small person. When Doc was awakened by Iceberg and came to the branch of Seven Water City, his expression suddenly became playful. Originally, he did not intend to take the initiative to trouble the world government. At least not for the time being, after all, he did not have much time. But the world government actually came to the door on its own. Dark did not think that there was anything to talk about between their Pokemon League and the world government. If they wanted to talk, it would be more practical to talk with fists. Hello, leader of the Pokemon League. Standing at the door of the Cultivation House branch were 3 men in white suits and masks. Each of them was 3 meters tall, the standard height of a general, and the masks on their faces represented a lion, an elephant, and an eagle respectively. Is it really okay for CP0 to show up in such a place so blatantly? Are you afraid that others don't know you're here? Dark's last sentence was really right. The world government, or the 5 elders, meant to let all forces know that their world government had come to the Pokemon League. They probably thought that Dark would cooperate with them honestly, and when the news got out, it would also help to elevate the status of the world government. I have something to inform you, starting today. Hey? Sceptile, Darkrai, turn them into human sticks. When Dark heard the word notification, his expression darkened. Originally, he was planning to talk to these 3 people normally, but his mood became worse, so he gave up this plan. Dark originally had the idea of destroying the world government sooner or later, and of course he had no worries about killing the people of the world government, but he kept the world government for the time being because he considered that the world situation could not be too chaotic for the time being. Dark. A dark vortex appeared behind the 3 CP0s, and the 3 were unaware of it. At the same time, Darkrai opened the dark void in an instant and sucked the 3 in. When they were released again, the 3 had already fallen into a sleeping state. Swish! A green light flashed across. Although the 3 woke up in just 1 second after coming out, this second was enough for Sceptile to cut off their limbs. Chaloo! Sceptile raised his eyebrows proudly and looked at the 3 people lying on the ground with disdain. Sceptile saw that the level of these 3 people was not even as good as Mihawk, they were simply rubbish. Dark looked at the 3 sticks lying on the ground and squatted down. Because of the previous slaughter road with Bellamy, Dark now didn't react so much to such a bloody scene. However, looking at the bloody flesh and the white bones, he still felt a little sick. You! Pa! Dark stepped on the mask of the lion and stopped the other party from talking. In fact, Dark could basically guess what the 3 people wanted to say. If the world government intended to show weakness, it would not use the word notice at the beginning. Most likely, they planned to say something to let the Pokemon League provide Pokemon to the world government for free, or hand over various rare props. At most, they are willing to pay for them. There will be no other possibilities. The world government has always been so arrogant and brainless. It can be said that it is the racial inferiority of the XX people. If you want the world government to admit defeat, there is only one way: beat them until they doubt their lives and kill them until they have no relatives. I don't really want to hear it. Dark muttered. At this moment, many people have gathered on the border of the Seven Waters City near the north bank to watch this scene. These people didn't know who the 3 men in white suits stepped on by Duck were, but they all thought Duck was a good person. Because Duck was willing to sell them Pokemon eggs. If they couldn't judge the value of Pokemon, they could leave the Seven Waters City and walk around other islands and listen to what others said. Then they would understand that in the new era, Pokemon was equivalent to power. But there were very few people who didn't know this value. So they spontaneously thought that the person who was made like this by Duck must be a very evil guy. This was a subconscious change. The people of the Seven Waters City had gradually changed their ideas. In their view, the Pokémon League was the side of justice. This might be because the Pokémon League was willing to send people to protect them and the Pokémon eggs, or because they had seen the strength of the Pokémon League. It was possible. This silent change was the key to the Pokémon League dominating the new era. Alliance Master. Before Dark could withdraw his foot, he saw from a distance that Zanbei and a group of his brothers were rushing over with knives, guns, sticks and clubs. He did not expect Zanbei and others to come to support so quickly. From the time the 3 CP0 people came to the door to when Dark stepped on them, it might have been about 3 to 5 minutes. In the first 3 minutes, the 3 people were just waiting here and did nothing out of the ordinary, but Zanbei and others still noticed something was wrong and immediately brought people over. This kind of sensitive intuition is quite rare. Although Zanbei may not have any talent in improving strength, he is very good at being a subordinate. Take off the masks of these 3 guys, then put 3 wooden stakes at the door, tie them up, and slap them 10 times if they dare to say a word. Septal has been sitting in the store, so Dark is not worried that these 3 guys will run away. Even if the 3 generals of the Navy come, they can't save these 3 guys from Septal. There should be a possibility that the Rocks Pirates or the 5 Elders will all come. Okay. Zanbei and the others didn't say anything and started working with their brothers. They didn't care what kind of stuff these were. They looked very decent in their suits. Iceberg, if anyone from the world government comes again, tell me immediately. Dark turned around and planned to go back to the breeding house to rest for a while, but he still told Iceberg. From today on, the previous state of non-interference between the Pokémon Alliance and the world government is almost a complete break. The two are fine, but the most embarrassing is the Navy. There is a Navy branch base next to the breeding house branch. When the world government orders the Navy to arrest the people from the breeding house, will the Navy do it or not? This is the problem that Sengoku and the others have to consider. Dark doesn't want to care about these. If the Navy also wants to go against them, then fight. Is it okay? Iceberg looked a little worried. He has lived in this world since he was a child, and the psychological implications and influences caused by the world government are deep-rooted, so he naturally has some concerns. Especially, since he was a teenager, Tom has been leading them to build the sea train day and night because of the world government's judgment. It can be said that Bing Shan has lived in the shadow of the world government for half his life. In the shadow. Although he didn't know the identities of the 3 white-clothed men, they were obviously high-ranking figures in the world government. However, Dark directly asked Darkrai and Septal to kill them, which made Iceberg feel a little uneasy. It's not his fault. Iceberg is different from other core members. He has basically not entered the Pokémon Island and the main store of the breeding house. Whenever he has time, he builds the sea train with Tom and Flam. As for the current combat power level of the Pokémon League, Iceberg may not know as much as those who have watched the exhibition game. Iceberg is just afraid of insufficient firepower. If he knew the real combat power of the Pokémon League, he would not panic at all. 131 Chapter 131 Pirate Love, Not for Senior. 131. Don't worry, Iceberg, let me tell you this, the Pokémon League now has the power to destroy the world government, but I still need to keep them to stabilize the situation for the time being. Dark reached out and patted Iceberg's shoulder. In fact, many people in this world want to be bad guys, because without legal sanctions, bad guys can really live comfortably, but why are there only a few bad guys in this world? Because if you do bad things, you will be caught by the Navy who performs justice. To put it bluntly, it's cowardly. Many people have the desire to steal but not the courage to steal. What binds them is not moral consciousness. Talking about morality in the pirate world without education is nonsense. What binds these people is the current world government and the Navy. The Pokémon League can indeed destroy the world government now, and then replace the world government as the new boss of the Navy and continue to perform justice. However, the prestige and reputation of the Pokémon League in this world are far inferior to those of the world government. Although the Pokemon League has been very popular recently, the world government has been prosperous for 800 years. After the Pokemon League destroyed the world government, there will definitely be a bunch of people who are lucky enough to go out to sea and do whatever they want, and harm the people everywhere. This trend will not subside until the Pokemon League has a new prestige. But at this time, the Pokemon League is still in its infancy, and there are not many people. Dark is busy arranging the affairs of the two worlds, so how can he spare the time to punish those bad guys? This way is not impossible, but it is a bad plan, which will cause great harm to this world and the kind people in this world. And leaving the world government for the time being, the Pokemon League will take advantage of this period to develop itself, popularize Pokemon, and expand its momentum. When the manpower is sufficient and Dark does not have so many things to do, he can naturally take over the new era smoothly without causing too serious sequelae. Really? Are we so powerful? Iceberg was a little unbelievable. Although he knew that Darkrai and Sceptile were awesome, Giratina might be even more awesome. But he had no concrete concept of this awesome. Iceberg's vision was not much higher than that of ordinary people. He had never seen any powerful people take action. It can be seen from the fact that Sceptile destroyed the water gods that Iceberg admired him so much. Iceberg was just a normal civilian in the Seven Water City. It was only after joining the breeding house that his vision gradually broadened. Are the water gods scary? It is indeed scary, but there is no shortage of people in the world who can destroy tsunamis of this scale. For people with suitable abilities like Newgate and Kuzan, it is even easier. Yes, we are so awesome. Dark calmly admitted the strength of the Pokemon League. Although the only powerful Pokemon in the Pokemon League are those 3 Pokemon, and the others are still in the process of growth, but so what? Just because the 3 Pokemon are powerful does not mean that the Pokemon League is powerful. Can he let the world government do whatever it wants? Well, anyway, it's good that you know the plan. Bing Shan nodded. After Dark's comfort, he was not so panicked and returned to the breeding house to look after the store honestly. He was studying how to develop the breeding house better. After all, after building the sea train, Dark wanted him to replace Feng Kelei to be responsible for the branch in the Seven Water City. Feng Kelei might be transferred to other branches, such as the one planned to be built in the Sabayati archipelago, or to engage in other tasks. In short, for a person like Feng Kelei who is highly mobile and has some combat power, Dark doesn't want him to stay in Pokemon Island to work. It is more suitable for ordinary people with no ability to work there. Dark. At this time, Darkrai floated to Dark's ear and whispered something. Oh, take me there. Dark thought for 3 seconds and made a decision. Darkrai nodded, holding Dark and disappeared into the shadows. Guild Tizolo, who was originally fleeing from the Don Quixote family, could no longer restrain himself after seeing the information in the newspaper 3 days ago, and rushed to the city of Seven Waters without stopping. Reversal. 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 This word was the only thing left in his head. He didn't know if it was true. If it was, he would do anything to get this item that could make people reversal. He originally thought that everything was too late and there was no way back for him. But now, the way back was right in front of him. He could save his beloved girl and have her again. Some people always say that if you want to see love, you have to look at Senior. But Senior was not love. He cheated on Lucien and didn't even rush home to take their son Gimlet to the hospital at the critical moment. Lucien hated Senior's deception. She had said long ago that what she hated most was pirates. The ending of this love was that Lucien no longer loved Senior, but Senior still maintained his apology and unrequited love for Lucien. Senior was affectionate, not love. For love, you have to look at Guild Tesoro, the Saffron Emperor. Tesoro worked hard for 3 years to redeem Stella, and Stella listened to Tesoro's sing in the cage for 3 years. He made enough money and got Stella's love. They were in love. However, on the day when Stella could be redeemed, on the day when Tesoro and Stella should have been the happiest, the celestial dragon appeared. Just one step ahead of Tesoro. Just this one step made Tesoro completely lose Stella. Their final farewell ended with Stella's confession. They were really just one step away. Isn't this the pirate version of Jiraiya and Tsunade? It's the same with Jiraiya and Tsunade, just a little bit away. And Tesoro is also a ruthless person. Knowing the status of the celestial dragon, he fearlessly raised his gun and attacked the celestial dragon when he saw Stella being kidnapped. Although the consequence was that they were both captured as slaves, the fact that he dared to take action proved that this man had blood in his heart. 22 years after Stella's death, Tesoro relied on the golden berry he snatched from the Don Quixote family auction to step up to the top of the world, and became the famous Saffron Emperor in the New World. The world's leading business genius, the Saffron Emperor of the Dark World, the world's richest man who owns 20% of the world's berries, controls countless industries in the world, and can even use the power of money to manipulate the celestial dragons and the world government. Such a great character, for more than 20 years, 9 of his 10 fingers are wearing gold rings. Only one ring finger is empty. Even when he was defeated by Luffy in the end, he was still thinking about Stella, which is very similar to the plot of Senior. Senior also thought of Lucien when he was knocked down by Frankie. But what Tesoro has is called love. Because the girl he has always liked him until her death. At this moment, in a small alley, Tesoro stood in the dark alley with his eyes wide open, watching Dark let the Pokémon kill 3 CP0s. How could he not know what the status and strength of CP0 was when he was a slave to the celestial dragons in Marijoa? It was precisely because he knew clearly that he was shocked. Boo-hoos! He. Next to Tesoro, a two-headed man in a black tights also covered his mouth in surprise, and pointed at the screen at the door of the breeding house branch with his other hand trembling. Pokémon League, dare to take action against the world government? And under the nose of the Navy. On the other side, the red-haired beauty in a black high-slit long skirt also swallowed her saliva, and her huge chest rose and fell violently. They were Mr. Tanaka and Bakura, the partners who escaped with Tesoro in the Marijoa slave liberation incident a few years ago. Hedgehog Cat, Filu, Diane Niang and other online novel resources are updated daily, with 50+ updates per day and 1500+ updates per month. Say goodbye to book shortages. Copy the group number below to join the group chat. The previous group is gone. Please add a new group. Kyungsoon New Free Full File Novel External Group, 950180909. Kyungsoon New Novel Transfer Group, 8149037898. Kyungsoon New Free Full File Novel Group 2, 9601262270. The resources come from the internet and are only used for learning and communication. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal learning and trial reading. If you like this resource, please purchase the genuine version. Thank you for your cooperation. If this resource infringes your rights by mistake, please notify us to delete it in time. Because when they were slaves, Tesoro often helped Hand and the others, so they were always loyal to Tesoro. Even when they were chased by Don Quixote and fled everywhere, they still followed Tesoro. These two are also berry users, but their berry comes not from the Don Quixote family, but from the celestial dragons. When they were slaves, they existed as test subjects for testing berry abilities, and were fed with the piercing berry and the lucky berry respectively. The latter's lucky berry is also a bug berry, which absorbs the luck of others to strengthen the luck of another person. Tesoro can make so much money, not only relying on his golden berry, but also the helping hand of Bakura's lucky berry, and this helping hand must have played a very amazing effect. Navy. Are you pretending to be dead? Tesoro clearly saw that some Navy were attracted by the noise in the breeding house next to them, but after seeing those Navy pretended not to see them and returned to the base, and even locked the door. The Pokemon League and the Navy have a relationship. Mr. Tanaka nodded his head with certainty. What those newspapers said before is true. The Pokemon League really has the power to destroy the world and the existence of another world? Otherwise, the attitude of the Navy towards the Pokemon League is too weird. Bakura couldn't keep calm anymore, and stepped on black high heels to lean towards Chizuru and Mr. Tanaka to get some sense of security. No matter what the truth is, I must get that prop. Chizuru lowered his head and frowned, gritted his teeth and raised his head to look forward. But when they looked up again, Dark, who was standing at the door of the branch just now, disappeared from their sight. Where are the people? Are you looking for me? A voice sounded above the three people, which scared them. 132 Chapter 132 Welcome, my finance minister. 132. Pokemon League leader. Chizuru raised his head and looked at Dark, who was landing from midair, and Darkrai behind him. At this moment, there were at least thousands of eyes in the Seven Waters City staring at what was happening at the door of the breeding house, but Dark only found him in the corner. Chizuru didn't understand. Tell me, what do you have to get? Dark looked at the three people in front of him who looked very immature compared to the movie version, and his eyes showed surprise. When Darkrai first heard that there were 3 Demon Berry ability users here, he wondered if the people from the world government were secretly watching. The result turned out to be the famous Saffron Emperor. Dark had considered bringing Saffron Emperor into the Pokemon League, and was even tempted at one point. It can be said that every time Dark used the random teleportation function of the cultivation house, he would think about whether he could meet him by chance. After all, when it comes to the number 1 pirate businessman, Guild Tesoro is definitely the first one that comes to mind. Dark really hopes to bring this person into the Pokemon League to help them make money. And now, the flowers do not bloom even if you plant them with care, but the willows grow into shade when you plant them unintentionally. When Dark wanted to find Tesoro, he never met him, but now Tesoro took the initiative to come to him. And he brought 2 equally capable younger brothers with him. Very good. In the future, the Pokemon League will have 2 business geniuses, Tesoro and Iceberg, which is really great. Dark suppressed the corners of his mouth at this moment, not letting it grin to his ears. Excuse me. Chizuru hesitated for a while before making up his mind. Does the reversal item really exist? What is the price to get it? Dark said this before Chizuru finished. Chizuru's eyes suddenly widened, proving that Dark guessed what he wanted to say. How is it possible? Mind reading. Mr. Tanaka and Bakura both stepped back in surprise, and then couldn't help but raise a hand to cover their chest. Dark was too lazy to explain. It's hard to say whether mind reading exists. At least Psychic can't do the terrible degree of mind reading. But Psychic with a high level can basically figure out a person's general thoughts, which is usually used to predict the command of the opponent's trainer in Pokemon battles. It can be said to be very close to mind reading. Yes. Chizuru clenched his fist and nodded. He didn't think as exaggerated as his 2 subordinates. In his opinion, it was not surprising that Doc could guess it. Since the newspaper reported that there were props in the breeding house that could make people reversal and immortal, basically many people came for these 2 props. There are indeed things that can make people reversal. Dak's words made the 3 people in the audience breathe. Chizuru and the other 2 didn't even dare to breathe at this moment, for fear of interrupting Dak's speech. But Doc suddenly stopped talking. It was like masturbating and suddenly stopped when it was about to come out. X3. The 3 people almost suffocated themselves and didn't wait for Dak's next sentence. So, how can we get this kind of thing? You can't get it. Doc was deliberately hanging the appetite of the 3 of them, and he would never say it. Why? Chizuru obviously had a deep obsession with resurrecting Stella, and asked the reason impatiently. Reversal. Immortality, these are concepts that go against human nature. Although I don't care much about this, I don't intend to let this kind of thing spread so easily. At this time, Dark had landed on the ground and walked to the side of the three people. Looking at Tesoro in front of him, he continued to speak. Do you know why there have been a continuous stream of pirates in this world since 10 years ago? One Piece. Tesoro answered subconsciously. That is one of them, and there is also the reputation and status of the Pirate King. This is the reason for the opening of the Great Pirate Era and the source of the continuous emergence of pirates. So what? I want to create the Pokemon era, so Pokemon and trainers must be produced continuously. When one day the trainers in this world become the mainstream and people can no longer live without Pokemon, I will be considered successful. So, you created something beyond One Piece? Tesoro seemed to understand something. But he didn't quite understand why Dark told him all this. If he didn't plan to sell that kind of thing, why didn't he just reject him directly? Why did he keep telling him about his ideas? That's right, I not only want to create the Pokemon era, but I also want the Pokemon League to control this era. It's useless to rely solely on overwhelming power, just like the world government is the strongest, but the Great Pirate Era was created by Roger. Dark smiled and nodded. Since he had already planned to win over the person in front of him, he must have made the other party understand the reasons for his choices, so that Tesoro would make choices from this perspective after joining the breeding house. You have to monopolize this kind of miraculous props, so that all people who want these things will maintain and support the Pokemon League. Tesoro understood it completely. Things are valuable because they are rare. If anyone can be crowned with the title of Pirate King, then what is its value? It has only become a nickname, a worthless nickname, and no one is willing to take the risk to pursue such a meaningless title. The world government lacks such things, so even if they have been strong for 800 years, they still cannot gain the support of everyone, and even the gathering of member countries depends on the military protection of the Navy. If the Pokemon League has such things, and they can bring people the peace that the world government cannot give, then people will not allow the Pokemon League to be overthrown. After all, no one knows whether the next force to rule the world will be the next world government. The Pokemon League not only has priceless miracle props and unique titles, but also can bring peace to the world. All ambitious people will want to pursue these props and reputations, and all people who live in a corner hope to maintain this peace, but all of this is given by the Pokemon League. Reversals items are produced by the Pokemon League, and the unique title is also extremely noble because of the recognition of the Pokemon League. Only when the Pokemon League exists, everything they want will exist and have value. Of course, some people will have the idea of destroying the Pokemon League to get all the items, but when they find that they can't beat them, there is only one way before them: either give up everything and become enemies with others, or support the Pokemon League like everyone else. And currently all Pokemon in the world come from the Pokemon League. When the rise of each force in the future depends on the power of Pokemon to maintain its status and rights, then these forces will not allow the Pokemon League to be overthrown. The most important thing is, no one can overthrow the Pokemon League. Tesoro has thought everything through and understands the confidence of the Pokemon League to create a new era. The Pokemon League can indeed do it. So, you never planned to release such things, right? Tesoro looked at Dark, feeling a little lost. If Dark really didn't have that intention, what could they do? The Pokemon League was not something they could handle, not to mention that there was a navy in front of them whose attitude was incomprehensible. No, if we don't take those things out for people to use, how can others know if they are real? But if you want to get such things, you must obtain them according to the rules I set, and there may only be 2 or 3 opportunities a year. Hunger marketing. Tesoro nodded, understood what Dark meant, and then asked, then why can't I get it? Because all the activities and events of the Pokemon League are related to Pokemon, and you don't have any. Even if you buy Pokemon eggs now, you may not be able to cultivate them to the point where they can win among so many people. Dark was actually just trying to scare Tesoro. Tesoro's chances of winning were still high, because he was rich and could make a lot of money, He could provide Pokemon with all the props and items needed for Pokemon to become stronger, and he could even hire a group of Pokemon breeders and Pokemon professors to help him train Pokemon in the future. But there was no need to tell him these, because Dark was going to recruit this person. Teezero lowered his head, clenched his fists, and was thinking about what he should do. If there are only 2 or 3 chances a year, you want to think, how many chances do you have left? Dake walked to Teezelo and whispered, "You seem to be hunted by the Don Quixote family. Maybe you will die in the sea next year, and then you will have no chance." The devil was whispering. Teezelo's pupils shrank when he heard what Doc said. Dake was right. He subconsciously thought that he had at least a few decades of life left, but he forgot that his current situation was not good and he might be killed halfway. Is there no other way? Are you willing to give everything for the person you saved? I am willing to do so at all costs. Teezelo nodded, and his eyes lit up. He heard what Doc said, and it seemed that there was a turning point. The way you just mentioned is indeed the only way to get those props, but that is for people outside our breeding house, do you understand? Dark finally revealed his true purpose. Teezelo also looked at Dark instantly, and he immediately understood what Dark meant. I am willing to join the breeding house, as long as I can save Stella, even if I have to be a slave. Teezero wanted to kneel down on one knee to Dark. It seems that there is no need to elaborate on how deep Teezero's love for Stella is, as he can make a guy who has been a slave of the celestial dragons say the word slave again. However, Dark hooked his foot to let him stand up again. Welcome, my Minister of Finance, we are destined to be partners. Dark immediately changed his expression, and smiled and talked to Teezero. But Dark thought of another thing in his heart. Resurrect Robin's mother Olivia. 133 Chapter 133 New Companions. 133. He hadn't thought about this before, and now he seemed to have forgotten Robin's mother. Robin didn't say anything about this in the past 2 days. You can just call me Dark in the future. Everyone in the breeding house is a partner, and the members of the Pokemon League have superiors and subordinates. Dark shook his head and decided to go back and talk about it, then looked at Teezero beside him. Okay, they are my subordinates, Bakura and Mr. Tanaka. Master Alliance. X2. The two bowed to Dark obediently. They had heard the conversation between Dark and Teezero just now, and they knew that they would be a member of the Pokemon League in the future. You came at the right time. You have no idea how much the Pokemon League needs people now. But I feel relieved with the arrival of the coal bucket and the team. My plan for other branches has also made progress. One of the requirements for opening a branch is to have a smart, capable, and loyal person to serve as the branch manager. Both Bakura and Mr. Tanaka can serve as branch managers. They can't do the Grand Line, but they are more than qualified to be the branch managers of the 4 Seas. In addition, Gardino and Mishita. Very good, the managers of the 4 Seas branches are now barely complete, but they must be paired with a Pokemon partner Dark with strong combat power before the branches can be handed over to them with confidence. There is no time for them to train slowly, and they must directly exchange Pokemon with good strength. Teezero has been listening silently beside him. Although he is now thinking about the resurrection of Stella, he still did not take the initiative to speak. In the future, you will be the Minister of Finance of our Pokemon League. At present, there is only you in the entire department. This department will be managed by you in the future, so it is up to you to decide what kind of people to recruit. There is only one requirement: the character of the recruited people must be acceptable, and they cannot be the kind of bad bastards. Dark turned and walked towards the nursery branch, motioning the 3 to follow him. Master, what about us? Can't we follow the boss? Bakura and Mr. Tanaka asked hurriedly. Of course, they still wanted to stay with Teezero. You are going to the 4 Seas to serve as branch managers, but don't worry, each branch will have a portal directly to the Alliance base on Pokemon Island, and you will also be given a pocket token so that you can enter the nursery main store at any time. Dark took out 3 pocket tokens and handed them to the 3 people, and told them the purpose of the pocket tokens. The 3 people were very shocked after hearing this. A void shop in the gap between the worlds is too cool. Bakura and Mr. Tanaka were quite panicked when they heard that they had to go to a place as far as the 4 seas, but after learning that they could teleport at any time, they became eager to try. Generally speaking, members of the Pokemon League are not eligible to obtain pocket tokens, and Dark plans to limit the issuance of pocket tokens in the future. Only core members of the breeding house and those who hold important positions in the Pokemon League are eligible. For example, Zanbei, who will become the captain of the inspection team in the future, can obtain pocket tokens, but his younger brothers cannot. As the store managers of the future 4 Seas branch, Bakura and Mr. Tanaka are of course eligible to obtain pocket tokens. Dark. At this time, Tizero finally couldn't help but speak. He was full of Stella, and he didn't even consider working before resurrecting Stella. Things to do. I know, don't worry, Devil's son Nico Robin is also our partner. Let's go back and ask Robin if she wants to revive her mother, and then we can be together with Stella. Dark waved his hand to calm Tizero down. Well, okay. Tizero responded. As long as Dark didn't forget to revive Stella, and this also involved the family of another partner, I believe Dark wouldn't bluff him. You can let Stella be your secretary, or you can let Stella live in Pokemon Island and make some friends. In short, you can discuss these by yourselves. When you want to get married, remember to notify me. I will arrange a grand wedding for you on Pokemon Island. It's a bit early to get married. When it comes to these, Tizero is no longer sleepy, and even a little nervous, stuttering. How can he look like a 30-year-old man? After chatting like this, Doc led the 3 of them back to the Cultivation House branch and said hello to Bing Shan. He is Bing Shan, and also our partner. He has a very good shipbuilding skill, but I think he is also very good at business. I plan to let him take care of the Deputy Minister of the Finance Department in the future. You may work together in the future, so you can discuss it together when you are free. Doc introduced Bing Shan to Tizero in detail. Bing Shan was confused. He had never heard that he would be the Deputy Minister of the Finance Department. Isn't it enough for him to knock around with a hammer? Then, Doc took Tizero and the other 2 to the depths of the store. Now, try to use your Golden Berry's ability to open and condense a door, and then pinch the pocket token to open the door. Doc wanted Tizero to try this ability now. Tizero nodded, looked around, and then pulled over a table, used Berry's ability to transform it into gold, and then reshaped it into a door. This is the ability of Jinjin Berry now. It can temporarily transform matter into gold, but it cannot achieve permanent transformation and create gold out of thin air. After Tizero removes the ability, this thing will return to its original material. A golden door changed, and Tizero pushed open the door with the token in his left hand. Inside was the main store of the breeding house. Successful. If you encounter any danger outside in the future, you can use this method to return to the store directly. Dake took the lead and walked in, motioning the 3 to enter together. After the 3 people completely entered the breeding house, Bakura and Mr. Tanaka's faces became strange, only Tizero's face remained unchanged. Feel it, in the breeding house, unless you are the core members of our breeding house, the abilities and strengths of other people will be suppressed to the level of ordinary people, so we are invincible in the breeding house. If you encounter any danger in the future, you just hold the pocket token and push open a door, and you will be safe. Dake explained on the side. Tizero frowned and looked at Bakura and Mr. Tanaka beside him. He finally understood why the 2 behaved so strangely. No wonder the Pokemon Alliance can kill the people of the world government without fear. It turns out that they are not afraid of being retaliated. Then can the celestial dragons be killed as well? Tezero's eyes flashed with strangeness, but he was just thinking about it. Of course, he would not kill the celestial dragons on his own initiative. It would be bad if Dark's plan was ruined. Let's go, I'll take you to Pokemon Island. Robin is there too. Pokemon Island, Alliance Base. Dark took Tesoro and the other two through the portal and appeared in the lobby on the first floor of the Alliance Base. Robin is still busy exchanging virtual currency for the residents of Pokemon Island. That's Robin, and this is the base of our Pokemon Alliance. Dark pointed to Robin sitting behind the front desk of the Alliance Hall. Duck. Robin was a little curious when she saw that Duck brought 3 people over. She had never seen these 3 people before, so they were probably not famous characters on the sea. Robin, this is Tesoro, who will be our partner in the future. These are Bakura and Mr. Tanaka. I plan to let them take on the position of store manager of the Four Seas branch. Duck introduced Robin, which did not take much time, and then leaned over to Robin's ear and whispered, Robin, I plan to revive Tesoro's girlfriend. Do you want to revive your mother? I forgot about it before. Resurrection. What? Robin was stunned. She did not expect that the reversal things mentioned in the newspaper were true. She thought that it was already very exaggerated to be able to see the deceased, and she dared not even think about reversal. However, Robin looked blankly at her current location. Is reversal more exaggerated than creating a world out of thin air? For a moment, reversal seemed to become easier to accept. If possible, I still want to see my mother. Robin lowered her head and whispered something. She didn't seem to want to bother Doc. I understand. Don't worry. Come back to the breeding house after you finish your work. Doc patted Robin on the shoulder and left. Resurrection was also the first time for Doc. Although there were props in the magic mall that could revive dead creatures, he had never tried it after all. In his previous life, he could only see such things in various virtual works. Anyway, let's go to the Seven Waters City to find a place for Bakura and Mr. Tanaka to live. I will build some houses for you to live in next to the Alliance base in a few days. These belong to the residential area for the top leaders of the Alliance. Master Alliance Leader, just leave this matter to us. Yes, you and boss have more important things to do, don't worry about us. How dare Bakura and Mr. Tanaka waste time? They now want Tesoro to see Stella, whom he has been thinking about day and night. Okay, then you go by yourselves. Dark also knew what the two were thinking, so he took Tesoro away. They returned to the store of the breeding house, and Robin came back not long after. Magic Mall. Sacred Ash, 1W Magic Coins. Revival Herb, 1W Magic Coins. These two seem to have been modified, so you need to distinguish them carefully. P.S. Happy New Year everyone, I received a lot of monthly tickets in the past 2 days, so many. Alas, I didn't take a day off last year, where can I find such a good author like me? 134 Chapter 134 Resurrection. 134. Although in the original work, Sacred Ash is much more powerful than Revival Herb. But in the Magic Mall, they are both at the level of rare items, and their functions have changed, so the prices are the same. In the game, Sacred Ash can make the whole team's Pokemon out of the near-death state and restore all HP without any side effects. In the animation, it can not only be fully resurrected, but also become stronger than before. It is a prop produced by the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh. As a cover god, it doesn't seem too much to have such an effect. Revival Herb can only make one Pokemon out of the near-death state and restore all HP, and the side effect is to reduce favorability. In the animation, it is a material for making some coffee or potions in Unova region. Revival Herb belongs to the kind of natural treasure of natural growth, at most it has something to do with Unova Sankumo, so it is much worse than Sacred Ash in terms of style and utility. But there is one restriction that the two props are the same. That is, it is only effective for Pokemon. In the Magic Mall, there is no such restriction. Sacred Ash, no prerequisites are required, automatically capture the soul of the deceased and reshape the body, cannot be captured across worlds, but after resurrection, the lifespan is only 10 years, and the reshaped body is the average physical fitness of ordinary humans. Revival herb. The corpse of the dead unit needs to be preserved before resurrection can be performed. After resurrection, the corresponding strength will be restored depending on the integrity of the corpse. If the corpse rots, it is very likely to cause the target to die again. The effect is simple and clear. Sacred ash has been greatly weakened and has become in line with its price, while revival herb has been greatly enhanced. There are almost no side effects after resurrection, but there are prerequisites. The advantages and disadvantages of the two are already very clear. Sacred ash can resurrect any deceased person unscrupulously, but after resurrection, there is only a lifespan of 10 years, and other means must be found to extend lifespan. And because of the strength reconstruction, Dark has no way to use sacred ash to mass-produce strong people. At most, he can make some ordinary people with memories. As for the means of prolonging life, only those big worlds that have developed to a certain extent have them, or the world of fantasy. At least in the world of pirates, there is almost no such means, otherwise the world government and the Don Quixote family would not be so envious of Surgery Berry. Revival herb didn't have such concerns, but the problem was that he needed corpses, which was a big limitation in the pirate world. For now, Robin and Tesoro had no way to use this method. Because Olivia's corpse might have turned into dust in the ruins of O'Hara, and Stella's corpse was probably cremated by the celestial dragons. In the pirate world, there are few people who keep corpses like the Hokage next door, and basically they just leave them where they die. Well, there's no choice. Duck frowned and took a look at his Pokemon coin balance. 20W. After building the streets in the Alliance City, Doc didn't spend any more money, and didn't check the income of the branch, so the balance didn't change. There are still many places where money is needed, whether it's the equipment in the Pokemon Center, the employment of friendly store clerks, the Pokemon partners of the branch manager, the Pokemon Academy and the Pokemon of the Academy. Duck spent 2W Pokemon coins to buy 2 copies of Sacred Ash. Looking at the grey stardust that suddenly appeared in his hand and emitted a little golden light, Doc felt a little incredible. In the past, this kind of thing was simply a prop that he dared not even think about, but now it is in his hand. Robin and Tesoro looked at the 2 handfuls of ashes that appeared in Dak's hands. They were stunned at first and had doubts in their hearts. But after noticing that the ashes would also emit golden light, their mood became hot and expectant. There is one thing I want to tell you first, and then you can decide whether to tell them. Dark handed over the 2 handfuls of ashes, and the 2 carefully received them. What? What's wrong? The 2 people trembled in their hearts. Generally speaking, there seems to be some problems here. So they were quite panicked in their hearts, and they certainly didn't want any problems to occur. This thing can only revive them for 10 years. Dark pointed at Sacred Ash. Tesoro was silent, and the whole person seemed to be a little more depressed than before. 10 years is good. Robin was quite open-minded. After all, she didn't even have the chance to live with her mother again. Don't worry too much, there are Pokemon in the world that can do this, and there are more than one. Dark reached out and patted Tesoro on the shoulder. In his opinion, lifespan is a small problem. Ho-Oh, Celebi, Jiraiya, and Xerneas can all extend the life of a creature. Does the Pokemon League have such Pokemon? No. Dark didn't want to hit Tesoro, but who asked Tesoro to ask? Not even the Pokemon League. Tesoro believes that all the Pokemon in the world are in the Pokemon League. So if there is no Pokemon League, then let alone other places. In the end, isn't there still no hope? The Pokemon in the League are all summoned directly by Dark. Robin added on the side. She knew that Tesoro was in a misunderstanding, so she explained it. Although it was a little incredible, from what Robin saw, Dark did have such a magical ability. Really? It's not without a price. Dark shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to give these shop assistants the illusion that he could get legendary Pokémon at will. What price? No matter what the price is, I'm willing to bear it. I'll bear it all by myself and won't drag anyone down. Teezero seemed a little excited. He was unwilling to let Stella live for only 10 years. He wanted to give all the best things in the world to this beloved woman. How could 10 years be enough? Money. Dark said just one word. Hey! Money, money, you can understand that the process of my summoning Pokémon is a transaction. I pay money to the gods of another world, and then the gods of another world give the Pokémon to me. Dark did not expose the existence of the system, but said it in a different way. God? Arceus. Robin had watched the previous exhibition match, and he remembered the story that Dark told at the exhibition match that day. At that time, Dark mentioned the name Arceus, saying that Arceus created all Pokémon and the entire world. Ah, yes, that's it. Very good, it was decided to play tricks on Arceus. Let me take the blame. Dark nodded and gave Robin a thumbs up. It's okay if you only need money. I understand. How do you use this? When he heard that it only needed money, Teezero was no longer panicked. He secretly set a small goal in his heart. Within 10 years, he would earn 1 trillion berries for Dark, and he must bring the Pokémon that can prolong human life to the Pokémon League. Go back to your room, hold it in your hand at midnight, and when the time comes, it will automatically take effect and revive the person you think of at that moment. Dark didn't know what Teezero was thinking. Otherwise, he would be so happy. If every employee has the awareness and spirit of Teezero, then Dark can lie down at home every day. Then, time is yours. Bring the 2 resurrected people to me tomorrow. The alliance is very short of people now, and I need them to help me. Dark was not polite to Robin and Teezero. Because the alliance is really short of people now, especially those who can be trusted. Although Olivia and Stella do not occupy much in the original plot, their character is trustworthy and they are not bad guys. What's more, there is the relationship between Robin and Teezero, so they can be entrusted and trusted and trained as core members. Okay, Mother must be very interested in the knowledge of Pokémon, and maybe she will become a Pokémon professor. Robin nodded. She didn't want her mother to pursue the 800 years against historical truth. At least, we have to wait until Dark destroys the world government before we can find it. So, even if Dark doesn't say so, she plans to use the knowledge of Pokémon to stabilize her mother. Yet, Teezero has no opinion. Although he doesn't need Stella to work to make money, it's good to find something to do, maybe it can help Stella adapt to the new life faster. Also, although Dark didn't say it, but Teezero knew that Dark must have spent some price to get this prop that can resurrect people. Even if he has decided to repay this kindness with his whole life, he still feels guilty. Stella must have such emotions at that time. If he can help Dark, it may also reduce the guilt in Stella's heart. At night, Dark fell asleep early, and he didn't plan to wait until Olivia and Stella were resurrected. After all, even if they were resurrected, there was no need to meet and greet each other in the middle of the night. It was better to let Robin and her daughter talk to the young couple of Teezero and let Helping Hand understand the current situation. The next morning, as soon as Dark walked out of his bedroom, he saw 2 new figures in the store. One with white hair and one with blonde hair. Because Olivia and Stella were the same age when they died after resurrection, they were still quite young. They were all young women in their 20s. Robin sat in her seat reading as usual. Olivia sat next to her. When she saw Dark come out, she stood up and bowed. As for Teezero and Stella, they sat under the tree, snuggling together and being affectionate, which made people frown. Stella was different from Teezero. The memory in her mind still stayed at the moment of Celestial Dragon Slave, so she was very inferior in her heart, just like Hancock, and she almost knelt down to him in front of him. Master Alliance Leader. X2. The two of them respected Dark very much. They all knew that it was Dark who resurrected them. Ah, no, you can just call me Dark like Robin and Teezero. You will also be members of the breeding house in the future, and we are all partners. Dark waved his hand. There are no such cumbersome rules in the breeding house. He doesn't like to be addressed by his companions, unless it is Master Alliance Leader like Monet, which seems to be a bit teasing. 135 Chapter 135 Arrangement of the Four Seas Branch. 135. I think you should have some understanding of the basic situation here, but Stella may not have a clear idea of it. After all, Teezero just joined yesterday. Dark looked at the two people in front of him and thought for a while. Then he took out 2 books and handed them to the 2 people in front of him. What is it like to be a Pokemon Academy teacher loved by many students? How can I become a friendly store manager who gets 5-star reviews from customers? X2. The two took the thick book, which was as thick as 4 or 5 dictionaries, from Dak's hands and fell into silence for a moment. The Pokemon League is very short of manpower, but the Pokemon Academy teachers and the Friendship Store managers are both very important positions for the League, and must be handed over to trustworthy people. Dark coughed twice, and then continued, I hope that Olivia can learn as soon as possible before the Pokemon Academy opens, and then serve as the Vice Principal, Grade Director, and Teacher, to assist Principal Robin in managing the entire Pokemon Academy. Stella, I also hope that you and Teezero will learn more about business management. The Friendship Store will open in a few days, and it will also need a few more days. This is the work arrangement that Dark had thought of for the two last night. Olivia is an archaeologist, who is knowledgeable and well-educated, and is the most suitable person to serve as a teacher. Stella's words don't show any special skills, but with Teezero's help, the Friendship Store will not be run badly. No problem, Lord Dark, I will teach the students well. Olivia nodded solemnly. In the eyes of scholars, teaching is a very important thing, so she dare not slack off. But at this time, Olivia didn't know what kind of students she would teach. Dark just hoped that she would not be too panicked when she saw those pirates and navy. I will try my best, sir. Stella nodded somewhat unconfidently. She didn't know if she could do this kind of thing well, but when she thought of Teezero by her side, she felt that she could give it a try. She didn't want to fail, because it would make her feel that she had failed Dark's kindness. Both Olivia and Stella had a kind of respect for Dark, which was the same as Monet, because they were all saved by Dark, and such a feeling could not be digested in a short time. So it was a bit difficult to get them to call him by his name like Robin and Iceberg. Dark was too lazy to correct it, at least it was much better now than before. After that, Dark spent another 20,000 magic coins and equipped Olivia and Stella with a Rotom as an assistant Pokemon. Rotom can help them teach and introduce products, which can help the two of them complete their tasks better. To complete the work. Before, Feng Clay was in charge of the goods statistics at the friendly store. Stella, you can go to him to learn about it. Xiao Feng is more experienced in this area. Dake gave Stella some advice. He could see that Stella was still in the shadow of the celestial dragons. It can be said that she had no confidence at all. It all depended on Teezero's efforts. Teezero, follow me. After that, Doc called Teezero away alone. Now that Teezero is the Minister of Finance, Doc certainly plans to hand over some work to Teezero. The two came to the Alliance base of Pokemon Island. Dake put a map of the pirate world on the table. The next goal of our alliance is to open Pokemon branches in the 4 seas. These 4 are the cities I chose before. Take a look and see if there are any better suggestions. Then here are the 4 branch managers I chose. Dake put the information of the 4 people in front of Teezero. They are Gardino, Mishita, Mr. Tanaka, and Bakura. How strong are Gardino and Mishita now? Teezero looked at the information on the table in silence, then frowned. Well, Gardino is average, Not bad, Mishita is weaker, she is not good at fighting. North Sea and West Sea, we can't open branches on these two islands. After thinking for a while, Tizero pointed to the two largest trading islands in the North Sea and West Sea and drew a cross on them. Because of insufficient strength. Considering the question raised by Tizero just now, Doc seemed to have found the reason. That's right. The West Sea is full of killers and gangsters, and these trading islands are the focus of these people's attention. It is said that there will be people to protect the transactions, but in fact, these transactions are controlled by these gangsters. The products of our cultivation house will definitely receive some focused attention. There are too many desperate criminals in the West Sea. With the strength of the four of them, it is inevitable that there will be some losses. Tizero has not just been on the run these days after getting Jinjinberry. He has also been constantly studying the economic map of the world and thinking about how to make money. And the trading market in the North Sea has basically been controlled by the Don Quixote family. On the surface, this is the island with the most circulated economy, but in fact, it is all some grey transactions. Basically, no normal ordinary people will come here. What Tizero said was really something that Doc had never considered. After all, he had never seriously investigated these places, so how could he understand the real situation of these islands? It was a clausedo or plan. Doc nodded and thought that what Tizero said made sense. Although the Pokemon Alliance is very powerful, there are countless people in the pirate world who are not afraid of death. If there are too many ants, the Alliance's men will definitely suffer some losses, and they may all die in a week or two. There are only 3 full-level Pokemon, one is in charge of the Paradise branch, one is secretly guarding Dark, and one is staying on the Pokemon Island. How can they run around to protect the shops in the 4 seas? The average strength of the 4 seas is not strong, and it is a waste to send full-level Pokemon to watch the shops. There is no exact number of Pokemon guarding the branch in the Sabayati archipelago. Dark is not at ease if there are no full-level Pokemon guarding that kind of place. Moreover, the real management of these 4 islands is not the local country, but the world government. They will definitely take advantage of such places secretly. Even many grey transactions are initiated by them. The Navy is just a decoration on these 4 islands. Tizero knows it. Now that the Pokemon League and the world government have already torn their faces apart, if Dark does not intend to destroy the world government for a while, it is of course better not to go to such a place. The world government cannot be defeated hidden, but it has 800 years of experience in making various small moves, which even Tizero will be very troubled. What about the East China Sea and the South China Sea? These 2 places can be said to be mostly the territory of the Navy, because Garp and Sengoku were born in 2 places respectively, and the economy of these 2 seas is relatively poor, so the world government has not arranged many people. Tizero explained, the world government's manpower is also limited, especially after a force called the Grey Army emerged. They have gathered a large number of manpower around the world, which is extremely beneficial to us. With the ambiguous relationship between the Pokemon League and the Navy, it must be where the Navy is more. The Navy still attaches more importance to civilians, so a large number of troops are dispatched to guard such commercial islands, which are very safe, and ordinary people are willing to run to such places. After that, Tizero chose 2 islands in the North Sea and the West Sea again. How to arrange the personnel? According to what you said, Mishita's strength should be the weakest, so let her go to the East Sea, and Bakura is not strong either, so let her go to the South Sea. The strongest should be Gardino, send him to the North Sea, and Mr. Tanaka will go to the West Sea. After thinking about it, Tizero made arrangements. How many people can our alliance send to the 4 seas now? Go. 1,500 people. Not very safe. At least 500 people should be arranged for each island, and each person must have Pokemon. At least 2,000 people are needed for the 4 seas. 200 or 400 people from the East Sea and the South Sea can be transferred to the North Sea and the West Sea. Tizero shook his head. He didn't expect that the Pokemon Alliance, which seemed so powerful and awesome, had only so few people, and so many people without combat power. Then I'll ask Xiao Feng to recruit some more people, mainly because the requirements for his subordinates were relatively high before. Doc sighed. Before, the Alliance's personnel were basically required to have a special skill and good character, but now the former requirement seems to be lowered. When will our branch be opened? It's not decided yet. When there are enough people, we will start building it. Then don't worry. There are many talents in the 4 seas. At worst, we can recruit them after the branch is opened. And there should be many people on their way to the 7 Waters City now. We can wait a few days to see if there are any suitable people willing to join. Teezero is really good at business. He is completely different from when he was in love. He is very steady and calm. No problem, leave it to you. After talking to Teezero, Doc almost understood Teezero's business ability. Anyway, he must be better than himself. In this case, Doc doesn't plan to worry about things here anymore. Now he can relax a little. Boss. Suddenly, Gardino rushed in from outside, panting. What's wrong? The world government. The world government has issued a bounty order for you and Septal. Oh? Dark was not surprised at all, and was even a little excited. Now that Teezero has joined, Dark can be said to have 70% of his burden removed, and he is in a very good mood. He plans to take a big shit. 136 Chapter 136 Daily Life of Pokemon. 136. Hey! Coughing, don't sleep. Coughing, who was curled up in the quilt, trembled and couldn't help but spray some gas out. The little guy didn't think it was a big deal and continued to sleep. Really, you guy, spray gas again. The voice was still coming, and Coughing gradually woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and saw that he was surrounded by a mixture of white and purple gases. He woke up all of a sudden. He didn't control the gas in his body when he was resting just now. Gas. Coughing was a little depressed and shrank into the quilt, unwilling to come out. When he was just born, because he always sprayed gas randomly, no one wanted to play with him. Hurry up and wash up, Ikans and Meowth are waiting for you at the door. Gas. Coughing got out of bed as soon as he heard his friends coming. They were his hard-earned good friends, and he didn't want to neglect them. After leaving the bed, the first thing Coughing saw was Smoker with a cigar in his mouth. Now Smoker is in a semi-smoking state. When Coughing is around, he only holds a cigarette but doesn't light it. Coughing is still a child. Although the people in the Pokemon Research Department said that according to Coughing's physical data and racial characteristics, second-hand smoke is not good for coffee and can't cause any harm. But Smoker has always felt that they are a bunch of good for nothings since they were in the training camp, so he doesn't trust them. Vass. Coughing floated over intimately and threw himself into Smoker's arms and rubbed against them. Smoker hugged Coughing skillfully, then took him to the bathroom, took a purple towel from the side, dipped it in water, and wiped Coughing's face. Vass. Smoker's method of wiping his face was very rough, basically just rubbing the towel on his face. But Coughing has gotten used to it. Rinse your mouth. Smoker rinsed the towel, wrung it dry and put it back in place, then took the green water cup beside him and fed it to Coughing. In fact, the towel was also green at first. When he bought it, he hoped that Coughing would be healthy. Unfortunately, it was dyed purple by the gas that night. Gudong. How many times have I told you not to swallow the mouthwash? Smoker patted Coughing with a headache. Gas. Coughing smiled foolishly. Forget it, let's go out quickly, and go buy fruit together. Smoker sighed, then carried Coughing to the door. Opened the door. Abe. Meow. There was no one at the door, but there were 2 Pokemon. One was an ordinary Ikans, but the other was a strange Meowth. This Meowth was standing. According to the conclusion given by the biology department, it was because Meowth subconsciously went to mim after it was born. IC trainer's movements, and then learned the way humans walk. Vas. Coughing saw his little friend and quickly got out of Smoker's arms, floating in front of the two Pokemon to say hello. The three little guys chirped for a long time, as if they were talking about what they had done yesterday. Okay, go out and play by yourselves. If you encounter any danger, ask the surrounding navy for help. Smoker didn't understand why three Pokemon of completely different races could communicate with each other. Anyway, he couldn't understand, so he took a small bag from the door and hung it on Coughing, then closed the door after giving him a word of advice. What dangers could there be in Marineford? This island is basically full of navy and navy families, and everyone will pay attention to these children in the navy. Smoker has been idle for more than half a month. But fortunately, there are still a few days before Coughing is out of his infancy. At that time, Smoker can start to go out to fight with Coughing. Coughing followed Akans and Meowth and walked towards the commercial street next to the naval base. His task today was to buy some fruits. Smoker had already given him Bailey yesterday. Vas. Coughing showed the purple bag in front of his two friends. Abe. Akans also showed the pink bag on her tail. Her trainer was a female navy who liked pink, so she bought her a pink bag with a hand-painted Akans on it. Coughing was a little envious, but his trainer was not very good at drawing. Meow. Meowth turned his back and showed his backpack. It was exactly the backpack used by human children. Three little Pokemon in their infancy walked together. This scene is not uncommon in Marineford now. Hundreds of Pokemon basically have their own friends and groups. For example, some Pokemon that like to run, such as Tauros, Ponyta, and Rhyhorn, will gather together and hold a marathon event from time to time. Or, little guys like Glamour, Eevee, Skitty, etc. who like to bask in the sun, can often be seen with their trainers calling their names on a rooftop in the afternoon. Vas. Coughing asked his two friends where to buy fruit. Abe. Akans shook her head, she didn't know. Meow. Meowth patted his chest to reassure the two. He has the best ideas. Under the leadership of Meowth, the three little guys came to the door of a fruit shop on the commercial street. Hey, Meowth, come with the other kids today. The one watching the shop was a kind-looking old lady, who should also be the family of a navy officer. Meow. Meowth walked up and rubbed the old lady's trouser legs, and it was obvious that they were already very familiar with each other. Good boy, come here, take these dates, remember to share them with your friends. The old woman smiled happily, squatted down, and touched Meowth's head. She no longer had any family, all of them died in the war. Now she lived one more day, guarding this fruit shop, sitting in the shop every day, and a day passed. She thought this was the rest of her life, until one day this strange kitten that stood and walked appeared in the shop and secretly ate one of her apples. The old woman was not angry, she just smiled and watched Meowth hiding in the corner and eating the fruit. At that time, Meowth was just born, and he didn't have the concept of other people's things and shopping. He ran here when his trainer was not paying attention. However, Meowth was soon discovered by the trainer who was looking for him, and then spanked. In fact, it was just a pretense. The trainer didn't pat Meowth's butt. Meowth just thought he was spanked. Meowth cried loudly at that time, but was gently hugged and comforted by the old lady. Since then, Meowth often came to accompany the old lady, and the old lady often gave him some delicious fruits. Although the old lady was not Meowth's trainer, in Meowth's heart, the old lady was also a very important family member. Vas. Abo. Coughing and Akans stood outside the store honestly and did not go in. Their trainer taught them etiquette well. Meowth came out and gave them a few dates in his hand. However, neither Coughing nor Akans had hands to hold them, so Meowth could only feed them one by one. Haha, you are all good children, come in and show me to me. The old lady is old and her eyesight is not very good, so she can't see Ko clearly. Fing and Akans. The two little guys hesitated. They knew that their appearance seemed a little ugly in the eyes of humans, so they didn't know if they would scare the grandmother. Meow. Meowth shook his head and pushed the two little friends into the store. He knew that the grandmother was a kind person and would not dislike them because of such things. Oh, you two little guys, you look quite unique. The old woman was not afraid of coughing and Akans, and she was very brave. She reached out and touched the heads of the two Pokemon. Vas. Abio. The two little guys were relieved. They handed their small bags to the grandmother, signaling her to take money from it, and then they followed Meowth to start choosing fruits in the store. The grandmother watched all this happily, listened to the discussion of the three little guys around her, and felt the warm sunlight on her face. I remember that there was a giant who often came to accompany her. He seemed to be the boss of her late son. Now he has not been seen again. The giant once said something to her. Thinking about it now, it really makes sense. The sea is vast and boundless. People in the world will never be alone forever. On the other side, the Admiral's office of the Navy headquarters. At this moment, the senior Navy officials are discussing a more serious issue. How to deal with the relationship with the Pokemon League in the future. Just yesterday, the world government directly issued an order to hunt Pokemon and Pokemon League people, and then issued a bounty order for individual figures of the Pokemon League. Miraculous Cultivation House Manager, Pokemon League Leader Dark, Bounty, 3 billion berries. Konoha Emperor Septal, Bounty, 1 billion berries. Nightmare King Darkrai, Bounty, 1 billion berries. Karen Dragon Giratina, Bounty, 2 billion berries. The world government learned about the exhibition match from somewhere and thought that Giratina was stronger than Septal and Darkrai combined, so they gave Giratina a very high bounty. You should have seen that those arrogant guys have obviously begun to realize the threat of the Pokemon League to them. The first bounty to reach this amount is the first time in 800 years. It will be difficult for our Navy to do nothing this time, unless we completely break off relations with the world government. Warring States patted the table in front of him and spoke to the people sitting below. Those who can sit in this office today are undoubtedly trustworthy and high-ranking Navy officials who advocate changing investors. Keep still and see what Dark plans to do. He supported his chin with both hands and frowned. She always felt that something big was going to happen. 137 Chapter 137 Analysis of the Peak Combat Power of the World Government. 137. Roar, roar, what a bunch of arrogant guys, so reluctant to give up the title of God. Dark sat alone somewhere, and next to him was no one else. It was the three Pokemon who were now called the three gods of the Pokemon Alliance on the sea, but the world government was obviously unwilling to give the title of God to the three Pokemon. As for his butt, there was a piece of red land. People in this world call this land the Red Earth continent. The world government has publicly stated that the Navy will hunt Pokemon and the Alliance, so Dark naturally cannot sit and wait to die. He was going to give the world government a big job and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Let everyone in the world know the strength and courage of the Pokemon League. When everyone was shocked by the tyranny and recklessness of the League, they would not dare to have any thoughts on Pokemon and the people of the Pokemon League. At the same time, the reputation and status of the Pokemon League would rise steadily in the whole sea because of this incident. At present, everyone in the sea has heard that the Pokemon League is strong, but they don't know how strong it is. No matter how strong it is, it can't get rid of the limit in their hearts. They subconsciously think that the Pokemon League is definitely not as good as the world government that has controlled the world for 800 years. But after today, they will realize that the strength of the Pokemon League is above the world government, and the strength of the League is far beyond everyone's imagination. After this action, the majesty of the world government will be hit hard, and the sea is destined to become more chaotic. There may be many people who go out to sea as pirates with the mentality that the world government has no time to take care of them, and rob people everywhere. This is what Dark doesn't want to see. The reason he didn't destroy the world government all at once is because he didn't want the times to become too turbulent and chaotic, so he kept the world government and the celestial dragons. With this group of birdmen suppressing them, collecting gold from the sky and squeezing everyone everywhere, those ambitious people don't have the time to jump out and start wars everywhere. This group of ambitious people is not just about those guys who go out to sea as pirates. Gangsters, bandits, kings of the underground world, mercenaries, slave traders, etc., there are too many in this world. Not to mention these, just the kings and nobles. There are no more world governments that have joined the world government. After the oppression of the world government, at least 50% of these countries will launch wars of aggression against the surrounding islands and countries, attempting to expand their territory and increase the number of citizens. The ordinary people and the greedy troops hidden in various countries will suffer at that time. Dark thought of a way to solve this problem. That is to collect protection fees in another way of transaction. In essence, it is similar to what the world government does, but the Pokémon League will do more and require all countries that join the Pokémon League to abide by certain world laws promulgated by the Pokémon League. The specific methods will be mentioned in detail when they can be implemented. There are many prerequisites for implementing this method, mainly manpower, military force, world recognition, Pokémon popularity, and the number of trainers. The first two are met, and the latter three are too far apart. So before completing these prerequisites, the world government still needs to put pressure on these countries. Today's actions may greatly increase world recognition. There are many actions, and there are three main goals. Slave liberation. Kill the celestial dragons. Vegapunk. Dark had a purpose in liberating these slaves. The Pokémon League saved their lives, so many grateful slaves might choose to join the Pokémon League. Even those who did not join would probably choose to become trainers and support the Pokémon League in the future. It is unknown how many slaves the celestial dragons have. Just the group of people Tiger released a few years ago had at least tens of thousands. These people ran away and scattered all over the sea. They might help Dark when he needs them in the future. For example, if someone wants to attack the branch of Sahai, the branch is not guarded by enough people, but there happen to be some slaves who escaped because of Dark's actions today, and they might help. But there is a problem. That is, not all of these slaves are innocent. Some of them may have been extremely evil. Dark has also considered this, and he will let Darkrai deal with it when the time comes. There is nothing to explain about killing celestial dragons. This is the only thing in the world that can shock and excite civilians the most. As for Vegapunk, this character is too important. He is simply a genius who should not appear in this world. His achievements are terrifying. This person is involved in everything, including the land heating system, bloodline factor, artificial demon berry, Lunaria bloodline, demon berry transmission, sea stone warships, pacifists, seraphim, etc. The world government's detention-style employment shows how much they value Vegapunk and his abilities. The most terrifying one is the seraphim that will be born in 10 years. It is a replica of the 7 warlords of the sea developed by Vegapunk, and the blood of the Lunaria family is added to it. The 7 models correspond to the 7 people of the 7 warlords of the sea, and they look like the 7 people when they were young, and they have their own berry abilities, which have the strength to replace the 7 warlords of the sea. The reason why the 7 warlords of the sea system was abolished is not just because of Sakazuki and his lifelong efforts. The key is that the world government feels that the 7 warlords of the sea have no use value. The seraphim was later used to hunt the original 7 warlords of the sea. However, for now, the Seraph project has not yet started. Although Vegapunk already has the genes of the Lunaria tribe, at this time Vegapunk has not yet started cooperation and communication with Big Bear, and even the 7 Shishibukai characters have not yet gathered. With these achievements, how could Dark not envy Vegapunk? This world is not without other scientific and technological talents. But what are Vinsmoke Judge and Caesar Kulang? The former is okay. Although he is cold-blooded and ruthless, he is currently busy studying perfect replicants and bloodline factors to restore the glory of the Germa kingdom. If others don't provoke him, he doesn't have the time to oppress ordinary people. As for the latter, Dark will kill him sooner or later for being able to use a group of children for research. Vegapunk is very good. He is a good friend of Professor Clover of O'Hara, and he also wants to study blank history and make the truth of history clear. This is also one of the reasons why the 5 elders want to kill him later. He is kind-hearted by nature, and he has developed a floor heating system for the people in his hometown who are suffering from the cold, and secretly provided assistance and intelligence to Vegapunk. However, due to the coercion of the world government, Vegapunk provided a lot of power to the former, which can be regarded as a kind of aiding and abetting. The Pokémon League and Pokémon Island need such a technology giant to take charge of the scientific research department. If Pokémon Island wants to enter the 4-season mode, it must have things like heating and air conditioning. Bang bang bang! While Dark was reading the newspaper, there were footsteps in the distance. Feeling the slight tremor of the Red Earth continent under his feet, he knew that the world government members stationed in Mary Gosa might come out in full force this time. Just what he wanted. Sorry to bother you. If there are Navy inside, remember to hold back. Those the Navy won't really attack, they're just pretending to do some Tai Chi, don't kill them. Although Dark wanted to say not to hurt the Navy. But it's impossible. With the skills of these 3 Pokémon, the attack range of any one of them is extremely exaggerated. It's already difficult to control the power and not kill the Navy mixed in. It's impossible not to be affected at all. After saying that, Dark lay down. An air door suddenly opened behind Dark, allowing him to lie in it and disappear into the surface world. The 3 Pokémon who stayed in place looked at each other, and then looked at the White Army rushing towards here in the distance. The members of the White World Government are in the standard uniforms of Mary Gosa, and those wearing cloaks in the front are CP0 members. CP0 was in the early and middle stages of the original work. It is considered to be the highest combat power of the world government. However, as the plot later leaked, the level of CP0 began to decline. CP0 is an entire intelligence organization. Not every CP0 has strong strength. For example, the original CP9 members were far from such strength, but they still became CP0. And Stussy, her strength is not strong, but she can still go undercover in CP0. Only a few captains and officers in CP0 have strong strength, and the strongest may touch the level of the Admiral of the Navy. The highest combat power of the world government from top to bottom should be, I'm 5 elders greater than or equal to God's Knights greater than or equal to CP0 Chief. I'm has been the unchanging leader of the world government for 800 years, and his strength is unknown. It is very likely that he is the full-level template of the current world, and his strength is roughly the same as Septal and Darkrai. If I'm is not the full-level template, then it may be Rox. The 5 elders are the strongest people selected from the Knights of God, and they command the 5 areas of the world government respectively. The level is about LV.95, which is the same level as the Peak Whitebeard and Peak Garp. The Knights of God are strong people selected from the 20 clans of the Celestial Dragons. According to the information revealed in the comics, there are about 20 of them, and there should be 1 person from each family. They have the right to judge the Celestial Dragons and their duty is to maintain the rule and status of the Celestial Dragons. This action will inevitably have to confront these guys. The strongest commander among them may be able to rival the 5 elders, and the position of the commander of the Knights of God is not inferior to that of the 5 elders. Most of the others should be at LV.85 LV.90. 3 or 5 people who are qualified to inherit the next 5 elders may have reached the level close to the Admiral of the Navy. CP0 Chief can only know about 1 person at present, that is Rob Lucci more than 10 years later, whose strength is unknown, and is temporarily designated as a candidate for Admiral of the Navy. That is to say, the ceiling combat power is around LV.85, and there are only 1 or 2 such people at most. As for the Seraphim, research has not yet begun, and it may not be researched in the future. Even if it is researched, it will definitely not belong to the world government. P.S. The rating of this chapter is purely personal speculation. After all, the plots where the above characters go all out have not yet been released, so I can only guess blindly. 138 Chapter 138 Red Earth Continent, Cracked. 138. The army of the world government is approaching. From the beginning, Dark sat in front of the gate of the Cloud City of Marijoa with 3 Pokémon in full view of the public. It was absolutely impossible for the world government not to discover them. The speed of the world government organizing troops was not slow. Dark had just sat down to read the newspaper for a few minutes when the troops were dispatched. At this moment, in the space inside the door, Dark estimated that the world government organized nearly 100,000 people to attack them in a few minutes. Hey! There are so many people in this city? Don't tell me that the troops in Marijoa have been emptied. Dark stood in the space, looking at the grey world outside and complaining. Marijoa is a city located in the clouds. Clouds are floating everywhere in the whole city, and the office building of the world government is Pangu City built on the clouds. Dark seriously suspected that the reason why the celestial dragons had to wear glass covers all the time was because of lack of oxygen. As for the so-called not breathing the same air with lowly mortals, it was used to deceive the fools in the celestial dragons. The so-called Pangu City is actually a castle, and its original form is the Shampoo Bunker. As for the name of Pangu City, it is not copied from Daxia, but from the English word Pangaea, which means the Pang continent and fits the romanization of Neon. This is easy to be misunderstood by Daxia fans. According to Dark's estimation, this Pangu City is not as big as the Alliance City of the future Pokemon Island, and may even be only Onet herd of the Alliance City. For such a small city, 100,000 people are already a lot. The vast majority of the world government's troops are still left in various parts of the world, and most of those left in Marijoa are the best among them. The combat effectiveness of these 100,000 people should be comparable to the 100,000 elite Marines of the Navy during the war. But if it is only this level, it is completely a delivery. Dark grinned. If all these 100,000 people are killed, the world government will definitely recall the subordinates who are left outside to garrison Marijoa. The battlefield facing the Greco-Roman army at that time, the pressure will be greatly relieved, and the speed of the Grey Army liberating various cities will also increase. But the navy may also be transferred to a lot of troops. This will greatly reduce the pressure on the pirates on the sea, and even make them more wanton. This requires Dark to take some compensatory actions, so as not to increase the number of pirates because of this incident. Outside, Giratina and the 2 Pokémon beside her looked at each other. They were discussing who would go up. In the face of absolute strength, quantity is meaningless. Both Giratina and Darkrai have the power to wipe out all 100,000 people in one move. Although Sceptile is not as efficient as the 2, the result is the same, it just takes some time, and most of its talents are in single combat. Giratina is young and chooses to listen to the 2 big brothers. Although Darkrai is the boss, he has no opinion and a gentle personality. Sceptile is a more assertive person, so it is Sceptile who gives orders. Chalu. Sceptile waved his hand, and the other 2 Pokémon nodded. Darkrai escaped into the darkness the next moment. He was going to find the big head named Vegapunk and rescue him. Giratina floated forward and blocked the 100,000 troops. Next, Giratina will destroy these ants. Now Giratina has left the Pokemon Island, transformed into another form, and stood firmly on the ground. Although the strength has decreased, it seems more domineering, and the characteristic has become a sense of oppression. This is just like a weakened version of the domineering color domineering that is always turned on, which can make opponents weaker than themselves always bear mental oppression, thereby affecting the enemy. It can be said that Giratina is just born for team battles. Before the fight started, a characteristic debuffed the 100,000 troops. As for Septal, he was waiting in place. He knew that there must be strong guys in Marijoa who hadn't come out yet. He was waiting for them to come out, and then he would kill them. Since he came to this world, he hadn't fought against a strong enough enemy for a long time. He was embarrassed to fight Giratina, but Darkrai was a guy who didn't like fighting, which made Septal's daily life very boring. As for Mihawk, not to mention that Mihawk was too weak, since Slowpoke was hatched, this person was basically in a state of disappearance, and no one knew what he was doing. It's Karen Dragon, the whole army dispersed. Be careful of his breath. With this kind of oppression, are we really opponents? It looks a little different from what it looks like in the newspaper. We have 100,000 people. There were whispers among the 100,000 troops of the world government. Many of these people chose to work for the world government just for money. It's quite innocent to die on this battlefield today. Roar! Giratina roared to the sky, and her 6 legs began to stomp the ground heavily. Earthquake! Septal next to her suddenly widened his eyes, and quickly jumped into the sky with a strong splash. Bang! 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 The red earth continent surrounding the whole world was trampled and rumbled. The islands around the red earth continent could hear the sound from the red continent, and they all looked at the red earth continent curiously. They didn't know what was happening at the moment. But the 100,000 troops knew. They watched the red earth continent that divided the world in half tremble. And with the ground under Giratina's feet as the center, it began to crack little by little around, and cracked into large holes. The most exaggerated crack even directly cracked the red earth continent. The red continent that had always separated the New World from Paradise was shattered by Giratina today. The seawater of the New World and Paradise embraced each other, and there would no longer be a natural barrier between Paradise and the New World. The cracks spread outward at lightning speed, and in a flash, cracks leading to the abyss appeared under the feet of the 100,000 troops. Countless people fell down without reacting in time. Use the moon step. The CP0 commander who led the 100,000 troops in front was the first to react and jumped upwards by stepping on the air. Each of the 100,000 troops was an elite member who mastered the 6 styles. At this moment, at least 5 Johtos reacted quickly and rushed to the sky before the vibration became intense. Some people even stepped on the bodies of other members to speed up and step higher, fearing that they would be too close to the trembling continent. As for the other 50%, they reacted too slowly. By the time they reacted and were about to use the moon step, their legs were already broken by the vibration force transmitted from the ground. The more fragile ones had their hearts shattered directly. Giratina killed 50,000 elite soldiers of the world government with one move. Buzz! Giratina stopped Stom after seeing this scene. P action, howling at the top of his lungs. Hyper voice. Invisible sound wave attack, what can you do to hide? Invisible sound waves were raised in the atmosphere, and occasionally the vibrated air could be vaguely seen. Although the damage to the environment caused by the sound waves was not as great as that of ground-based skills, the damage to the enemy was more terrifying than the earthquake just now, killing people without any action, and winning outside of Norman. Nearly 99% of the 50,000 members of the world government turned into bloody fireworks in the sky, and turned into blood rain, making the continent below even more crimson. As for the few lucky ones, either they were strong enough and were not killed by the shock at once, but they also suffered serious internal injuries, which could be said to have lost their combat effectiveness and were doing sky drop exercises in the air. Or they were natural berry ability users. At this moment, they were like fools, standing there, looking at the scene in front of them and losing any desire to fight. This is too unfair. The world government can never be the opponent of these monsters. Pokémon, Pokémon. This sea has changed hands. Wahahaha. This is the power of God. Wahahaha. I will throw myself into the arms of God. The few lucky ones who survived no longer had the ability to continue fighting. Dark, who was in the gate space, even saw a person who jumped from the crack of the red earth continent and fell into the deep sea while laughing like an Uchiha. That person was a natural ability user. Great, there is another natural demon berry in the world. Chamo. Septal in the sky was speechless. Whether it was earthquake or hyper voice, they were all indiscriminate group attacks. Although Septal avoided earthquake, he failed to avoid hyper voice and was injured by Giratina, but the injury was not serious. What can Septal do? Of course, I chose to forgive him. After all, Giratina is still a baby, so it's normal for her to be a little rough. Oh. After stopping hyper voice, Giratina came back to her senses, tilted her head, and looked around in confusion. Why am I the only one left? Squeak. The space door was opened. Doc landed on Giratina's back and gently patted the neck of the big guy in front of him. You've gone too far, Giratina. Doc shook his head helplessly. He looked at the huge crack next to him that led directly to the sea surface and had a headache. Connecting the new world and paradise. Doc swore that he didn't have this plan originally. He still underestimated Giratina's power. Doc had guessed before that even if Giratina was in another form, his level would be far beyond the full level template of this world. It's just that Doc didn't have an accurate number of how much it exceeded. At least, it shouldn't be possible for someone in the pirate world to crack the Red Earth continent with one move, right? It's hard to imagine how strong Giratina must be to maintain her origin form outside after getting the Griseus orb. Those guys must be dumbfounded. Dark raised his head and looked at Marijoa not far away. Giratina's earthquake move just now seemed to have accidentally collapsed the city of Marijoa. 139 Chapter 139 Marijoa, gone. 139. 10 minutes ago. Marijoa, Pangu City. The 5 elders just received news that the leader Dark appeared not far to the east of Marijoa. Humph, so arrogant, he dared to come to our door. I think he has already decided to die. He is too confident in his own strength, he knows nothing about the power of the world government. Pokemon, how can creatures that came out of nowhere be stronger than us who have ruled the world for so long? Most likely that guy is some kind of demon berry ability user, and he used his ability to create these creatures. It's a small problem, don't worry about it, just capture that guy alive and force him to hand over those props. If he is deceiving us, then kill him. 5 old guys sat in front of the sofa, discussing the way to destroy Dark and the 3 Pokemon. They didn't take the power of Dark and those Pokemon seriously. Although Pokemon is a force that cannot be ignored for the forces below, if they can get this power, then they can rule the world for another 8,000 years. But they think that the upper limit of Pokemon is at most the level of Septal. Although Septal killed 3 CP0 members in seconds, the 5 elders still did not think Septal was that strong. Because everyone present, anyone can kill 3 CP0s in 1 second, and so can the Admiral of the Navy. No matter how strong Septal is, it is only at the level of the Admiral of the Navy. There is only 1 Pokemon of this level, at most 3. Even if Giratina is stronger, it is probably at the level of Whitebeard and Garp. They can still deal with it. So the 5 elders are now all sitting in the office, waiting for good news. They sent out 100,000 troops. Among them, most of the CP0 officers were also sent. With this kind of combat power, even the Admiral or the Marshal of the Navy would be defeated here. Boom! A slight roar suddenly came from the distance. Hey! X5. The 5 elders opened their eyes at the same time, looked at the water cup on the table, and stared at it quietly. Boom! The roar became louder, and they clearly saw the water waves in the water cup vibrate. They frowned. They didn't expect the aftermath of the battle to be so big that it could affect Pangu City. It seems that those Pokemon are indeed a bit troublesome, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Boom! Snap! Crash! The third roar was not at the same level as the previous two. The water cups on the table were shaken to the ground, making a crisp sound and breaking into pieces of glass shards, and the water flowed to the ground. Should we send the Knights of God? Boom! The fourth vibration. None of the 5 elders could sit still, and all stood up from the sofa. Because they could clearly feel that the entire Pangu Johto was shaking. Pangu city was built with super heavy alloy, and one wall weighed more than 10 tons, but such a castle would shake. Then what would Marijoa outside look like? The 5 elders were suddenly shocked and hurried to the window to look out. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened. The clouds that originally filled the entire Marijoa seemed to have been shaken away, and the entire city of Marijoa was in full view. Countless buildings have collapsed, and many celestial dragons are running around the streets. And the key is that all the slaves have escaped from the cells where they were imprisoned. Every slave's eyes are shining with strange light. If they were not wearing explosive collars around their necks, they would have killed celestial dragons or fled everywhere. Marijoa is already in chaos. And the shaking continues. Only 2 or 3 seconds have passed. The 5 elders watched the ground below Marijoa crack, the precious and luxurious white ground collapsed, and even a stupid celestial dragon accidentally fell into the gap. These gaps are not deep, although they will not die, they will be injured to some extent. God's knights, send them to the battlefield outside immediately. Jagalusha Satan spoke immediately. He is the god of science defense among the 5 elders. His duty is to use science and technology to guard the entire Marijoa. Now that Marijoa is under attack, he must be the first to stand up. This person not only possesses extremely high science and technology, but also has extremely strong military power. He completely treats humans as livestock and is also the culprit for the tragedy of the Big Bear family. Since some plots appeared in the Big Bear chapter, the fans who are still chasing pirates may want to kill Sartan the most. The hatred value of this character in the hearts of fans may be as high as Momonosuke. Buzz. Giratina's sonic attack was transmitted to Marijoa. Because it has passed a certain distance, the lethality has become very low. But for the ordinary people among the celestial dragons, they are in trouble. Their ears begin to bleed, and they are likely to become deaf. But some weak slaves have also suffered the same damage. It's just that they are not sad at all, they can't even feel the pain. Looking at the miserable appearance of the celestial dragons, they are trying their best to suppress their desire to laugh wildly, as for whether they are deaf or not. They don't care at all. Some slaves who have long wanted to die don't care about anything. They take this opportunity to grab the stone beside and smash it at the celestial dragon who fell into the crack. Swish! At the critical moment, a flying slash passed, and the slave died. A group of people dressed mainly in black came from a distance, with about 20 people in the team. The leader is an old man with sunglasses, his hair and beard formed a crescent moon facing forward. Figolando Green Ancient Saint. The king who was once active in the Valley of the Gods in the West Sea, now the leader of the Knights of the Gods, his status is comparable to the 5 elders, and his strength is unknown. As for the Valley of the Gods incident, it is just a game of the celestial dragons. The natives of the Valley of the Gods, the Big Bear family, and other slaves are the prey, while the Knights of the Gods and the celestial dragons are the hunters. Killing these prey will earn points, which have other uses. And their final key reward is 6 boxes with demon berries. At the end of the game, the famous Battle of the Valley of the Gods, next movie, broke out. In fact, it was mainly a battle between the Knights of the Gods and the strongest pirate group, the Rocks Pirates. Roger and Garp participated in the battle for the simple purpose of killing rocks. At the end of the battle, there were several demons. Berry was taken away. One of the 6 demon berries was eaten by Kuma on the spot and saved 500 people. It was the Dandan berry. As for the other 5, one of them might be Luffy's rubber berry, which was taken away by Roger's pirate group. The other 2 might be Kaido's fish berry. Because Linlin also found the place where the demon berry was hidden at the end, Kuma had to eat the dandan berry directly to save people because of Linlin's attack. Considering that Kaido said he owed Linlin a favor, this favor might be this demon berry. Linlin didn't get the dandan berry, but took the fish berry away. The remaining 3 might be surgery berries or others. 10 years in the future, Gringo executed Don Quixote Musguard Saint, who protected the fishman during the meeting and let go of the murderer of Saint Charlos. That was the celestial dragon who was saved by Otohim on Fishman Island. It's rare to see a celestial dragon who wants to become a normal human being, but he was executed by this old man. But it's done. Although Musguard has a tendency to get better, it can't change the fact that he was once a scum and did many bad things. It's not a pity for him to die. But the surname Fergalando reminds people of the big talker Nolando in the Sky Island chapter. But these 2 people just have similar names, and they don't actually have any relationship. Just like Bellamy and Jinrami, one is Doflamingo's subordinate, and the other is Kaido's subordinate. The names are similar, but it doesn't matter. Go back to where you should be, slaves should act like slaves. Gringo put the sword on his waist back into the sheath. Obviously, this is also a great swordsman, the kind with stronger strength than my hawk. Behind him, there are 19 figures who look much younger, they should be the best of the younger generation of the Celestial Dragon 20. The slaves looked at each other and reluctantly returned to the ruins where they were originally imprisoned, lowering their heads. But they occasionally looked outside Mary Gioase. They were in covet. Freedom. A voice sounded quietly in the sky. Everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky, where a strange-looking creature floated out from the air little by little. Shadow Force. Giratina, do you see the castle in front? Hyper Beam. Woo. Giratina almost didn't charge up, and spurted out a flamered energy column with a diameter of several thousand meters. During the exhibition match, Giratina's hyper beam was suppressed, but now it was completely different, it was a full-power hyper beam. The huge beam of light hit Pangu City in an instant. Even if Green reacted, he couldn't stop it in time. Besides, he felt that he couldn't block this move. Green Goo subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of Pangu City. The huge castle had been shot through by hyper beam, revealing a huge hole with a diameter of several thousand meters. The entire Pangu City was crumbling. The office of the 5 elders was on the top floor, not within the range of hyper beam, so they escaped. They were lucky. However, it is estimated that Giratina's hyper beam would hardly kill all 5 of them at once, at most half of them would be killed. So far, Marijoa is completely gone. For at least 1 or 2 years, don't even think about rebuilding this cloud city. And Dark suspected that the world government might not dare to continue to place its headquarters in this place in the future. 140 Chapter 140K is the real God. 140. Who is that? I don't know. God. Yes, it must be God. The real God is here to destroy these false gods. Wahahaha. All the celestial dragons go to hell. Boom. A slave who was laughing wildly at Giratina in the sky hadn't finished speaking when the collar on his neck suddenly exploded. God? That's a title that only we celestial dragons are worthy of using. A young man in the Knights of God looked at the other slaves and sneered. He thought he could subdue the slaves again like before, but he was wrong. All the slaves didn't bow their heads this time, but just stared at him with burning eyes. Just staring. They didn't say a word, didn't do anything, just stood there quietly and looked at the celestial dragon. The scene suddenly became weird. The surroundings were full of the miserable growl of the celestial dragons, but the slaves stood there silently watching this. How many slaves does Marijoa have? It depends on how many celestial dragons there are in Marijoa. Even the celestial dragons at the bottom of the circle usually have no less than 50 active slaves. The so-called active slaves refer to slaves who have not been tortured to death or mentally collapsed and can continue to be tortured. The exact number of celestial dragons is unknown, but the number is definitely not less than 100. The celestial dragons have ruled the world for 800 years and have been protected for 800 years. They have everything they want and do not have to worry about the living environment and the cost of raising children. In order to maintain the continuation of the family, they are even forced to have children. Under such conditions, the number of celestial dragons will definitely not be small. In the slave liberation incident 2 years ago, there were thousands of slaves who successfully escaped, and most of them died on the way to escape or were caught. Now the number of slaves standing on the ruins of Mary Gosa is definitely over 10,000. Tens of thousands of people stared at one person silently, and anyone would be terrified. "You bunch of miscellaneous cultivators, how dare you look me in the face like this?" The young celestial dragon knight was obviously not strong enough. Cold sweat began to flow down his forehead, and he even clenched the remote control of the explosive collar in his hand and wanted to press it. "Stop!" However, a Naroid woman next to him reached out and held him down. This group of slaves was obviously ready to die, and they were on the verge of collapse at any time. If they were pushed one step further, they would probably hug the celestial dragons around them, and then wait for the collar to explode and take the celestial dragons to hell together. How many slaves are there? How many celestial dragons are there? It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 celestial dragons die, but what do they need the Knights of God for if all the celestial dragons die? If it were in the past, there would be CP members everywhere, and these slaves would not be able to get close to the celestial dragons. But now, most of the CP members have died outside, and these 20 people can't stop tens of thousands of slaves at once. Especially, not all of these slaves are ordinary people. On the contrary, most of them are powerful. If not so, they would not be snatched by the celestial dragons to be slaves. Those without strength will also be fed with demon berry and injected with mutant genes by the celestial dragons to become powerful. At least, they are stronger than those useless celestial dragons. The most crucial thing. Gring looked up at the sky, his eyes under the sunglasses staring at the oppressive creature in the sky cautiously and seriously. Can they really stop that monster? This is the first time that the Knights of God feel such a huge pressure. It is even more stressful than the battle in the Valley of God more than 20 years ago. That time it was a battle of equal strength, and all the pressure came from the entire Rocks Pirates, all the members of the Rocks Pirates. This time, the pressure only comes from an unknown mysterious creature. Are we really not gods? Some people in the Knights of God who were raised by CPUs began to doubt their bloodline. In the sky. Well done, Giratina. Dark reached out and stroked Giratina's back, then looked down at Mary Joa below and murmured, "I wonder what's going on with Dark Ray. We can't let him do whatever he wants. Knights of God, take action now." Satan Rage's voice came from the shattered castle in the distance. All the members of the Knights of God silently drew their weapons. Gringl showed his sword, stepped on the ground first, and shot towards the sky. Swish! 2 leaves attacked Gringl like deadly scimitars, and the latter barely caught them with his observation haki and quickly raised his sword to block. Kang! He blocked the leaves, but Gringl was also knocked away dozens of meters by the huge force before landing. Konoha Emperor! The cold sweat on Gringl's forehead fell to the ground along his face. At this moment, the sunglasses on his face were broken, shattered by the aftermath of the block just now. When the names of these 3 Pokémon came out, he was extremely dissatisfied, thinking that these 3 beasts had no right to be crowned with the titles of King, Emperor, and Dragon. Now he knows. Not only does he know, but he has begun to worry in his heart. After today, I am afraid that they will not even be able to keep the title of God. Chamo. Septal folded his arms and slowly stepped into the battlefield, with an interesting look in his arrogant eyes. He did not hold back his leaf skill just now, but it was still blocked by Gringu. This is enough to show that Gringu's combat power is not low, at least he is qualified to fight him. And Gringu is a swordsman. Thinking of this, Septal couldn't help but get excited. Septal, this is up to you. If possible, kill those wearing black clothes. Kill as many as you can. Your own safety is the most important. Dark on Giratina's back in the sky bowed his head and gave Septal below. Septal raised his chin and glanced at the people of the Knights of God, not taking them seriously. He could tell at a glance what level those people were, about the same level as Mihawk. What's the difference between this and chickens? Septal killed them just like killing a chicken. I can't get interested at all. In Septal's heart, Mihawk is at least an ambitious chicken who can use a sword. He will probably become the Chicken King or even Kun in the future. And the Knights of God are a group of wild chickens, and that's how they will be in this life. 5 elders. Dark pinched his chin and thought about whether to kill the 5 elders. If the 5 elders were killed here today, the world government would be like a group of dragons without a leader, and the situation on the sea would be out of control for Dark. Kill 1. The guy in the sky. A sudden hoarse shout from the ground interrupted Dark's thoughts and made him lower his head. I saw a celestial dragon with snot and tears on his face holding a remote control tightly in his hand. 2 question marks appeared on Dark's head, and he didn't understand what this guy wanted to do. Get out of here right now. Otherwise, I will let all those slaves die. The words of the celestial dragon made all the slaves clench their fists and look at his face. But all the slaves were hesitating. They hesitated whether to take action. Based on today's situation, they might survive. But once they took action, they might be blown to death by the explosive collar. If they could survive, no one wanted to die, unless they were really desperate. But now, hope is in the sky. Not everyone is afraid of death. Many people are not afraid of death, but they are worried that it will affect Dak's plan. Little did they know that Doc actually had no plan, only 3 goals, and he was just taking one step at a time. Flexible plan. The slaves couldn't help but look at the figure in the sky. They didn't know whether Doc would choose to save them. If it is really the Lord God, please save us. Or, Lord Devil, please kill all these false gods. A pregnant woman with a big belly in the ruins prayed with her hands folded. He should have used Psychic to control the celestial dragon immediately, or used Conqueror Haki to stun him. The celestial dragons scattered throughout Marijoa, including the 5 elders and the Knights of God, all have such remote controls in their hands, and he has no way to control them all at once. But Darkrai can change this situation, and there are many ways. But now Darkrai has gone to find Vegapunk. Dark. At this time, Darkrai's voice suddenly sounded in Dark's shadow. It turned out that Darkrai had hidden in Dark's shadow at some point. His duty is always to protect Dark. Darkrai, can you solve it? Dark. It has been solved. This is what Darkrai meant. Dark can now understand what Darkrai is saying, and he doesn't understand the principle. He obviously doesn't understand the language of Pokemon, but he can understand what Darkrai is saying. Perhaps, he and Darkrai already have a tacit understanding and bond. Oh! Just as Darkrai's doubtful voice sounded, a series of sounds rang in his ears. Click! 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 All the explosive collars were automatically untied and fell to the ground, and all lost their ability to explode. Vegapunk! Satan saw this scene, and Rage's voice suddenly resounded in the clouds. Chapter 141 Celestial Dragons, Dead in Name Only. The explosive collar is Satan's masterpiece, which was developed hundreds of years ago. In theory, he has the highest authority over the explosive collar. But in the field of science and technology, there is no forever and absolute. Since Vegapunk was born, Satan is no longer the first in the field of science and technology. Vegapunk is the only person in the world who has the ability to scrap Satan's research. Satan is also very clear about this. So he knows that Vegapunk has surrendered to the enemy. No. It should be said that Vegapunk has never belonged to the world government. Well done, Dark Ray. Dark gave his shadow a thumbs up, and a hand stretched out from the shadow and made the same gesture. I am the leader of the Pokemon League, everyone look at me. Dark jumped off Giratina and floated in the sky with Psychic. Next, it was his turn to show off. All the slaves obeyed the voice and looked up at the sky. They didn't even react. The collar on their necks had fallen off, but they all knew that they had not yet gained true freedom. The celestial dragons used their hereditary authority and false reputation to force you to kneel, but the Pokemon League wants you to stand up. Let the world see it, they will regret being enemies with the Pokemon League. Giratina, let them see the power that overrides everything. Giratina was originally listening quietly to Dark's show-off, but she didn't expect that the big competition would suddenly fall on his head. For a moment, Giratina was in a panic, and in a panic, he casually released a Draco meteor. The next moment, dozens of meteorites fell from the sky, but fortunately, the scale of these meteorites was not large. Fuck. Dark didn't expect Giratina to play so hard. The Red Earth continent would not be able to withstand it. If you despise the rise of the Pokemon League, you will die without a burial place. Dark stretched out his arms to both sides, and he would pretend to be so strong today. I am the giant wave sweeping the world. Dark Ray. Dark shouted in his heart. Dark Ray seemed to sense the call and emerged from behind Dark Ray. He opened his arms mimicking Dark Ray's movements, and endless darkness instantly enveloped the entire Marijoa. Dark Ray was very smart. He blocked most of the meteorites to prevent them from hitting the slaves, but let a few big ones in to shoot at the 5 elders of Pangu City. Stop it! The 5 elders looked at the meteorites falling from the sky with their eyes wide open. They could no longer remain calm, and jumped into the sky to resist the meteorites summoned by Giratina with all their strength. The celestial dragons of Marijoa could no longer hold on. The fragile ones collapsed on the spot, urinated and shit, and fainted on the ground with their eyes rolled up. The stronger ones had already started to run out of Marijoa regardless of anything. I don't want to be a celestial dragon anymore. I don't want to be a celestial dragon anymore. No. Lord save me. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. It's over. The era of celestial dragons is over. Let me be a Pokemon in my next life. The celestial dragons collapsed. The pride in their bones was fragile, just like the arrogance of the Kimchi country, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The slaves also came back to their senses at this moment. They looked at the scene around them that was like inferno, but it seemed like they were in heaven. What's the difference between the scene of the celestial dragons pissing and running away and how they looked at the beginning? God has a way of reincarnation. Thank God. Thank the Pokemon League. A fishman roared out his rage and unwillingness over the years, and bit the scurrying celestial dragons with his fangs wide open. It's the turn of the girl to play, ha ha ha. The blind slave relied on his ears and observation haki to locate the position, and caught a celestial dragon and then cut his eyes. You should also give me a taste of yourself, is it delicious? A dwarf with a broken leg rode on the head of a celestial dragon and cut his ear. These scenes actually appeared a few years ago. It's just that the identities have been reversed now, and the former abuser has become the abused. Dark Ray raised his head at this moment, looked outside the dark cover, glanced at Dark, and then continued to stay where he was silently. Outside the dark void, above where Marijoa is. Endless black clouds hovered in the sky of Marijoa, forming a dark void that seemed to devour the world. One after another, black lightning kept shooting at the dark void below. Rapid twister, endless blizzard. At this moment, all natural forces were mobilized by unknown forces to attack dark void with all their strength. But Dark Ray's dark void can absorb everything. Unless these natural disasters can shatter the space. Or the status of this world itself is far beyond Dark Ray's limit, so that the level of natural disasters can exceed the dark void's tolerance limit. Otherwise, Dark Ray's dark void will not be destroyed. Dark Ray felt all this inside, but he did not tell Dark. Because there was no need. Anyway, he would definitely intercept these attacks. The flowers deep in Pangu city were silent and there was no movement. The 5 elders were barely resisting Giratina's Draco meteor. The Knights of God were killed by Septal alone in a corner, and only 6 of the 20 people were left. The leader Greengu had been chopped into Zoro. Dark Ray still covered the entire Marijoa with darkness. The celestial dragons, who had enjoyed 800 years of glory, were dragged off the altar today. This will be the darkest moment in their history. Almost. If it goes on like this, the world government will be really ruined, and the world will be really in chaos. It's good to be at this point now. The world government is still there, and the navy has not lost any strength. Those member states of the world government and pirates dare not jump too much, lest the world government vent its anger on them. But the Pokemon League has achieved unparalleled results again, and no one on the sea dares to challenge the majesty of the Pokemon League. As long as the scale of Pokemon is further expanded, Pokemon will exist in most places. Then the existence of the pirates will be completely ruined, and they will not dare to do whatever they want to ordinary people who have gained power, and most other evil forces will slowly die out. The Grey Army can also rest assured to carry out large-scale liberation operations, saving the civilians of countless islands and countries from water and fire, allowing them to be free from the oppression and exploitation of the nobles, gradually becoming rich, and can buy Pokemon to protect their lives. At that time, the world government will be destroyed and the navy will be recruited. The Pokemon era is completely opened, trainers become the mainstream of the new era, and the navy maintains a new justice and peace in the sea. Dark will also take action to bring the member countries of the world government under the jurisdiction of the Alliance, and from then on, the world will be united. The pirate world has also been transformed into a world of half Pokemon. The rest is just waiting for time to move forward. Dark Ray, take those slaves, it's time for us to go. Dark called a halt to the battle. Dark Ray gathered the dark void and absorbed countless slaves into the dark space to make them fall asleep. Septal quickly left the stage, jumped into the sky and jumped into the space door opened by Dark's side. Giratina used Shadow Force to disappear on the surface of this world. Marijoa was instantly quiet. When the darkness was removed, the scene of natural disasters raging outside appeared, and the 5 elders were shocked. It turned out that their Lord Im had used the power of the Sky Dragon Uranus just now, but still failed to break the black cover of the Nightmare King. The clothes of the 5 elders became like rags. Although they were not injured, they looked extremely embarrassed. This was when the 5 of them blocked Giratina's attack, Draco Meteor, which was weakened by Dark Ray. This was Giratina's power beyond the entire pirate world. As the 3rd son of Arceus, Giratina beat up the other 2 sons, Dialga, the god of time, and Pocky, the god of space, in the original book. Even if it was because Giratina used the power of Reverse World to enter the origin form to suppress the 2, it was enough to show his strength. He was allowed to use time with Dialga and space with Pocky, but he was not allowed to use Reverse World? Even if the real level of Giratina in other forms was only 85, it was enough for him to crush the entire pirate world. This was also the reason why Dark no longer regarded the world government as a threat the day he obtained Giratina. Marijoa at this moment. Everywhere you look is ruined, with broken walls and ruins scattered all over the clouds, and there is no intact building at all. The streets are full of corpses of celestial dragons, some killed by slaves, some crushed by collapsed buildings, and some even scared to death. I wonder if there can be 100 celestial dragons out of thousands. Even if they can, it is estimated that 8 of them have become disabled. Look at the Knights of God. 20 people died and 6 were left. One of them had both arms chopped off, one was left with only the upper body, and the leader Gringo was blind in one eye. The remaining 3 were lucky enough to survive because of their special abilities. As for the elite world government and CP members originally stationed in Marijoa, some died, some were destroyed, and only a few of the 100,000 troops survived, and it was impossible for them to work for the world government again. The celestial dragons are dead in name only. As for how long the world government can last, it depends on the abilities of the remaining people and their choices. The only high-end combat power that the world government can really show off today is probably the 4.5 people, the 5 elders, the Knights of God, and the elite Uranus. There is also the former Navy Marshal Steel Bone Kong, who is leading the 3 armies against the Grey Army. Although it seems that there are few people, this level can still be called the world's first force, but it is not much stronger than the Navy. It is still a bit difficult to wipe out a force that has ruled for 800 years. If Dark had not appeared with the superpower of Pokemon, the nearly 1,000-year rule of the world government might not be destroyed by Luffy and his men. What's more, Luffy is also facing other powerful new forces such as pacifists and seraphs. There is no doubt that the battle line of One Piece is too long, and the new characters in the later period have produced a lot of contradictions with the many characters in the early period. 142 Chapter 142 4 Pokemon Clans. 142. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden main line, World Rewriting One Piece. Reward, Random Current World Maximum Level Pokemon. If this Pokemon has its own tribe, drag the tribe into the Pokemon Island, and randomly reward 3 Pokemon tribes. Obtain, Lapras LV100. Pokemon Island obtains the tribe Lapras, and the tribe currently has 50 Lapras. Pokemon Island obtains the tribe Zangoose, and the tribe currently has 100 Zangoose. Pokemon Island obtains the tribe Snake, and the tribe currently has 50 Snake. Pokemon Island obtains the tribe Braviary, and the tribe currently has 20 Braviaries and 20 Rufflets. Dark, who had just returned to the breeding house from Marijoa with 3 Pokemon, suddenly widened his eyes after hearing the system prompt. This is simply a huge mega surprise. The last time such a prompt sound suddenly appeared was when the first male employee, Fenkele, and the first female employee, Robin, were recruited. At that time, only 1,000 magic coins were rewarded. First, there is the full-level Lapras, which is so exciting. Lapras, a water and ice dual-type Pokemon, is a very peace-loving and gentle Pokemon with a beautiful voice. It likes to sing with its companions on the sea. It is also called Lapras in the original translation. However, because Lapras is soft-tempered, it is either captured by illegal poachers or attacked by Sharpedo, which has led to a sharp decrease in the number of Lapras. Now in the world of Pokemon, Lapras is considered a very rare Pokemon. For a rare Pokemon like Lapras, hundreds of thousands of magic coins are indispensable if you want to buy it at the full level in the Magic Mall. To reach this level of Lapras, either it has lived for a very long time or has very high qualifications. A full-level Lapras is equivalent to giving Doc hundreds of thousands of magic coins for free. Especially now that the Magic Breeding House wants to open another branch in Shampoo Land, it needs powerful Pokemon to take charge. Originally, Dark planned to buy a full-level Pokemon or a higher-level Pokemon after accumulating enough Pokemon coins, but now it seems that this part of the money can be saved. Then, this full-level Lapras comes with a mega-huge tribe. 50 Pokemon may not sound like a lot, but it depends on what species it is. For Pokemon like Lapras, a tribe of 50 is probably the largest Lapras tribe in the Pokemon world. Then, it is a problem that makes Dark happy and distressed. That is the 2 Pokemon Zangoose and Seviper. Some Pokemon in the Pokemon world are naturally unhappy with each other. It is a bloodline inheritance that has been passed down since ancient times. They want to fight each other when they see each other, and they must fight to the death. Zangoose and Seviper are such Pokemon. This pair of enemies often appeared in the Sinnoh chapter of the original book, fighting every other day. Whenever any of the races came, Dark would be happy, because these 2 Pokemon were the kind that were more capable of fighting. But if the 2 came together, he couldn't imagine what the Alliance City would become in the future. Dark had already thought about it, and the 2 races must be separated. And there was one thing that made Dark feel very strange. Zangoose is a gregarious race, and traveling together can maximize their combat effectiveness, similar to Pokémon like Sneasel. But most of them are basically in groups of 3 or 5. Even if there are more, they may often fight frequently because of food and status. And Seaviper is a solitary Pokémon. They are all insidious and cunning. Not to mention the enemy, even the same race will not be trusted. Generally speaking, Seaviper hunts alone in the wild, and each has the skills to compete with 2 Zangoose. But now, these 2 contradictions have appeared in these 2 races. Doc always felt that there was something strange in this, and he had to investigate it clearly. As for the last Braviary and Rufflet, they are great. The character of this creature can be seen from the name. Braviary was called Warrior of the Sky by the ancient humans in the Pokémon world. They are brave and proud, fearless, and also attach great importance to their companions. They are willing to sacrifice their lives for their companions. Similarly, because of their fearless character, they are all ironheads. They are not afraid of any enemy. To fight Braviary, you must be prepared to fight until one side is defeated. Otherwise, it will not end. And this kind of Pokémon is very similar to guys like Zoro. They will not allow scars on their backs, because this will make them despised in the tribe, but the more Braviary is wounded, the braver they are and the more respected they will be by their companions. Such Pokémon can be said to be very decent, and they often serve as partners of various decent people in the Pokémon world. This is why Doc is happy. Braviary is a Pokémon that all trainers will like. The existence of such a Pokémon will definitely inspire the idea of sending Pokémon Island people to become trainers. This is equivalent to giving me millions of Pokémon coins for free. Dark's mouth was almost grinning. Pokémon Island has always had plans to introduce various Pokémon tribes, but because of the priority of developing Alliance City, this plan has been delayed again and again. This reward is equivalent to helping Hand Doc to promote some of this plan. Even if the races still seem a bit monotonous, it is completely enough for the current Pokémon Island. How many people are there in Pokémon Island now? In other words, the population of Alliance City is only 5,000 now. There are already about 2,000 Pokémon among them. The wild Pokémon that have been added now are obviously a large proportion. Just right, it also allows people in Alliance City to begin to adapt to the concept of wild Pokémon, and perhaps there will be lucky people who can form friendships with these wild Pokémon and become partners. But, let's go back and solve the problem of Seaviper and Zangoose. I hope they haven't started a fight yet. Dark is a little worried now. The Zangoose and Seaviper tribes that suddenly appeared together will fight. If they accidentally hurt the Braviary next to them, the Braviary family may also join the battle. As for Lapras, that is basically impossible. They are destined to be a group of good children. Back to the breeding house, Sceptile ran back to the branch of Seven Water City to guard as usual. Dark glanced at Dark and hesitated to speak. He wanted to remind Dark that there were still a group of people imprisoned in his dark space. But seeing that Dark was so anxious, he didn't say anything and honestly sneaked into Dark's shadow. When Dark came to the Pokémon Island, he found that everything had not developed into the bad situation he expected. But it was almost the same. The place where the Pokémon tribes appeared was on the kilometer-long arch bridge in front of the Alliance base. The Zangoose and Seaviper tribes stood on both sides of the bridge. If the terrain here was not too unsuitable, they would have fought long ago for fear of falling into the water. How could they watch each other so arrogantly? Yes, in the eyes of these two races, even breathing is arrogant. The peace-loving Lapras tribe kept calling out in the lake on both sides of the bridge, acting as a peacemaker and calming the emotions of the two tribes. Braviary and the Rufflets stood on the bridge railing and watched this scene, with an attitude of not caring about it. On land, more and more people and Pokémon gathered to watch, and some of them even started to stand in line and open the odds. Those who like cats support Zangoose, and those who like snakes support Seaviper. Of course, most people just come to have fun. Damn Seaviper brat, I'll kill you with my own hands. Damn Zangoose brat, I'll kill you with my own hands. When the Zangoose family and the Sea Viper family were about to fight, Dark finally arrived. He fell from the sky and landed directly between the two tribes, stretching out his hands to stop the two tribes. Woo! The Lapras looked at Dark's arrival and made respectful and intimate sounds. Under the blessing of the system, Dark has become a companion with their boss with a basic goodwill, so Dark naturally has a certain status in the Lapras group. The other three groups also roughly understood the situation when they appeared on the Pokemon Island, so they greeted Dark. They don't have to obey Dark completely, but basic respect should still be given. Dark didn't ask why the two tribes were fighting, but about their strange tribe structure. It was beyond common sense. Generally speaking, how could Pokemon break their own racial habits unless they had to? Boss Zangoose and Boss Seaviper looked at each other, and then each had his own explanation. With the help of Darkrai and Psychic, Dark figured out what was going on. The two tribes were old enemies. Both came from MT Coronet foothills. At first, they were indeed normal Zangoose and Seaviper scattered throughout the foothills. Originally, each Zangoose and Seaviper had their own opponents, and they rarely intervened in each other's battles. But by accident, the boss Zangoose saved a little Zangoose who was bullied by Seaviper, and his team began to expand gradually, and even he could not control it. And the boss Seaviper watched his old opponent gradually grow in size. How could he bear it? Originally, the other Seaviper they didn't plan to travel together until they met those large-scale Zangoose, and they knew they had to travel together. It seems that these two tribes have some bad fate, even coming to Pokemon Island together. You live separately. Dark had no other choice for the time being, and decided to use the geography of the Alliance City to separate the two races. Chapter 143 Big Lapras. Dark decided to separate Zangoose and Seaviper outside the Alliance City. Family on the west side, family on the east side. It just so happened that Dark planned to put a circle of forests on the east and west sides of the Alliance City as a natural protection circle, and the south would be developed further south as a suburb, and some small villages would probably be built as the southern border of the city in the future. He did it right away. Dark immediately took the Zangoose and Seaviper tribes to the westernmost and easternmost parts of the Alliance City respectively. The living environment of the two tribes is mainly forests. They are good at hunting in the forests and hiding themselves with the help of the terrain of the forests. So, Doc took out all the remaining 160,000 magic coins in his system. He built forests with an area of 80,000 square meters on the west and east sides respectively. There are also lakes in the forests that are directly connected to the inland sea in the north. The forest will definitely be larger in the future, but at that time it will rely on people to plant and expand outward. At present, this scale is enough for the Zangoose and Seaviper tribes to divide the territory, and they should be able to return to normal racial habits soon. These trees are not just ordinary trees. Many of them are common fruit trees in the Pokemon world, which can be eaten by the Pokemon living here in the future. Similarly, Doc will ask people to get some small creatures such as pheasants, hares, voles, squirrels, snakes, frogs, and insects to release them in this forest for them to survive and reproduce, and also constitute food for those carnivorous Pokemon. Both Zangoose and Seaviper were very satisfied with their new living environment. They expressed their gratitude to Doc and then entered the forest. Next, there will definitely be fighting within their race. This is how the two tribes fight for territory. In the future, there will definitely be those who can't hold back and run across the Alliance City to another forest to find trouble, but that will happen at least a month later. And even if it happens, Doc will definitely not stop it. They must be harassed by natural enemies to have a sense of crisis and not reproduce and grow wildly. After dealing with the Zangoose tribe and the Seaviper tribe, Doc looked at the other two tribes. The Lapras tribe is easy to deal with. The sea area around the Alliance base is simply their natural home, safe and quiet, so of course they will like it. Doc will also ask people outside to capture a large number of marine creatures and throw them into this lake. The nature of this lake is the same as that of the breeding house. The water is more special, which means that marine creatures can survive. The most abundant thing in the pirate world is these aquatic creatures. There are as many as you want, and there are thousands of species. Dark even plans to get in touch with Fishman Island in a few days, and ask the residents of Fishman Island to help get some aquatic plants and deep-sea fish. These aquatic plants will become food for the Lapras tribe. For now, they can only be fed by the Alliance, which doesn't cost much money. The roadside stalls in the Seven Waters City sell a lot of them. The Braviary family is in a more awkward situation. The places where they live are usually either the top of the mountains or the snowy areas. At present, there are no such places, so the Braviary family can only live in the Alliance City for the time being. Fortunately, the Braviary family is not picky about the environment, and they like the lively atmosphere. The Alliance City is the only lively place on Pokemon Island at present, and the Braviary family certainly prefers to stay here. The 4 Pokemon tribes have been temporarily settled, and Dark is ready to return to the breeding house to see his new partners. He was not worried about whether the 4 Pokemon tribes would attack the people in the Alliance City. Because these tribes came from the Pokemon world, the living environment there has entered an era of peaceful coexistence between humans and Pokemon. As long as humans do not actively provoke or invade their territory, they will basically not be attacked by Pokemon. Dark was a little excited when he returned to the breeding house. Maximum level Lapras. Dark, there was a movement in your room just now, as if something was calling. Well, that's my new partner. Dark responded excitedly, and then hurried to his bedroom. Open the bedroom door. What came into view was a big cutie. Generally, Lapras is only 2.5 m tall. Younger or female ones may be shorter, but the Lapras in front of him is 5 m tall. In addition to age and gender, the size of Pokemon is also related to its own strength. For example, Sceptile is not considered old in the Sceptile family. He is just a guy in his 20s, so the impact of age on the body is not obvious. The ringing is not reflected on him. But Sceptile is still 0.4 m taller than the average height of his tribe, which is the result of Sceptile's strength. Lapras is twice as tall as other tribesmen. Obviously, this Lapras is not only strong, but also must be old. Similarly, Lapras is also very heavy. For example, at this moment, Dark's bed was crushed, and the whole bed sheet was wet. That's because Lapras' hidden characteristic, moist body, naturally makes Lapras have a moist body and automatically secretes pure water. Hello, Lapras. Dark walked over quickly and opened his arms to hug the long neck of Big Lapras. Lapras is a very gentle Pokemon, so Dark has the courage to open his arms and hug it when they first meet. This is different from the previous 3 Pokemon, which are all Pokemon with a bad reputation. Giratina and Darkrai are not to be mentioned. The 2 nicknames Karen Dragon and Nightmare God are enough to explain everything. As for Sceptile, his reputation is not bad, but it is definitely not good. Because most Sceptiles are arrogant and conceited. Although they don't like to bully the weak, it is absolutely impossible for them to be kind to the weak. Woo! Big Lapras called softly, patted his 4 big feet, and shook tail whip. In Dark's opinion, Lapras's behavior is very cute, and he held Lapras's arm and used more force. Cool and soft. Lapras smiled gently. She saw that Dark liked her very much, so she liked Dark too. Lapras itself is a Pokemon that likes others very easily. Just like Golden Retriever, he will like humans very much. But unlike Golden Retriever will be fierce when seeing other dogs, but Lapras will be gentle even when seeing other Pokemon. Let's go and check your body. Dark couldn't wait to carry Lapras to the manufacturing room to use the inspection device to see Lapras's attributes. Although Lapras is very big, her weight is only about 500 kilograms, which is not bad for the physique of people in the pirate world. Dark is no longer the kind of weak chicken that will break at the touch, so it is not difficult to hold Jackie Chan. In addition, Dark has psychic to help. Lapras was quite shocked that Dark could hold her up, but she soon became happy. It is a good thing for a trainer to be strong. After entering the manufacturing room, Lapras first greeted Monet, Gardevoir, and Porygon-Z. Now Monet is not surprised that Dark brings some powerful Pokémon in from time to time, but is just happy that their Pokémon League has added another general. As for the pattern discovered by Monet, Dark basically only brings those particularly powerful Pokémon to the manufacturing room for inspection. Lapras is obviously one of them. Lapras. Attributes: water, ice. Features: wet body. Qualification: purple. Height: 5.0 m. Weight: 500 kilograms. Age: 650. Level: LV.90. Skills: Hydro Pump, Song of the End, Sheer Cold, Blizzard, Ice Beam, Giga Impact. Lapras is really old, almost 3 times as old as Sceptile. Congratulations to Sceptile for getting an ancestor. However, Lapras's qualifications are 1 level lower than Sceptile's, so as both are wild Pokémon, without systematic training and human material helping hand, Sceptile is obviously younger than Lapras, but they are at the same level. Sceptile and Lapras should be similar in the Pokémon world, neither of them has the special abilities of a legendary Pokémon, and they are at the same level. This means that Lapras's strength should be similar to that of the full-level template characters in this world, that is, he can get 100 points out of 100. However, Lapras will definitely surpass Sceptile in the situations where he can exert his combat power in this world. After all, there is mostly sea water here. Sceptile may have more places to use his skills after going to the neighboring Naruto world. Let's go, let's take Giratina to Pokemon Island first. Dark is so happy now. In the future, he can ride on Lapras back to the sea. Now that there are Giratina in the sky and Lapras in the ocean, Dark almost doesn't have to walk by himself. With then you can stay in the branch in the City of 7 Waters. There are rivers everywhere in the city and the people are more friendly, which is more suitable for you. Dark has already thought about it. Lapras will be in charge of guarding the branch in Water City in the future. Lapras likes a quiet and peaceful environment, and Water City is more in line with this characteristic. There are basically no people making trouble here, especially when the Pokémon League has spread throughout the city. And Sceptile will go to the paradise to guard it. It is very chaotic there, with all kinds of people, and there are many bad guys who like to make trouble. Sceptile will inevitably be troubled when he arrives there. But this may be a more interesting thing for Sceptile. He is almost bored in Water City because he has almost no chance to take action. It is well known. There is a big man in the Sabayati archipelago who can fight with Sceptile more or less. His strength is at least stronger than the current Mihawk, and he is also a swordsman. Dark will tell Sceptile where that person is at that time. 144 Chapter 144 Magikarp and Phoebus on the road. 144. Little Shirahoshi counted the days on her fingers. It had been 7 days since she entered the Pokemon Island. She had seen the Union City grow from being empty to being populated. However, no one living in the Union City knew that there was a mermaid princess from Fishman Island hidden in the inland sea next to them. Sometimes Shirahoshi came here by herself, and perhaps only the person who brought her to the Pokemon Island knew that Shirahoshi was here. In most cases, Shirahoshi plunged into the inland sea and played with her 2 friends. The 2 friends refer to Phoebus and Magikarp. Shirahoshi's natural high water type's friendliness makes all Pokemon unable to refuse to get close to him. Lapra's family discovered the existence of this little guy as soon as they arrived. On the day when Dark had just destroyed most of the world government, Shirahoshi quietly came to the lake of Fishman Island. Although the little girl didn't dare to run to the land because someone moved in. But Shirahoshi was not sad at all. She felt happy when she saw people walking and playing with their Pokemon in the Alliance City. She would also fantasize about walking on the street with her father, mother, and 3 brothers in the future. Is such a life possible? Just when Shirahoshi showed her little head to look at the shore, she suddenly felt herself floating up. Gee! Shirahoshi was stunned for a moment and swung her tail. Snap! The tail seemed to hit something soft. Shirahoshi turned her head subconsciously and saw a Pokemon holding her collar and lifted her out of the water. That was an old and huge Lapras. Shirahoshi remembered that everyone in the Alliance City liked to call these Pokemon Lapras. This Lapras was the oldest in the tribe, probably more than 3,000 years old, 10 meters tall, twice as tall as Dark's Lapras, but this Lapras was not as strong as that. Her height was mainly due to her age. Age and strength affect the size of Pokemon, and the former accounts for the majority. After Dark's Lapras left the team, the former tribe leader took over the tribe again. Hello, Grandma. Shirahoshi stretched out her hand and waved at Lapras. She was not afraid of this Lapras. Perhaps it was because the kind mermaid had the ability to communicate with fish, or perhaps it was because of Shirahoshi's ability as a sea king. In any case, Shirahoshi could feel Lapras' kindness towards her. Woo-woo. Lapras narrowed his eyes and smiled, threw the little mermaid onto his shell, and swam leisurely on the sea with the little guy. On the sea not far away, there were some much smaller Lapras playing with water balls given by humans, or competing with each other in their singing voices. Some familiar Lapras saw Shirahoshi and felt her breath, and would run over to be intimate with Shirahoshi. Excuse me, where are you taking Shirahoshi? Shirahoshi sat sideways on the back of old Lapras, and stretched out her hand to cover her tail a little embarrassedly. She was worried that she would be seen by people on the shore. Woo-woo. We're not going anywhere, let's go for a walk together. Old Lapras shook his head leisurely and swam aimlessly on the sea with Shirahoshi. Lapras' family just likes to take people to wander around on the sea. This is a way for them to have fun and it makes them feel better. Especially Shirahoshi has the kind of blood that makes water-type Pokemon subconsciously get close to her. Shirahoshi is not a child who is good at rejecting others, so she just hugged Lapras' neck and watched her take her around. Ahem. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the water next to her. When Shirahoshi heard this voice, her eyes suddenly lit up. This was the voice of her friend, the chatterbox Magikarp. Shirahoshi looked into the sea beside her, and sure enough, she saw Magikarp and Phoebus popping their heads out and looking at Shirahoshi in the water. They are my friends. Shirahoshi said softly. She actually wanted to go into the water to play with her friends, but she was a little embarrassed to tell Lapras. Woo! Old Lapras nodded, picked up the little mermaid again and put it in the water. Then he raised his head and motioned Shirahoshi to go play. Then, see you next time. Shirahoshi politely said goodbye to old Lapras, but then he remembered something. Well, my name is Shirahoshi. Woo! Old Lapras nodded, indicating that he remembered, and then patted his 4 big feet and stepped on the water to leave. Shirahoshi felt a little happy in her heart, feeling that she had made new friends again. Usually in Fishman Island, she basically stayed in the palace. Especially in recent days, her father and mother were busy collecting autographs from everyone in Fishman Island and had no time to accompany her. This made Shirahoshi feel lonely and bored, so she secretly ran to Pokemon Island to play. Puff! Phoebus blew a bubble on the water surface, then lowered his head and dived into the water. Magikarp and Shirahoshi followed into the water. The 3 fish swam freely in the water. Now this sea area is extremely empty, with almost nothing blocking them, allowing them to swim freely. Ahem. Magikarp asked Shirahoshi from the side. He and Phoebus were a little tired of staying here, because there were only the 2 of them in this sea, and the Lapras family usually stayed on the water. You? Want to go to my house? Is it okay? Shirahoshi was a little confused. She felt that she shouldn't have taken Magikarp and Phoebus away from Pokemon Island without permission. She should at least ask Sister Robin. Ahem. Magikarp asked Shirahoshi again. He really wanted to see the outside world. Phoebus next to him didn't say anything and didn't even care. Magikarp and Phoebus, who have never been exposed to the outside world since childhood, are different from their fellows in the Pokémon world. Most Magikarps in the Pokémon world are aware of their mediocrity, so they look very dull. And the Phoebus over there are often disliked by humans and other Pokémon, so they are also very inferior. But Magikarp and Phoebus in Pokémon Island don't know this. So the biggest difference between them and other Magikarps and Phoebus is that they are more confident. And this kind of personality will greatly help them shorten the process of evolution, especially for Phoebus. Magikarp can evolve as long as the level reaches the level. However, Phoebus needs to improve her beauty value or use prism scale to connect and exchange. The beauty value here does not only refer to Phoebus's external beauty, but more to her confident mentality. Okay, then I'll go and ask Sister Robin. Although Shirahoshi doesn't like to trouble others, she decided to ask Robin for her friends. So at night, Shirahoshi found Robin and told her about this matter. Robin agreed nonchalantly. She knew Dark's attitude very well. Dark had never restricted the freedom of Pokémon. They could go wherever they wanted. She knew Dark would not refuse, so she agreed to Shirahoshi's request. Great! Ahem! Shirahoshi and Magikarp were so happy that they hugged each other and spun in the small lake in the store hall, splashing water on the surrounding lawns. Phoebus couldn't stand it anymore, so he gave them a fish and a tail to make them behave. After that, Shirahoshi happily pulled Magikarp and Phoebus out of the breeding house. It was the first time she brought a friend she met outside home. Before the door closed, Dark, who had just finished a physical examination on Lapras, came out and tilted his head in confusion as he looked at Phoebus and Magikarp who were leaving. If he remembered correctly, the qualifications of these two Pokémon should be blue. Dark didn't give them anything that would improve their qualifications. But just now, Dark used the ability of quality detection and saw a faint purple light from the two Pokémon. This means that the qualifications of Phoebus and Magikarp have broken through to purple. Although it is light purple, it is still purple. Dark can only blame Shirahoshi for this dot on their bodies. Perhaps the power of Poseidon, the king of the sea, was secretly affecting Phoebus and Magikarp's bodies, allowing their bodies to benefit a lot invisibly. On the other side, Phoebus and Magikarp became quiet as soon as they arrived at the Dragon Palace in the deep sea. They could clearly sense that the atmosphere around them had changed. In the sea of Pokémon Island, they knew they were absolutely safe and didn't need to worry about their lives at all, so they lived very comfortably. But when they came to Fishman Island, they could smell the breath of countless sea creatures in the sea water. The two of them were almost the weakest and smallest class, which made the two Pokémon feel uneasy. Follow me. I'll take you to see my room, and introduce you to Mikaro. He is my best friend, and he grew up with me. Shirahoshi didn't feel that way. She excitedly grabbed Magikarp and Phoebus and ran towards her room with the two of them. However, what they didn't know was that in Shirahoshi's room, her father, mother, and three brothers were looking at the room with gloomy faces. Because they found that Johto couldn't find Shirahoshi after searching the entire Dragon Palace. This made them seriously suspect that Shirahoshi had been kidnapped during the time they were away from the city. Now Mikaro also had a bitter face. He anxiously explained to everyone that Shirahoshi just went out to play, but he couldn't explain where Shirahoshi went to play. Because Shirahoshi didn't tell him at all. Without any surprise or coincidence, Shirahoshi, holding Magikarp and Phoebus, happened to run into her family when she returned to the room. 145 Chapter 145 The First Pokémon Evolution 145 Shirahoshi. Where have you been? What is this? When Neptune and Otohime saw Shirahoshi leading two ordinary and even ugly little fishes in, they were clearly worried. Today, Fishman Island has encountered too many things, making the entire Fishman Island extremely uneasy. First of all, it was the impact of the cracking of the red soil continent. It caused chaotic ocean currents in many areas of the deep sea, and even a few submarine volcanoes erupted. Even the Sea King nest not far from Fishman Island caused a lot of restlessness. If it weren't for the huge double or soap bubbles to block it, perhaps these ocean currents would have stirred up the entire Fishman Island. Neptune has sent mermaid soldiers to the direction of the source of the unrest to investigate the cause. It is believed that it will soon be found that it is the cause of the cracking of the red soil continent. This is undoubtedly a lot of benefits for Fishman Island. Because it means that the pirates, merchants, etc. don't have to take huge risks to come to Fishman Island, and can go directly to the New World through the cracks. The vast majority of the disappearances of the population of Fishman Island are caused by these humans. Pirates and slave traders are the most critical factors. Except for Jinpi and a few others who are still somewhat powerful, most people in Fishman Island are quite weak and cannot compete with these bad guys. If Fishman Island had not still hung the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, I'm afraid it would have become a paradise for pirates and a hell for mermaids. Of course there are disadvantages, but compared to the advantages, they are almost negligible. That is the trade issue. A lot of things on Fishman Island actually come from those human merchants who go to Fishman Island, and they will bring products from the ground. But these are not important, because Fishman Island itself has caravans that go to the land to purchase these things. Furthermore, after a busy day, Otohim used Den Den Mushi to contact the world government. And the result is naturally needless to say, the world government did not answer his call at all. Otohim didn't know what the reason was, but this unknown made her feel extremely uneasy. Originally, the process of collecting signatures from the residents of Fishman Island was subject to many constraints. Everyone was unwilling to cooperate in signing, or in other words, the residents of Fishman Island did not believe that humans would coexist peacefully with them. They also couldn't let go of the hatred in their hearts. Now there is a problem with the world government again, which has caused a great blow to Otohim's heart. Today, she had countless thoughts of giving up in her heart. Finally, it was Shirahoshi who suddenly disappeared. The entire Ryugu city was almost turned upside down. Shark! Mikaro was relieved to see Shirahoshi coming back. He was almost dying of anxiety just now, and hurried to Shirahoshi's side. But at this time, he saw two small fishes beside Shirahoshi. Mikaro thought it was a snack brought by Shirahoshi, so he opened his mouth and prepared to give Magikarp and Phoebus to swallow. Dummy! Snap! Snap! Bang! Shirahoshi, who never hit anyone, hit Mikaro for the first time, using her beautiful pink tail to slap Mikaro's face several times. Otohim and the others were shocked. They didn't expect that Shirahoshi, who had always been timid, would do such a thing today. It obviously caused a great shock to them. At the same time, they also realized that something must have happened to Shirahoshi that they didn't know about. Father, mother, and 3 brothers, this is Magikarp and Phoebus, they are Pokemon living on Pokemon Island, and they are also my good friends. Shirahoshi lowered her head with a guilty conscience, not daring to look at her family, and then whispered, I just went to Pokemon Island to play with them. Pokemon. As a king, Neptune was obviously the first to notice this word that has recently caused countless waves on the sea. The news of Fishman Island is obviously much later than that of the land, but even so, they still heard the rumor that Pokemon Island is a new world, but they don't believe it. How can you go out to play without telling your family, come here, lie down? Otohim is a bit thick-skinned, and she didn't realize the Pokemon thing at the first time, otherwise she would pay more attention to it than Neptune. Now, she only wants to educate Shirahoshi well. Woo, mother! Shirahoshi cried when she said crying. As expected of a mermaid princess, the darling of the sea, she cries as if she were made of water, without any press-wing, and it was impossible to interrupt the spell. But Shirahoshi was very obedient, walked over obediently, and lay on the soft big bed. Mother! Forget it! Shirahoshi is still a child. The three princes of Fishman Island obviously have some sister control attributes, and hurried over to stop Otohime. The fact that Shirahoshi could be spoiled into such a timid character after 10 years is inseparable from the love and protection of these three brothers, which can be called iron defense, and of course, her father Neptune. Ahem. Magikarp swam to Shirahoshi's side and shook his tail. What are you doing? All of you get out of my way, today I must teach this girl a lesson. Otohime is different from these men at home. Although she dotes on Shirahoshi usually, she is very clear when it comes to teaching her a lesson, because she knows very well that if she doesn't teach Shirahoshi a lesson, then Shirahoshi will be completely useless. No one in this family can teach Shirahoshi. Otohime is obviously in a state of being overwhelmed. Although she is the queen of Fishman Island, she has done this kind of thing a lot. In the original book, this is a ruthless person who can teach Shirahoshi to the point of breaking her arm. Although most of this is because Otohime's body is too fragile. Puff. Phoebus also stood up. She would not watch her good friend being beaten. Especially Neptune is so big, which puts a lot of pressure on her and Magikarp. At this time, Neptune was still in deep thought. He was thinking about what Shirahoshi said just now. Go to Pokemon Island? How to go there? Isn't that a legend? Is there really such a world? If not, where did Shirahoshi bring these two little fishes? These two little fishes obviously have wisdom that ordinary people do not have. Has Shirahoshi already known the people of the Pokemon League? Various questions surrounded Neptune's mind, so he did not notice the state of Otohime at all. Although Otohime, who entered this state, was still very weak, she was at least majestic and could suppress her three sons. At this moment, the three shark stars did not dare to persuade her anymore. Because the more they persuaded, the more their mother would get angry. Lift your butt up for me. Otohime shouted at Shirahoshi, who was lying on the bed and groaning. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Although Shirahoshi is big, she is actually less than 6 years old. She would definitely not be able to bear the grievance when her mother yelled at her. The howling sound almost penetrated the wall, but she still knelt on the bed and lifted her butt. Ahem. Puff. Magikarp and Phoebus looked at each other, and saw caution in each other's eyes. They knew that they had no way to protect Shirahoshi at this moment. So. The rainbow light rang in the room, and the world ushered in the first evolution of Pokemon. The arrival of Shirahoshi brought endless benefits to Magikarp and Phoebus. Magikarp had the conditions for evolution early, but he had been waiting for Phoebus. And Phoebus was very confident because of the different growth environment, and never felt ugly, so evolution was not difficult. In the world of Pokemon, when it comes to what kind of Pokemon in the water is the most famous, there is no doubt that there are two types: Gyarados and Melodic. The former because of the domineering appearance and powerful strength. The latter because of the unparalleled charm. It can be called the Pirate Queen in Pokemon, and is called the most beautiful Pokemon by countless people. More importantly, the reason why the two Pokemon are so famous is inseparable from the help of the two champions. It was the Hoenn region water-type champion with Melodic as the trump card, who was also the Grand Tournament Master of the Hoenn region and a world-famous figure Wallace. The other was the Johto region flying-type champion with Gyarados as the trump card, who was once the flying-type elite of the Kanto region and the descendant of the ancient family Yulong family Lance. Shirahoshi could not take care of crying, and was a little overwhelmed as she watched the two friends behind her gradually transform. The figures in the rainbow light slowly became huge and slender at this moment. Soon, they were taller than Shirahoshi and the three princes, and gradually stopped at more than 6 meters. At a certain moment, the rainbow light dissipated at the same time, revealing the new forms of Magikarp and Phoebus. Gyarados. Melodic. The symbol of domineering and the representative of beauty. The appearance of the two brought a little Pokemon shock to the people present. XN. Even Neptune was brought back to his senses by the noise. They stood there blankly, looking at the two Pokémon in front of them. Although Gyarados and Melodic still looked a little thin to Neptune. But for the three princes and Otohim, the 6-meter height of Gyarados and Melodic was too shocking. At this time, Otohim calmed down and didn't want to teach Shirahoshi so much. Instead, she began to think about what Shirahoshi had just said, and frowned for a while. Wow 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 wow! Unexpectedly, Shirahoshi cried even louder at this time. Who? Yo! Gyarados and Melodic looked back at Shirahoshi in confusion, wondering what the little mermaid was crying about. Sister, where did you take Magikarp and Phoebus? Shirahoshi was a little scared by the two big guys, but she still mustered up the courage to sit up and question the two strange guys in front of her. She didn't know that Pokémon had evolution at all. 146 Chapter 146 Ryugu Castle and Germa. 146. After Gyarados explained it for a long time, Shirahoshi believed the identity of the two big snakes. As for Melodic, he didn't say a word from beginning to end, but just raised his head proudly and stared at the people in front of him. After that, Shirahoshi explained her recent experience to her family. After Neptune and Otohim learned that there were people living with Pokémon on Pokémon Island, and the people in the magic breeding house did not reject Shirahoshi, they were thoughtful. Shirahoshi, do you like the environment on Pokémon Island? How does it compare to Fishman Island? Otohim and Neptune looked at each other, then climbed onto the bed and sat next to Shirahoshi to ask about the news on Pokémon Island. Shirahoshi started with the vast prairie, then the empty but pure inland sea, and finally the people and Pokémon living in Alliance City. Her two big eyes were full of yearning for what she saw and heard on Pokémon Island. But Shirahoshi also liked Fishman Island, where she grew up. It was also a very beautiful place with many views that could not be seen on Pokémon Island. If Shirahoshi had to make a choice, she might choose Fishman Island after much hesitation. After all, this is home. I see. Otohim smiled and nodded, as if she had made up her mind. Then take your two friends to play, don't go too far. Yes. Shirahoshi had obviously been looking forward to this for a long time. It was the first time for her to play with her friends on Fishman Island. Gyarados and Melodic are older than Shirahoshi now, but they are very young. The three little guys going out to play together will inevitably cause a commotion on Fishman Island. As for this side, Neptune convened a high-level meeting of Ryugu City as soon as Shirahoshi left. He saw what his wife meant and understood what Otohim was thinking, so he was ready to listen to more people's ideas. In the meeting room of the palace, everyone who should arrive soon arrived. In addition to several royal family members, there were also the left and right ministers of Ryugu City. The entire Fishman Island, at least those places where the light can shine, are basically dominated by this group of people. This may be because Neptune is still a prince and Otohim is always willing to help others, so they can get the support of so many people. Even the three princes 10 years later are still very popular and supported by ordinary people. Of course, there are places in Fishman Island that Guang can't find. Fishman Street. Where Tiger grew up, Jinbei is now the boss. Of course, Jinbei is different from Tiger. A considerable number of people in Fishman Street still don't obey Jinbei. Tiger is the big brother of Fishman Street. All the gangsters who grew up in Fishman Street are basically taken care of by this big brother. Jinbei is just the strongest one among them. However, it is precisely because the fishmen in Fishman Street respect him. Tiger, that's why he had such a violent reaction after Tiger was killed by a human. He didn't give any face to Dragon Palace City and refused to sign. There are many racists here, Aaron is one of them, and the former Jinbei was also one of them. Because of Aaron's extremely hateful attitude towards human beings, he is quite popular in Fishman Street. Many racists are represented by Aaron. However, Jinbei gradually changed because of Tiger's theory of retribution for injustice. This kind of fish people are increasingly disliked by fish people. Aaron is probably already in the East China Sea now, so the only one who can come to Fishman Street is Jinping. Jinbei was still the boss in the army of Ryugu Castle in the first few years, so his attitude towards everyone in Ryugu Castle was pretty good. So, Princess Bai Xing has already come into contact with people from the magical breeding house. Jinbei's eyes were full of seriousness. Obviously, Jinbei takes this matter very seriously. Regarding the current situation on the sea, Jinbei definitely knows better than the mermaids like Ryugu Castle who live on the bottom of the sea all year round. What's more, he is one of the Shishibukai of the world government. Although the world government did not issue orders regarding the Pokemon Alliance to the Shishibukai, but from the bounty orders in the past 2 days, he can see how powerful the Pokemon Alliance is. Not to mention the Alliance leader's bounty, which is so exaggerated that it is chasing the 3 emperors of the New World. The bounties of the following 3 Pokemon can explain something. Any one of these 3 Pokemon would not be a match for their Fishman Island. That's right, but Bai Xing likes it there very much. The magical breeding house doesn't seem to have any special views on everyone on Fishman Island. Otohim nodded, and everyone could basically see her thoughts. It allows humans and Pokemon to live together. I think the manager of the breeding house will not reject us. Neptune said something helpful from the side. If the Pokemon Island is really what Shirahoshi said, then it must be much better than this world. In that world, the Fishman Islands don't have to worry about losing their compatriots and people. And how could Neptune not have his own little thoughts? He had long been fed up with watching Otohim come to ask for help all day long and get looked down upon by others. Likewise, he could also see how much everyone on Fishman Island rejected Otohim's idea. In Neptune's view, it doesn't matter if you lick your face and become a member of the world government who doesn't know if it's useful. It's better to try to join the Pokemon League, even if you have to pay more heavenly gold. At least Pokemon Island does not allow people to fight, but the world government will not send people to the deep sea to protect Fishman Island. If this decision can be made, then Otohim will at least no longer have to look at the faces of the world government and the celestial dragons to do things. At this time, Neptune still didn't know that when they were sitting here, they no longer had to look at the expressions of the celestial dragons. Because there are not many celestial dragons left in the world. I heard that there are endless grasslands there. The pure and empty ocean. The sun, the city, humans, and Pokemon. The 3 princes also spoke. They were young and did not know how to hide their covets. At least after hearing what Shirahoshi said, the 3 princes have high expectations for Pokemon Island. Our people should enjoy the sunshine and the earth. I also want more children on Fishman Island to see what the grasslands, forests, and cities where humans live are like. This has always been the main reason why Otohim wanted to move Fishman Island to the sea. Children on Fishman Island often have the experience of sneaking out to the sea to see the Shampoo Islands. However, because of their curiosity, many children were captured by slave traders who were waiting for them. Jinbei's mind was a little confused. What Otohim said does make sense, but it is not an easy task for them to live together with humans. Now Jinbei is still relatively young, and his hair still has a few strands of yellow hair. Tiger died just a few years ago, and he has not let go of his grudge against humans in his heart. What's more, he knows very well what the attitude of the fellow fishmen in Fishman Street will be towards this matter. Now it's better to discuss it with the manager of the miraculous nurture house first. Minister Zhou leaned on crutches and stroked his beard and made a suggestion. That's right. Not to mention the opinions of Fishman Island, they may not be willing to accept us. In the final analysis, it's just our wishful thinking. The right minister is a straight-tempered seahorse mermaid, and he is not polite at all. In this way, I used the pocket token to go to the breeding house to find the store manager. Otohim asked Shirahoshi to tell the people about Pokemon Island as much as possible. What you see and hear. Neptune made his decision quickly. He would definitely not be willing to let his wife and children do such a risky thing. Your Highness, I am with you. Jinbei stood up at this moment. He just has a grudge against human beings, but in fact he is unreservedly kind to his compatriots, and he has always respected the royal family who treat their citizens well. Well, please, Jinbei. Neptune was not polite. Although the relationship between Ryugu Castle and Fishman Street is very bad, the relationship between Neptune and Jinbei is very good. Because Jimeichi Neptune knows how good Neptune is to the people, and he also knows what kind of sacrifices Jinbei has made for Fishman Island. Then, wait for Shirahoshi to come back, and we will set off. On the sea not far from the Seven Waters City, a technologically advanced Audiobook battleship is slowly sailing towards the north shore of the Seven Waters City. There are only 2 numbers on the flag of this battleship. 66. Germa. Standing on the bow is a tall man with blonde hair, who is very similar to the legendary Golden Lion. Strange bird Vinsmoke Judge. Sanji's biological father, a scientist who once belonged to Mads with Vegapunk, has a high level of attainment in the field of biological science. But this person is full of shortcomings. He is vain, cold-blooded, hypocritical and selfish. He doesn't take the lives of the weak seriously and regards non-royal family members as inferiors. He is simply a weakened version of the celestial dragons. As for his strengths, he is probably grateful and keeps his promises. After being rescued on Cake Island, he assisted the Straw Hat Pirates to escape, so that they were almost wiped out by Big Mom and even removed from the list of member countries by the world government. He also promised Sanji not to appear again, and then he really disappeared. And the purpose of Judge's appearance here is obvious, it is nothing more than coming for the Cultivation House branch. There are hundreds of people in black suits on this battleship. These people are all artificial clones, machines without emotions. Among the children who followed Judge to the Seven Waters City, there is only a pink-haired girl. Is this the place? Judge looked at the Seven Waters City in front of him with a blank expression on his face. He was not shocked by the scenery of the Seven Waters City at all. But his eyes lit up when he saw those Pokémon. 147 Chapter 147 Celestial Dragons? There are still a dozen or so. 147. The day after the destruction of the world government. The world is busy. Dark didn't know what kind of waves happened in this sea, but he was sure that the world must be very busy. Because the Red Earth continent cracked. Marijoa was destroyed. The world can't not be busy. Dark is confident that the Pokémon Alliance has the final say on whether the world is in chaos or not. Sure enough, Dark was woken up by Smoochum early in the morning. Chimi. Smoochum stood at the head of Dark's bed and patted Dark's shoulder with his little hand. Xiao Feng, are you calling me? Got it, I'll go right over. Maybe because they have been together for a long time, Dark can also clearly understand what Smoochum is saying. Smoochum nodded, jumped off the bed, and fell to the floor. Doc sighed, reached down skillfully, and lifted Smoochum up. Too skillful. He didn't want to be so skillful in this kind of thing. Doc, who hadn't opened his eyes yet, suddenly felt his face being licked. Doc knew who it was at once. Lapras. Doc got up from the bed helplessly. After being licked by Lapras, he instantly woke up, because Lapras' tongue was really wet and cold. Woo! Lapras shook his head and said good morning to Doc gently. Got it. Doc washed and dressed at Lapras's urging, and then walked out of the bedroom slowly. Lapras's existence was like a gentle nanny, and it seemed that Lapras took care of the cubs in the tribe in this way. As soon as he walked out of the bedroom door, Dark saw 3 forces. Neptune, Jinbei, and the Right Minister represented by Fishman Island. Germa represented by Judge, Reiju, and a secretary. Morgans and 2 other civilian subordinates represented by the news agency. Dark had some guesses about the purpose of the 3 people's arrival, but he was not sure. No wonder Fengkele deliberately woke him up from his sleep. Generally, Fengkele would only look for him to solve big things that he couldn't make up his mind. Well, this is not a place to talk, follow me. Dark scratched his hair and decided to take everyone to Pokemon Island. Nowadays, the Pokemon League has its own base, so negotiations with outsiders must be conducted in the reception hall of the base. And the height of the breeding house is indeed not suitable for Neptune. Neptune is 11 meters tall, and the height of the breeding house is only 10 meters, which will make Neptune a little uncomfortable. The three forces looked at each other and temporarily suppressed their thoughts. Neptune and Judge wanted to see what kind of place this legendary Pokemon Island was. Is it as mysterious as it was said? And Morgans planned to see how far Pokemon Island has developed now. According to his investigation, he found that many familiar faces were missing from the Seven Waters City overnight. About 3 minutes later, walking in the streets of the Alliance City, the group was obviously shocked by the empty shops on both sides of the road. Feeling the sunshine in the sky and the breeze blowing in their faces, they could hardly imagine that there was another world. And this world belonged to the Pokemon Alliance. They could clearly feel that their strength was suppressed to a very weak level, and Morgause almost couldn't even maintain his bird body. How surprising, what Shirahoshi said was true. A huge bubble floated around Neptune's waist, which was a necessary prop for the mermaids to move forward on land, otherwise they could only jump forward. Well, this city seems to have just started to develop not long ago, there are not many humans living here, and many places have not been developed yet. Jinbei can walk on land. However, his eyes were also full of shock at what he saw and heard on Pokemon Island. He had never thought of such a place. As a fishman, he could clearly feel the people living in the Union City. Their eyes were not so dazzling. They were more curious than disgusted or disliked. This was the change brought by Pokemon, and of course Dark also contributed to it. The people in the Union City, or the Seven Water City, had seen too many kinds of Pokemon and had a strong acceptance of new creatures, so they were not surprised to see Neptune and the other three. More importantly, Dark was walking in front. Anyone with a little insight knew that these people were Dark's guests and might be discussing something, so they would naturally not make trouble. The master of a world. Jij's eyes were full of heat. He was a person with a strong desire for power and fame. His dream was to help the Germa Kingdom regain control of the entire North Sea, and he had been working hard for this goal. Originally, he had no idea about Pokemon Island, but now that he had seen everything and existence of Pokemon Island, it was inevitable that some ideas would come up. Of course, he was not arrogant enough to snatch the world or something. Judge never thought of being an enemy of the Pokemon League, because he knew that they, Germa, could not afford to offend such people. He was just thinking about how to exchange the status of Pokemon Island from Dark's hands by paying some price. It would be best if he could enclose a piece of land or something. The 13-year-old girl Reija did not have so many ideas, but just looked at the people and Pokemon around her curiously, with a little envy in her eyes. She had a free life in Covet. Covet also had a companion who could be trusted. Everything in Pokemon Island seemed too good to be realistic for the girl. As for Morgans, this guy still did not waste any time, holding his old friend's camera and constantly pressing the shutter to record everything he saw. He guessed right, where there is a Pokemon League, there must be hot news. He knows what traffic is too well. Dark, who was walking in the front, had a full view of everyone. He had led everyone from the center of the Alliance City to the Alliance base. The purpose was to let these people see the development of the Alliance City. After all, Dark had some ideas about the three guys behind him and wanted to get something from them. When they arrived at the long bridge in front of the Alliance base, everyone was stunned again. The most excited one was of course Neptune. But he found a place suitable for the residents of Fishman Island to live. This must be the sea area that Shirahoshi mentioned. It looks really big and is definitely enough for the people of Fishman Island to live. King Neptune seems to like this sea. Dark saw Neptune nodding beside him and said with a smile. Yes. Neptune did not intend to restrain his thoughts and admitted it openly. This made Judge and Morgans look at Neptune. As the leaders of a faction, they had guessed the purpose of Neptune's visit, considering the current situation of Fishman Island. Dark didn't continue to speak. He wanted to move the entire Fishman Island here and make Fishman Island a city in Pokemon Island, but he would not take the initiative to speak. He had to wait for Neptune to speak. In this way, Dark could put forward more conditions. The three forces followed Dark to a building deep in the Alliance base, where Robin had prepared everything. The original conference table and the milk coffee on the table. This milk coffee is made of moo moo milk and cocoa beans from the Pokemon world, and is a special drink that does not exist in the pirate world. So, everyone, tell me, what is the purpose of your visit this time, Mr. Morgans? Why don't you start? Dark asked Morgans straight to the point. He guessed that Morgans came here because he thought the crack of the Red Earth continent was related to the Pokemon Alliance, so he came to ask. That's why he let Morgans speak first. Let Neptune and Judge know the power and tyranny of their Pokemon Alliance, and then think carefully about whether what he is going to say next is appropriate. Master, my men told me that the Red Earth continent cracked a few days ago, and he saw many floating corpses of world government members in that sea. Morgans asked cautiously with his eyes narrowed. Yes, that's right, our Pokemon Alliance did it. You also saw the bounty and notice of the world government a few days ago. Although our alliance does not take the initiative to cause trouble, we are not afraid of it, so we destroyed Mary Geosa yesterday, but Giratina seemed to have gone too far and accidentally stepped on the Red Earth continent and cracked it. Dark spread his hands indifferently, saying something that made everyone present swallow their saliva, but it's a good thing for the two sisters to grab this stool. It will be less troublesome to go to the New World in the future. Master, you are wise and powerful. Morgans immediately jumped up and applauded. He is a man of good sense. Marie Joa. Neptune's eyes widened, and he looked at Dark's eyes as if he wanted to confirm something, but he didn't dare to say those three words in front of the other two groups of people. What about the celestial dragons? Jinbei didn't have so many thoughts. He had just become the boss not long ago and had not learned to use his brain as much as Tiger. Judge and Morgans next to him couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. It's not that they didn't think about this problem, but they didn't dare to bring it up. However, it was a good thing for them that Jinbei brought it up. After all, if they could get information from Dark, they wouldn't have to take the risk of angering the world government to investigate. Celestial dragons. Let me count. There should be more than a dozen alive, anyway, not many. XN. The space seemed to be frozen at this moment. Whether it was Neptune or Judge and others, they all had cold sweat on their foreheads, and their pupils kept trembling. What were they going to say just now? Damn, I forgot. 148 Chapter 148 Allied Countries? We don't do that. 148. Mr. Dark, thank you very much. When Dark finished his speech, Jinbei stood up from his seat and knelt in front of Dark. This move stunned several people present. My compatriots have suffered great pain because of the celestial dragons. My eldest brother used to be a slave of the celestial dragons. I know I have no ability to avenge them, and I am in great pain, but you did it. Jinbei fell to the ground and continued to explain, no matter what your reason is, there is no doubt that you are our Fishman Island. No, Fishman Island dare not represent, but at least, you are the great benefactor of our Fishman Street. Jinbei. Neptune wanted to pull Jinbei up. There were two outsiders present next to him. How could Jinbei say such words? If the celestial dragons knew about it. It doesn't matter. Since I dare to say it in front of outsiders, I am not afraid of being known by others. What's more, King Neptune, do you still think that the celestial dragons have the energy to deal with me? Who said Jinbei is stupid? Although Jinbei looks fat and not very smart, he is not stupid at all. As soon as Jinbei said this, Neptune took back his hand, and Morgause and Judge beside him also suddenly brightened their eyes, and their hearts began to fluctuate. The eyes of these two ambitious people burst into a ray of fierce light. Dark's psychic felt the ambition of these two guys from Splash, and suddenly had a headache. This is the reason why he can't destroy the world government for the time being. Judge alone is enough to make the North Sea creatures suffer, not to mention the other people on the sea. Although the world government's power is running out, they are still the second-ranking force in this sea. There are at least 7 people of the caliber of the Navy Admiral in Mary Gosa. Dark explained, mainly to Morgans, so that he could spread the news. As for the force that ranks first, it seems unnecessary to emphasize it. 7. XN. Several people were shocked. The world government in the past has never exposed their true strength, and it has been like this for 800 years. The Navy has always been active in the sea as the armed force of the world government. The only one who really knows a little about the world government is probably the Graveyard Army. Therefore, when everyone heard about the high-end combat power of the world government today, they were inevitably shocked. One Navy admiral is not something they can deal with, let alone 7. The light of ambition in Judge and Morgan's eyes gradually faded, leaving only a faint trace. Big moves are impossible, but small moves are inevitable. They were just curious. Even though Marijoa was destroyed, the world government still had such a strong force. How strong was the world government before? How strong was the Pokemon Alliance that destroyed Marijoa? The doubts lingered in their hearts, but they didn't dare to ask. Speaking of which, the slaves of Marijoa are still in Darkray's space. There seem to be many fishmen and mermaids in it. Dark looked at Neptune and Jinbe, pinching his chin and thinking. Those people. Neptune couldn't help but speak, of course he wanted to get his people back. Darkray is screening. After the screening is over, those who want to go back can leave naturally. I won't stop them. Dark didn't intend to restrict the personal freedom of those people, nor did he intend to use those people to threaten Neptune to hand over something in exchange. Screening. Darkray is the master of dreams. He can make a person actively dream about the part that Darkray wants to see. If there are extremely evil people among those slaves, then Darkray will let them die silently in the dark space. If they are innocent, then they will all be released. Dark waved his hand. Speaking of which, this is the first time that Darkray has used the special power of his race. He has never had the opportunity to use it before. Is that so? I understand. Neptune breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then it's fine. He has confidence in his people. The fishmen and mermaids who were captured by slave traders are basically ordinary weak citizens of Fishman Island. There are basically no bad guys. The bad guys are basically pirates like Arlong. Jinbei also nodded, thinking that Dark did nothing wrong. If he is really such a big villain, then even if he is his compatriot, he will not ask the other party to let them go. But the other Judge and Morgans are not calm. They didn't expect that Pokemon can do such a thing. In that case, doesn't it mean that as long as Dark wants to know, he can let the Pokemon named Darkray enter a person's dream to understand? Master, we come here this time to ask you to allow Fishman Island to become a member of the Pokemon Alliance. We are willing to pay the Sky Gold. The Right Minister has always been impatient. He couldn't help it and directly said their purpose. Membering country. Actually, it means a vassal state protected by the Pokemon League. The Pokemon League wants to become the bodyguard of Fishman Island, and Fishman Island is willing to pay protection fees, Sky Gold. This concept is basically everywhere in the pirate world, but the names are different. Just like the big pirates in the New World will hang their own pirate flags in certain countries, which means they are protecting this country. The Whitebeard pirates exist in this way, protecting the countries in the New World, in various place people in the countries they protect, and then collect protection fees. This is their biggest source of income. As for other small sources of income, it is the spoils of war obtained after killing those invaders. The New World will never lack such fools who will challenge them. Judge and Morgans, who could have sat in their original positions, became restless after hearing about the member country. Anyone can see that the Pokemon League is now the most powerful force in the world. If you want to develop safely and securely, becoming a member country of the Pokemon League is undoubtedly the best choice. Member country? We Pokemon League don't do that. But Dark's reaction was different from what they imagined. They thought Dark would be happy to accept it after hearing about the Sky Gold. After all, the magic breeding house has been absorbing money on a large scale. In their opinion, Dark should want money very much. Ah! This. The right minister was at a loss. Your Highness, I think those humans outside can live in this world for a long time. Neptune chose to speak after careful consideration. He is the king of Fishman Island, who wants to fight for a better living environment for his people. He is also a father and husband who wants to fulfill the expectations of his wife and daughter. No, they can live in this world, or to be more precise, in this Alliance city, because they are the family members of my Alliance members and enjoy this benefit for free. Dark corrected Neptune's statement and added, it is not difficult to live in Pokemon Island. As long as you haven't done anything too bad in the past, you are basically qualified to come in and survive. It's just that Pokemon Island doesn't have so many cities that can accommodate so many people now. That means that we Fishman Island can also live in Pokemon Island for a long time, right? Neptune asked excitedly. No, it's just most of the people in Fishman Island. Jinbei shook his head, looking very calm. The reason why he could stay so calm was that such good things did not seem to happen to him and his younger brothers. Jinbei knew very well how many lives he and his companions had stained on their hands. They thought they had killed people who deserved to be killed, but who knew the judgment criteria of the Pokemon League. Yes, as he said, most of the people of Fishman Island should be able to come to Pokemon Island to survive, but there will always be some exceptions. Dark nodded. Fishman Island has been under the sea for thousands of miles for an unknown period of time. The narrow living environment makes it almost impossible for people living on this island to do bad things. One thing must be mentioned, that is, whether it is fishmen or mermaids, most of them attach great importance to their compatriots, even racists like Aaron. Perhaps it is because everyone is in the same situation that they cherish each other more. It is precisely because of this characteristic that most fishmen and mermaids cannot accept to live in harmony with humans. After all, humans have hurt too many of their own kind. There are only a few scums like Haughty Jones who don't care about the lives of their companions in the 5 million people of the entire Fishman Island. How terrible this ratio is, you can see it by comparing it with the human kingdom. Although the people of the entire Fishman Island are not strong individually, they are very united. If there are enough people, as many as 1.3 billion, then no one can stop them from returning to the sun. Master Alliance, I ask you to allow Fishman Island to live in Pokemon Island. We just need to live in the sea area next to it. We can build all the houses for survival by ourselves without you spending manpower and financial resources. Neptune stood up from the chair and bowed to Dark to ask. He didn't know if there would be a second chance like this, he must seize it. I am willing to become a member of the Pokemon League and fight for the League in the future. I only ask Mr. Dark to protect my weak and innocent compatriots. Fighting for the Pokemon League is better than fighting for the world government, right? Jinbei has made a choice in his heart. He believed that as long as he went back and told the Celestial Dragons that they were almost completely slaughtered by the leader of the Alliance, everyone on Fishman Street would recognize and even respect Dark, and then everyone would definitely not reject coming to Pokemon Island to survive. 149 Chapter 149 The Future Miss Joy. 149. Sure, just drag the entire Fishman Island into the sea, then you don't have to spend time and effort on it. Dark grinned, he finally waited for the people in Ryugu City to speak. Gee! The entire Fishman Island. Neptune and the right minister were a little dumbfounded. What did Dark mean? Evidently, every word could be understood, but why couldn't they understand it together? Literally, Lord Dark should have a way to drag the entire Fishman Island into this world. Jinbei guessed some of it. As the strongest person in Fishman Island, he has a clearer understanding of the power of the top strong men in the sea. Jinbei has a good relationship with the Whitebeard pirates. He remembers that the Whitebeard pirates' ancestor Little Ounce can directly move an entire country forward in the legend, so he has a stronger acceptance of Dark's statement. Gee! Neptune opened his mouth wide, totally unexpected. In this case, of course it is the best. He couldn't help but smile on his face. He didn't expect that this matter could be solved so easily, and it seemed that Jinbei could also deal with the troublemakers in Fishman Street. Neptune and Jinbei had the same idea. When the time comes, as long as Dark's work in Marijoa is publicized, then everyone in Fishman Island will not be so repulsive, not to mention that there are basically no humans living in this world now. He couldn't think of the reason why the citizens of Fishman Island refused. It will cost a price. Dark propped up his chin and stared at Neptune, who was beginning to laugh. I understand. The latter restrained his smile and sat back at the round table, not surprised at all. So, what kind of price do we need to pay? 3 conditions. Dark stretched out 3 fingers calmly, but did not rush to say, let's talk about this later. Let's talk about the purpose of your 2 coming first. He looked at Judge and Morgans, who had been listening. I recently heard about the establishment of the Pokemon League, and I came here to congratulate you. Judge clasped his fists hypocritically and was very respectful to Dark. He was originally very interested in the genes of creatures like Pokemon, and planned to see if he could get a batch of Pokemon from Dark as experimental subjects. But now, these ideas have become a thing of the past. What Pokemon genes? I don't know, I haven't thought about it. Whoever dares to mess with Pokemon is an enemy of me, Vinsmoke Judge. Judge can still see the world situation clearly. How could he possibly touch the brow of the Pokemon League? Isn't this courting death? Although he was interested in the genes of Pokemon, it was not necessary. He was also very confident in his research results. Otherwise, there were so many strange races in the world, and he would have started one by one. Dark almost laughed out loud. Come all the way from the North Sea to Paradise to congratulate Norman? You are really amazing, Judge. Humph, Lord Dark, I came here just to learn about Marijoa from you, and I have no other purpose. Morgans also smiled disdainfully after hearing Judge's words, as if he looked down on him. Because he had communicated with Dark several times before, Morgans knew Dark's character well and admitted it openly. Since you've told me, you can also help me spread the word. Pokemon Island and the Pokemon League will not accept any bad guys, and the breeding house will not take the initiative to hand over Pokemon to bad guys. The era of Pokemon and trainers has arrived. If you are ready to be hunted and slaughtered in the new era, then continue to go out to sea and do whatever you want. Dark looked at the text beside Morgans. The staff member recorded everything he said. What a courage! Lord Dark is going to end the great pirate era of One Piece. Morgans immediately saw Dark's purpose. It's really interesting. If the celestial dragons are destroyed, the Pokemon League will stand on the side of righteousness, and it is a righteousness with absolute power. There are definitely many bad guys on the sea who will be dissatisfied with the Pokemon League, but they can only be dissatisfied. Ordinary people will definitely strongly support the righteous Pokemon League, and the bad guys can only keep their tails between their legs. As for those who want to become pirates and bandits, they should also carefully consider their choices. If they want to live better in the new era, it's best not to follow the old path of the old era. Remember to spread the news that I have joined the Pokemon League. After all, I am a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. There will always be some deterrence. No problem, Lord Dark. Jinbei followed after hearing Dark's speech. The speech just now is enough to prove that Dark is definitely a leader who is 10,000 times better than those people in the world government. Jinbei is willing to help Dark maintain or even establish a new order for the sea. Yet, Dark nodded and did not refuse. Because this is exactly one of the conditions he just proposed. He needs Fishman Island to provide some power outside for the Pokemon League. The combat power that fishmen and mermaids can release in the sea water is too much. If they can cooperate with water-type Pokemon, it will be amazing. But Judge's face became a little gloomy. What Dark said just now is that he will obviously intervene in many matters on the sea in the future, and it is even very likely that he will replace the position of the world government to issue a new law, a law with peace as the main theme. Then when the time comes, if they, Germa, want to unify the North Sea, won't they be likely to violate this law and be sanctioned by the Pokemon League? However, Judge is a little overthinking, or he overestimates the importance that Dark attaches to the pirate world. A world cannot be without a unified order, otherwise there will be chaos. The Pokemon League will not interfere with the laws of these countries, but will set a maximum limit that all countries must abide by. There are very few restrictions, basically all of which are Pokemon-related regulations, and try to ensure the rights and interests of ordinary people. But basically, they still don't care much about things on the sea. For example, if there is a war between two countries, then Dark will not care about how the battlefield is fought. However, if these two countries massacre innocent civilians and Pokemon who have no intention of fighting in large numbers during the war, it will violate the laws of the League, and the Pokemon League will intervene in the war. In other cases, let the Navy act according to its own justice and let them decide what kind of order to abide by on this sea. Dark is only responsible for a general look, and it can be passed if it does not violate the theme of peace. After all, he himself does not understand this, so it is better to let professionals handle it. In Dark's heart, the pirate world is definitely not as important as his own territory, Pokemon Island, and he will still focus on developing Pokemon Island. If there is nothing else, the two guests can leave. Next, I will talk to the guests from Fishman Island. Dark saw that Judge and Morgans did not seem to have anything extra to say, so he prepared to send them away. Wait a minute, Your Highness, let me ask, if I want to unify the North Sea, will the Pokemon League intervene? Judge finally couldn't help asking. He had to ask clearly, as this would determine the future of Germa. No, of course, provided that you don't kill innocent people indiscriminately. That's good. Judge didn't really care about those ordinary people. Whether they lived or died had nothing to do with him. However, in order to prevent the Pokemon League from intervening in this matter, he still wrote down what Dark said. Reiju, come here. After confirming, Judge did not leave immediately. He planned to make another preparation. Father. Reiju walked up in confusion, not understanding what Judge was going to do. This is my daughter. She has special abilities. Let her work for His Highness Dark in the future. Reiju, you must listen to His Highness's orders. After saying that, Judge left without a trace of nostalgia. He left Reiju behind so that if he accidentally violated the laws of the Alliance in the future, Dark could consider Reiju and show mercy to them, the Germa. As for his own daughter, he can do research on his wife and children. Do we still expect him to have any deep feelings for these children? Judge is a man who will do anything to achieve his goals. If Reiju can be used in such a place, he will use Reiju as a consumable without hesitation. Reiju seemed a little unbelievable when she saw Judge leaving, but she soon accepted it. Growing up in such a family, she actually knew very well what decision her father would make. If he could easily abandon her younger brother, then it didn't seem so strange to abandon herself. What are you going to do? Dark watched Judge and Morgans leave under the leadership of the Alliance members and set his sights on Reiju. More of it stayed on Reiju's pink hair. To serve you. Reiju found that she seemed to have no choice, because of the bloodline factor, she could not disobey Judge's order. If Judge asked her to work for Dark, then she had to work for Dark. It just so happens that I have an important job to give you, but before that, I will have someone solve the side effects of your bloodline factor. Dark grinned. He didn't expect Judge to give him such a good helper. Future Miss Joy. Dark wanted to train Reiju to be the director of the Alliance Medical Department, usually sitting in the Alliance City Pokemon Center. But this job is very important, he must first gain Reiju's loyalty, so he decided to help Reiju and get rid of the shackles of the bloodline factor. Gee? Can I? Reiju was a little surprised. If she could get rid of Judge's control, she could do whatever she likes. 150 Chapter 150, 5000 people. 150. After sending Judge and Morgans away, Dark asked Robin to take Reiju away. Robin will explain to Reiju the details of their breeding house and Pokemon Island in the breeding house. In the future, Reiju will become a core member of the breeding house. These contents are more or less necessary to know. Then Dark talked with Fishman Island. Fishman Island wants to move into Pokemon Island under 3 conditions. First, Fishman Island abandons the organizational form of kingdom and becomes a city in my Pokemon Island. It must comply with all laws promulgated by the Pokemon League. A city can have its own governance plan, but the laws of the League are the highest laws and always take precedence over city-level laws. You can serve as mayor. This is the first condition that any organization must accept if they want to survive in Pokemon Island. If you can't accept it, then get out. One of the major factors for the frequent wars in the pirate world is the large number of kingdoms, and there will always be wars between them. And the organizational form of the kingdom will also make the class obvious, and the boundary between the nobles and the commoners will be put on the table. Even the pirate world with inconvenient transportation will form such a situation. If there are multiple kingdoms established on the flat terrain of Pokemon Island, what will happen in the future? Dark must nip the seeds of this crisis in the bud from the beginning. Jinbei was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously felt that this condition was too much, because the consciousness of nobility and class has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in this world. The world government has taken the lead in promoting the world nobility theory since 800 years ago, so the people living in this world have a deep stereotyped understanding of nobility and commoners. No problem. Neptune agreed without hesitation. King Neptune. The right minister became anxious. As a loyal minister of the royal family, he should focus on safeguarding the interests of Ryugu Castle. If he accepted this condition, who would remember that Neptune's family was once a royal family after a long time? Perhaps in the future, when children meet Princess Shirahoshi on the street, they will not know that she is a mermaid princess, and they will not even greet her. But this is exactly what Dark wants. It doesn't matter. Let the class of royal family slowly disappear from the hearts of the people. No one is born to be humble to another person. Neptune crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face calm. Thank you, King Neptune, for your sacrifice for Fishman Island. Jinbei said sincerely gratefully. He knew that if Neptune did not agree, then Fishman Island would probably fall into riots, and those crazy guys in Fishman Street might use force to force Ryugu Castle to disband. In fact, the mayor should be re-elected, but it is precisely because King Neptune has such courage that I will directly appoint you as the new mayor of this city. Doc was not surprised at all, he knew that Neptune would agree. Not only Neptune, any of their family members would eventually agree to such conditions. Thank you for your trust, Lord Alliance Leader, I will govern this city well. Neptune bowed slightly, and he had begun to gradually take on the identity. Don't worry, there are 2 more conditions. The second one is that I need Fishman Island to provide a force for me to fight in the sea with Jinbei as the captain. Leave this to me, King Neptune does not need to consider this matter. Jinbei will not let Neptune sacrifice any more. He thinks that Neptune's giving up their royal status is a huge sacrifice, so he doesn't want Neptune to transfer people from the palace guards to organize this team. He can lead some people in Fishman Street to form this team. Jinbei also has some ideas of his own. He thinks that there will be many fishmen in Fishman Street who cannot live in Pokemon Island, so he wants to lead this group of fishmen to try to make up for their mistakes and have a chance to enter Pokemon Island in the future. Then the last point, I need you to provide another team to go out and catch some sea fish to enter Pokemon Island from time to time to fill this ocean and make a fortune, right? No problem. These 3 conditions are very easy for Neptune to accept, and they are more acceptable than him. The imagined conditions were much simpler. Don't you need to pay the sky gold? The right minister asked quietly beside him. Pokemon Island will have its own tax collection system, which will be adjusted according to the city's total income and personal income. It will definitely not be as cruel as the sky gold. Dark waved his hand. He didn't understand this aspect of the problem. Either learn from the tax system of the previous life, or let Tizero study out a new set of regulations. Hey, that's good. The 3 breathed a sigh of relief. Although they would definitely accept the sky gold if they had to pay it, it would definitely be best if they didn't have to pay it. If there is nothing else, you can go back and prepare for the migration. Please notify the citizens of Fishman City in advance to avoid causing too much unrest when migrating. Fishman City. This is the name of the new city on Pokemon Island, a water city located in the center of the inland sea. Doc planned to put it on the sea surface due north of the Union City, and then let Iceberg and Tom build a sea train track connecting the 2 cities. Neptune and the other 2 hurriedly said goodbye and went back to prepare for this matter. Doc collapsed on the chair after the 3 left. It would be great if there were more cities like Fishman Island, so I wouldn't have to spend money to build cities and transform the terrain. For a place like Fishman Island, it is impossible to build it completely one-a-tune without tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of magic coins. Because it is not a city or a country, but an entire island. Not to mention the area, the special terrain and special buildings in it are enough to make Doc drink a pot. Speaking of which, Reiju should be assigned a medical partner. Blissey is still a Tabuna idol. We also need to recruit some doctors to learn Pokemon medical knowledge. The Pokemon Center must open soon. Dark sat up again and began to think about what to do next. Dark. At this time, Darkrai emerged from his shadow. He was reminding Dark that there were still a group of people in the dark space. Have all the people who should be dealt with been dealt with? Dark asked back. He was talking about the slaves who were once bad guys. He didn't want to release a group of thugs back to the sea. Dark. Dark nodded, then pulled Dark up and flew to an open grassland not far from the Alliance City. This was to prepare to release the group of people. How many people are left? Darkrai stretched out his hands and gestured. 5,000 people, so many. Dark glared at Glare. He remembered that he seemed to have rescued only 6,000 to 7,000 slaves from Mary Gosa yesterday. It seemed that most of them were innocent and weak, so they were captured by slave traders and sold to the celestial dragons. Dark. Let them go. Dark nodded. The next moment, more than 5,000 people in coma appeared on the grassland. Dark could see the engraving of celestial dragon hoof on many people, and those who could not see it should be in a more hidden place. Vegapunk was placed next to Dark's legs. He was a short old man with a pair of slender legs. His tongue was also very long. He stretched out his mouth and drooped weakly on the grass. The biggest feature of Vegapunk is that he has no head. The part above the eyebrows has disappeared, and only half an apple is covered there. This belongs to Vegapunk's brain berry ability. Brain berry gave Vegapunk unlimited brain capacity, and the brain can store unlimited information, but the more data absorbed, the bigger his brain will be. But even if the human brain is separated, he can still receive radio waves through the antenna on his head, the half apple. For this reason, he separated the head into a brain warehouse, which is located inside the eggshell above Egghead Island, where the crystallization of Vegapunk's knowledge is located. If Vegapunk is willing to join the Pokemon League, then Dark must move the warehouse to Pokemon Island and protect it well. Looking at the unconscious people lying on the ground in front of him, Dark used Psychic to float himself into the air, and then asked Darkrai to wake them all up. Heaven! Are we all dead? It's a pity that I couldn't devote my power to God and repay this favor. I killed a celestial dragon before I died. It was so cool, ha ha ha. Me too. I want to be a member of the Pokemon League in my next life. Everyone opened their eyes in a daze and looked around. The endless grassland seemed too beautiful, making people think they were dead and came to the world of the dead. Hey! Dark called out, attracting everyone's attention. Ah, it's God. Sure enough, I knew that I would see God again after death. Thank God for helping me get revenge. God! I don't want to be resurrected. Please let me stay by your side. Everyone was noisy and chaotic, and they all squeezed to Dark's position. You are not dead, be quiet, listen to me. After Dark said this, everyone fell silent, standing there like a baby waiting for Dark to speak. The gratitude and respect these people had for Dark made them subconsciously obey his orders. You have been saved, and I will give you two choices now. 1. Go back to your hometown and start a new life. 2. Join the Pokemon League. I will arrange jobs for you according to your abilities, and you will become native residents of the Pokemon Island League City. Dark stretched out 2 fingers and put them in front of everyone. 151.